Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. As a courtesy to our speakers and those around you, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices at this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TV anchor of the Al Arabiya News Channel and our Master of Ceremonies, Mohammed Al-Tamaihi.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا بكم في منتدى التنافسية الدولي في نسخته الثامنة. نلتقي اليوم في ظل مرحلة تاريخية بالغة الأهمية تعيشها المملكة العربية السعودية. فقبل أيام رحل ملكنا الحبيب خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز رحمه الله، الذي رعى طوال سنوات حكمه مسيرة البناء التي تشهدها المملكة في كافة المجالات التنموية، وعلى رأسها المجال الاقتصادي. وما هذا المنتدى الذي نفتتح أعماله اليوم إلا واحدا من المبادرات الرائدة التي دعمها الملك الراحل من أجل جذب وتشجيع الاستثمار في البلاد وتعزيز مكانتها كاقتصاد قوي قادر على المنافسة عالمياً. واليوم نواصل مسيرة التقدم والنماء في ظل حكم خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز يحفظه الله، الذي كانت له بصمات واضحة في دعم الاستثمار في المملكة خلال جولات رسمية من الشرق إلى الغرب، والتي رعى فيها معرض استثمر في السعودية وما رافقه من فعاليات ومنتديات. إذن فلنبدأ على بركة الله منتدى هذا العام بآية من الذكر الحكيم يرتلها القارئ معاذ العيد.
السلام عليكم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم، ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. إنا عرضنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. ليعذب الله المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات ويتوب الله على المؤمنين والمؤمنات، وكان الله غفورا رحيما.
صدق الله العظيم. لحظات من تاريخ ولمحات من مسيرة حافلة بالعطاء نتذكر فيها ملكنا الراحل.
أيها الشعب الكريم، يعلم الله إنكم في قلبي، أحملكم دائما وأستمد العزم والعون والقوة من الله منكم. والسلام ورحمة الله وبركاته، ولا تنسوني من دعاكم.
لن ننساك يا عبد الله. رحم الله الملك عبد الله بن عبد الله، ووفق الملك سلمان وولي عهده وولي عهده لمواصلة هذه المسيرة الحافلة بالإنجازات. استثمر في السعودية. هذه الرسالة التي تسعى الهيئة العامة للاستثمار إلى إيصالها لرجال الأعمال والمستثمرين حول العالم من خلال هذا المنتدى والمعرض الدولي المتنقل الذي يحمل شعار ذاته. ودائما ما يسأل معالي محافظ الهيئة في كل زيارة رسمية: لماذا نستثمر في السعودية؟ فيرد بكل ثقة: ولم لا؟ رحبوا معي بمعالي المهندس العثمان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب السمو والفضيلة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بعد الترحيب الصادق بكم في جلستنا الافتتاحية لمنتدى التنافسية العالمي الثامن، أتقدم إلى مقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود، وإلى سمو ولي العهد وسمو ولي العهد حفظهم الله جميعاً، وإلى الأسرة المالكة والشعب السعودي الكريم بأصدق التعازي والمواساة في مصابنا الجلل بفقد الملك الصالح خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز آل سعود، سائلا الله عز وجل أن يتغمده بواسع رحمته ويجزيه عنا خير ما يجزى قائد عن أمته، وأن يسكنه من الجنة الفردوس الأعلى، إنه ولي ذلك والقادر عليه. وأتقدم لكم أيها الحضور الكريم بصادق الشكر والتقدير لحرصكم على مشاركتنا أعمال منتدى التنافسية الدولي الثامن، وأخص بالشكر أولئك الذين تجشموا عناء السفر لمشاركتنا منتدانا وللإسهام في نجاحه بإذن الله، مؤكداً في هذا أن أي نجاح يحققه المنتدى إنما هو ثمرة طبيعية لتلاقح الأفكار وما تقدمونه في جلسات المنتدى من آراء نيرة وخبرات عميقة. الأخوة والأخوات، لقد شهدت المملكة خلال العقد الماضي نهضة وتطور في مختلف المجالات، ومن أهمها فيما يتعلق بالاستثمار: دخول المملكة إلى منظمة التجارة الدولية، صدور وتعديل العديد من الأنظمة مع التطوير المستمر للقضاء التجاري وقضاء التنفيذ، تحسين بيئة الاستثمار المستمر والذي جعل من المملكة الوجهة المثلى للاستثمار والأول في تدفقات الاستثمار على مدى ال5 سنوات الماضية في المنطقة. تضاعف حجم الاستثمارات الأجنبية أكثر من 5 أضعاف في العقد الماضي، وتضاعف الناتج المحلي وارتفع من 1.3 تريليون ريال إلى 2.8 تريليون ريال، مع انخفاض الدين العام ليصل إلى نحو 2% من الناتج المحلي. وقد أكد صندوق النقد الدولي في تقريره الأخير أن الاقتصاد السعودي وفقاً لتلك المؤشرات كان خلال العقد الماضي من بين أفضل دول مجموعة ال20 أداءً. إن ما سبق هي مجرد نماذج مختصرة لشواهد حضارية تروي لنا قصص نجاح تحققت بفضل الله أولاً، ثم دعم القيادة وتضافر وتكامل الجهود بين القطاعين الحكومي والخاص، كما أنها تمثل محطات مهمة في مسيرة المملكة التنموية. نقف عندها لنتأملها ونراجعها وننطلق وآفاق جديدة أوسع وأرحب، لنكمل هذه المسيرة المباركة بقيادة سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز رعاه الله، رجل الدولة من الطراز الأول، ملماً بتاريخه وعلاقاته، وهو الذي كان أميراً لمدينة الرياض حتى صارت خلال زمن قياسياً أكثر عواصم العالم نمواً في مساحتها ومرافقها ونشاطاتها الاقتصادية، والذي أعطى اهتماماً بالتنافسية وقطاع الاستثمار، وقد شرف بافتتاح أول منتدى تنافسية في عام 2007، وهو الذي حين كان ولياً للعهد خير داعم رعاه الله لجهود جذب الاستثمار للمملكة. وقد وجه خلال زياراته لدول العالم بأن يصاحب تلك الزيارات عقد معرض استثمر في السعودية، وعقد في اليابان والصين وفرنسا وبريطانيا والهند. ونتطلع في الفترة القادمة تحقيق طموحات القيادة في تحقيق الاستثمار للأهداف التنموية والاقتصادية، وتلبية ما تبحث عنه الاستثمارات النوعية المتميزة، وبخاصة في القطاعات الواعدة من فرص وتسهيل سهولة في الإجراءات، ودعمها في التوسع في مراحل ما بعد التأسيس، وذلك من قبل الهيئة العامة للاستثمار وكافة الجهات الحكومية ذات العلاقة بالاستثمار في المملكة، وذلك وفقاً لخطة الاستثمار الموحدة التي تعمل عليها الهيئة وتلك الجهات الحكومية. الحضور الكريم، أرجو أن تسمحوا لي بأن أستهل أعمال المنتدى بكلمة الهيئة العامة للاستثمار، والتي ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية مع وجود ترجمة فورية، والتي من خلالها سأتطرق إلى جهود المملكة لخلق استثمار عالمية تطلق إمكانات المملكة الاقتصادية والتنموية وتحقق مكسباً وإضافة للمستثمر وللمملكة على حد سواء. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. We meet today at a time of deep sadness for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Saudi people, as we mourn the passing of King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz. May God grant him mercy, heaven, and rest his soul. Many of the great advances that our country has achieved, many, as a matter of fact, are relevant to our discussion in this forum, are a direct result of King Abdullah's visionary leadership. He was a true transformative leader whose vision to unlock the full potential of the kingdom helped achieve the prominent status of being a member of the G20 group. King Abdullah's achievement, everlasting legacy also include Saudi Arabia joining the World Trade Organization in 2005. Foreign direct investment grew at an average rate of 10%, increased by 5-folds to reach more than $20 billion in 2013. The kingdom's competitiveness ranking steadily advanced to become a top investment destination in the region. More than 1.5 million Saudi jobs were created during his reign. The smooth transition of power to King Salman is a testament of the stability and the commitment that our leadership has. King Salman brings with him a track record, insight, and success from the early age. A learned leader with an avid knowledge of history and a true statesman in building and fostering relationships. The city in which we stand today is a testament to King Salman's leadership as a governor of Riyadh. Over 5 decades, as a governor, he oversaw the city transformation, both in terms of population growth as well as becoming a vibrant global city. King Salman has been a strong supporter of promoting the kingdom as an investment destination. In fact, he inaugurated the first Global Competitiveness Forum in 2007. This support has continued. Over the past year alone, he has visited France, India, Japan, and China to promote the relationship between the two countries, and promoting investment was on the forefront of his agenda. In this spirit of continuity, I would like to extend a sincere welcome both to our international friends and our guests from Saudi Arabia. We are very grateful for your presence here in Riyadh for such an important discussion on competitiveness and at such an important time of increasing competition. It is, above all else, a time of rapid change. Ways of doing business have been changing, and so too the kingdom has changed as part of our commitment to create for investors a world-class environment. This commitment is built upon 3 pillars. We are initiating a positive new phase of investment in the kingdom. We are doing this by unlocking the full potential of Saudi Arabia that it has offered for investors. And in doing so, we're delivering a win-win, both for investors and also for the kingdom. I will outline each of these 3 pillars and our focus of creating a world-class investment environment. But before that, let me make some initial observations concerning the changing business environment. During the past 10 years, the world has seen significant changes. New technologies are forcing difficult structural adjustments on some industries, but are also opening up new opportunities for others. Technology is changing the way we do business, the way we live, the way we communicate, and how we communicate. Saudi Arabia, who is investing heavily in innovation and human capital, is a testament to this, such that now we have one of the most tech-savvy population in the world. As a McKinsey Global Flow report last year found, we are in the top 10 countries in the world in adopting new technologies, covering business, social media, and many other aspects of technology. It's easy to see why people like Eric Schmidt and from Google and Bill McDermott from SAP are here with us today. In the next 15 years, there will be over 2 billion new middle-class consumers in the world. And over half of the world's companies, which are more than $1 billion, will be in what we today call emerging economies. Naturally, as global opportunities has increased, so too has competition. To remain competitive, governments must create the optimum investment climate for their countries and for their investors. Capital is more mobile than ever before. Competition among governments for every investment dollar or euro or renminbi is fierce. If there is one defining feature of this new global climate, it is this: those who stand still will be left behind. Continuing is a precondition for success. This is has striven to create for investors a truly world-class environment. Let's now look at the first pillar of our investment plans, initiating a positive new phase in foreign direct investment. To build upon our past experience, our focus over the past 2 years has been to create the right balance between the needs of investors and the needs of the kingdom. To this end, we've been listening to our investors and conducted one of the most wide-ranging study of Saudi Arabia investment environment ever we did before. We've examined both the domestic and the international investors' perspective, and we've acted on the findings by doing the following: bringing together relevant governments to break down barriers identified by investors. And today, we have more than 8 cross-functional teams from the government addressing important issues that were identified by the investors. We've clarified for investors the requirements and increased the transparency. As a matter of fact, all the requirements for obtaining a foreign investment license is put in one single document posted on our website. We've introduced a fast-track process that will enable investors licenses within 5 days and only 4 documents that are required. We have an average service time shown on our website depicting the average service time over 30 days, and we've been averaging 5 to 7 days for new licenses. Most significantly, we are developing sector-specific investment plans as we work towards a national investment plan that will coordinate our efforts across all areas of government and focus on priority sectors. This is a true collective effort by many government agencies together to put these national investment plans. The primary purpose of this is to help diversify the economy, create jobs, knowledge transfer by doing the following: integrate investment in the energy and utility sector and capture value-added chemical industries. Grow healthcare, ICT, transportation, and mining. Transform the service sector, including tourism, financial services, professional consulting, and real estate. And competitiveness through focusing on education, innovation, and R&D. And we've begun identifying individual sector-specific investments. Already, we've identified healthcare and transportation investments valued at $140 billion in the coming 5 years, and will be announcing opportunities in other sectors in the near future. To make it easier than ever before, foreign investors, as well as local investors, can access these, we will be compiling all opportunities in a central database which investors can access via an app that you can download on your iPhone. It will be announced during this forum, this application. We will also introduce new matchmaking service to directly connect specific opportunities with individual investors, local and international. Let me now come to the second pillar in creating for investors world-class investment environment, unlocking the potential of the kingdom for investors. Saudi Arabia offers huge potential for foreign investors. We possess the largest economy in the region, 20. It's a powerful tribute to the late King Abdullah to our economy, that our economy has actually tripled in size over the past decade, with the IMF forecasting robust growth over the next 5 years. We emerged from the global financial crisis as one of the world's most resilient economies and have very low public debt, a stable currency, low inflation, and a healthy foreign reserves. We also have a highly strategic location and are putting in place huge investments in infrastructure and human capital. Given these investments, it's no surprise that productivity growth in the private sector has averaged an impressive 3.4% annually since 2005, according to the IMF. Crucially, we also have the budgetary strength to deliver the investment that investors need and will elevate Saudi Arabia's competitiveness and living standards for generations to come. This last point is critical and also an apt point to finish my remarks here. Our third and final pillar is our commitment to win-win outcomes for both investors and Saudi Arabia. Investors benefit via a positive investor-focused environment and vast growing economy that has huge potential. And of course, the kingdom also wins. More investment, carefully supported, means more growth, more jobs, and more wealth creation for Saudis. So then, the more we can do to unlock the benefits of the kingdom, the greater the rewards that will flow to investors themselves and to our nation. That is what win-win means to us, and it is the philosophy at the heart of Saudi Arabia's new investment phase. Of course, our country has been welcoming investments for many, many years. My message to you today is that the kingdom is committed on creating world-class environment for investors, and the commitment starts today by renewed energy and renewed action. To investors here today and around the world, both current and prospective, I want to assure you that we are only an email or a phone call away to assist you with your investment decisions in Saudi Arabia. And as the world changes faster than ever, and as Saudi Arabia changes with it, we very much hope that you will join us in our exciting journey of transforming our country. And as we always say, don't settle for less. Be part of our exciting journey. Have a wonderful forum.
شكرا معالي المحافظ. نتوقف الآن مع فيلم وثائقي يحكي قصة النجاح التي حققها منتدى التنافسية الدولي انطلاقا من العام 2007.
ابدأ من حيث انتهى منافسوك. فلسفة للتنافس بين الاقتصادات العالمية المختلفة دفعت الكثير من الحكومات والشركات والأفراد في القرن 21 إلى تنافسية مبنية على العلم والابتكار لتنتج منظومات اقتصادية أكثر ازدهارا وتطورا واستقرارا وتكاملا تسهم في مواجهة التحديات للاقتصادات العالمية المتنامية والمترابطة. ولإيجاد بيئة استثمارية أكثر تنافسية تنمو وتزدهر فيها منشآت قطاع الأعمال، أطلقت الهيئة العامة للاستثمار في المملكة العربية السعودية منتدى التنافسية الدولي في عام 2007 ليصبح اللقاء السنوي مع نخبة من كبار القادة السياسيين والعلماء المبدعين والمبتكرين والمفكرين ورجال الأعمال من مختلف دول العالم لمناقشة القضايا ذات العلاقة بتنافسية الاقتصادات والاهتمام بمعالجة التحديات التنافسية المحلية والعالمية ومناقشة المواضيع ذات العلاقة بالتنافسية مثل بيئة الأعمال والتجارة الدولية والتنمية المستدامة والبيئة وتطوير الموارد البشرية والابتكار التي ترسم المشهد الاقتصادي. وعلى مر 7 سنين لانطلاقة منتدى التنافسية عقدت 7 دورات كان نهجها جميعا رفع مستويات التنافسية في لب استراتيجيات التنمية الاقتصادية، فأثمرت بذلك العديد من الرؤى والأفكار، ترجم العديد منها إلى مبادرات كان لها الأثر البارز في تعزيز مفهوم التنافسية على المستوى المحلي والعالمي. كما حظي المنتدى على مدى هذه السنوات برعاية ملكية سامية وباهتمام إعلامي محلي ودولي لافت. ويأتي تنظيم منتدى التنافسية الدولي الثامن هذا العام في إطار الجهود المبذولة من أجل إيجاد منظومة متكاملة لتنمية وتطوير الاستثمار في المملكة وإبراز فرص الاستثمار الواعدة التي تزخر بها المملكة بالتنسيق مع الجهات المنظمة لكل قطاع من القطاعات المستهدفة، والعمل على تعزيز بيئة الاستثمار وسهولة أداء الأعمال، حيث تتركز محاور المنتدى لهذا العام على تنافسية القطاع الحكومي والعوامل التي ستساعد على تقدم النمو والازدهار الاقتصادي المنشود، وتسليط الضوء على أهم التغييرات التي يساهم فيها القطاع الخارجي في دول العالم في تبني معايير التنافسية المسؤولة والبناءة كبيئة العمل والعطاء الذكي والموهبة وتوفر المعايير والالتزام بها وشبكة الإمداد والابتكار والتواصل. وهذه المعايير أيضا تغطي التعليم والتدريب وإيجاد الفرص الوظيفية والممارسات الصديقة للبيئة والاستفادة من مبادرات ومقترحات أكثر من 60 متحدثاً و3000 شخصية مشاركة من قطاعات الأعمال السعودية والعالمية، وتشكيل تحالفات وصداقات اقتصادية تنافسية جديدة مع المملكة العربية السعودية، التي عملت بدورها على تهيئة كافة البنى التحتية للتنافسية في مختلف الحكومية، والتي أنتجت اقتصادا قويا ومتينا وأكثر انفتاحا ومرونة.
إذن مسيرة حافلة بالإنجاز لمنتدى تنافسية الدولي. دون تأخير ننتقل إلى الجلسة الأولى في المنتدى لهذا العام، وهي بعنوان تنافسية القطاع الحكومي والمملكة العربية السعودية إلى العالم. يدير هذه الجلسة بيتر مندلسون، عضو حزب العمال البريطاني ورئيس مركز الأبحاث الدولي بوليسي نتورك. في عجالة سأتحدث عن اللورد مندلسون الذي وافقت إدارة المنتدى برأيي أو وفقت برأيي في استقطابه لهذا العام. يعد اللورد مندلسون من أشهر أعضاء حزب العمال البريطاني ومن الذين ساهموا في تطوير الحزب. شغل عدة حقائب وزارية خاصة في المجال الاقتصادي في حكومتي رئيسي الوزراء توني بلير وغوردون براون، كما عمل كمفوض تجاري للاتحاد الأوروبي وعضو في البرلمان البريطاني. الكلمة لك الآن لورد مندلسون.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and it's a great pleasure and a great honor for me to be making another return visit to Saudi Arabia. It's great to be back in this country. And the subject of this whole conference and the focus of this first panel will be on what makes a country competitive. Now, obviously, we are seeing a dramatic transformation of the kingdom in so many different ways. It changes and develops almost year by year. It's spectacular, it's impressive, but there is still a long way to go because, as the governor made absolutely clear in his introduction, Saudi Arabia is engaged in a global race. It's not competing with itself, it's competing, and not just in this region, but internationally. Now, obviously, Saudi's geography, its resources, its institutions, the strength of its markets, the development of its people, are all very important and fundamental to the country's competitiveness, but also is the performance of its government, because government both sets the framework for how markets operate, labour, product and capital markets, but also what government does to invest in the supply side of the economy, its infrastructure, its education and training, and its universities. Now, 30 years ago, when President Reagan held sway in the United States and Mrs. Thatcher held sway in Britain, there was a very sort of clear idea of what government should do to help the competitiveness of their countries, and that was to do as little as possible and to keep as much as possible out of the way of business, and therefore low taxation, low government spending and investment, reduced regulation. All that became the order of the day. Now, I think that since then we've learned that, you can't separate government from the operation of the economy as a whole, and actually public investment, for example, in education, infrastructure, all play a very, very important role. And that it's the government itself, its activity, its different interventions in the economy have a big impact on a country's competitiveness, and the job is to make that intervention, that impact of government, as positive as possible. Now, I want to explore these questions in this first panel this morning, and we've got an excellent set of panelists to help us do so. Mr. Al-Rabi, the Trade and Commerce Minister, at the end, Mr. Al-Barak, the Civil Service Commissioner. We have the German ambassador here in the middle to give us some German and European experience. Mr. Gilari, the former Prime Minister of Georgia, and Mr. Al-Jada, the CEO of Elm. I'm going to turn to the Trade and Commerce Minister first, Mr. Al-Rabi, and I've got some questions to put to you about the competitiveness of Saudi's economy and where it's going and your own role. But I think, first of all, you have a video that you want to share with us. So let's have a look at the video, and then I'll ask you some questions off the back of it.
وزارة التجارة خلال فترة أظنها ما عادت تحاكي الناس بالورق. يعني حول ما تصير بنك وزارة التجارة موقعها مرة متقدم.
Well, Minister, that was a good video, and I can see the direction in which you want to take your own ministry in the country as a whole. Let me ask you on the back of that. You know, for an economy to grow and for businesses to form and succeed, they need free access to markets to bring their goods and services to market. particularly small and medium-sized enterprises who sometimes have difficulty getting access to markets which are dominated by larger businesses that are already there. Tell us, if you will, what your ministry is doing and what the government as a whole is doing to encourage the creation of small and medium-sized enterprises, and how are you opening up domestic markets to new goods and services to enable those smaller new enterprises to flourish in those markets?
Thank you. If you excuse me, I will speak in Arabic, as I think most of the attendees speak Arabic. So if you can have the translation set up.
Go ahead.
Okay. أول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وأسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير، وحقيقة سعيد جدا بالمشاركة في منتدى التنافسية، وأشكر الإخوة في الهيئة العامة للاستثمار على حسن التنظيم وحسن إعداد، ومتوقع إن شاء الله نطلع بنتائج مميزة من هذا المنتدى المتميز دائما. فيما يتعلق ب خلينا نقول الدخول لقطاع الأعمال وسهولة التعاملات في الدولة، وكذلك الدخول للسوق السعودي، بالتأكيد نحن دورنا في الدولة هو دور تنظيمي ودور تحفيزي كذلك، وكل ما سهلنا للقطاع الخاص أن يبدأ ويعمل كل ما ساعدنا على تنمية الاقتصاد. فكل منشأة اقتصادية، كل منشأة تجارية تعمل أو صناعية حقيقة هي إضافة للاقتصاد، هي هدية للاقتصاد، هي دعم للاقتصاد. فدورنا حقيقة هو التحفيز والتسهيل، وكل ما يدعم القطاع الخاص أن ينمو. وكذلك من الجهة الأخرى يجب أن نكون منظمين لعمل القطاع الخاص، لأن القطاع الخاص لن يستطيع أن ينمو إذا ما كان هناك تنظيم القطاع الخاص من بعض، وكذلك يساعد في خلق بيئة تجارية جاذبة. نحن أتكلم في وزارة التجارة، وأعتقد القطاع الحكومية الثانية نسعى إلى تسهيل الإجراءات بقدر الإمكان. شفتوا الفيديو كيف إجراءاتنا حرصنا تكون سهلة سريعة جدا، والأهم أن نفعل التسهيل في البداية وتفعيل الدور الرقابة اللاحقة، بحيث أن تركيز على فقط من يخالف الأنظمة، لكن من يكون ملتزم هو الذي نريد أن نشجعه ونريد ندعمه، ونريد أن نطور يعني كل ما يتعلق بقطاع الأعمال وقطاع الصناعة بشكل أفضل. كذلك أعتقد الSMEs هم من يحتاجون كذلك تسهيل بشكل أكبر في الإجراءات، لأنهم حقيقة الإجراءات الحكومية مكلفة على الSMEs أكثر بكثير من القطاعات الكبيرة بحكم إمكانيات الSMEs. لهذا السبب حرصنا تكون خدمات مميزة، وحرصنا على وجود كذلك وسيلة تواصل معنا، فوضعنا رقم اتصال لرد على أي سؤال يتعلق من شركات والمؤسسات الصغيرة، كيف يبدأون، وما هي الحوافز المتاحة، وما هي النقاط التي يجب أن يأخذون في الاعتبار عند بداية عملهم. فالحمد لله نتائج كبيرة، وجدنا نمو كبير في عدد السجلات التي تصدر، كذلك علامات تجارية بعد تسهيلها ارتفعت عدم حجم التسجيل فيها بأكثر من 50%، وهذا حقيقة شيء جيد كذلك لحماية الملكية الفكرية، وهذا من حقيقة من الأمور كذلك اللي مهمة جدا لتنمية القطاع الخاص، وبالذات القطاع الخاص المنشآت الصغيرة. حماية الملكية الفكرية هذه من القطاعات التي سوف أكبر في الفترة القادمة، حتى نضمن أن كل من يعمل بفكر جديد ويضيف فكرة جديدة
We're back now. Are we back? Okay, I think we're back now. Yes? Yes, I think we're back now.
تسمعوني؟ Do you hear me? أوكي طيب الموضوع الثاني فيما يتعلق في دخول السوق السعودي أو كذلك تواصل السوق السعودي مع الأسواق العالمية. نحن حريصين جدا على تنمية الصادرات وتحفيزها وتقديم كل ما يساعد على تنمية الصادرات السعودية. منذ عدة سنوات عملت اتفاقية التجارة الحرة العربية بين الدول العربية، أعتقد عملت في عام 2005. حقيقة من بعد عمل التجارة انطلقت تقريبا في عام 2007، خلال 5 سنوات ارتفعت الصادرات السعودية الغير بترولية إلى الدول العربية تقرب 6 أضعاف. حقيقة كانت يعني نتائجها مميزة وساعدت في تنمية الصادرات بشكل هائل. والآن نعمل على عمل اتفاقيات تجارة حرة مع كثير من إما التكتلات الاقتصادية وبعض الدول. هناك بعض الاتفاقيات التي تقريبا انتهت المراحل النهائية، اتفاقية مع سنغافورة واتفاقية مع دول إفتا، وكذلك الآن اتفاقية مع نيوزيلندا في المرحلة الأخيرة. كذلك هناك طبعا نقاشات مع مجموعة دول وتكتلات اقتصادية مختلفة لفتح الأسواق بشكل أفضل للمنتجات السعودية. كذلك من جهتنا كذلك تنمية الصادرات، سعينا إلى انطلاقة هيئة الصادرات السعودية حقيقة التي تعمل بكفاءة. العام الماضي شاركنا في 13 معرض دولي بأجنحة سعودية مختلفة، واستطعنا استقطاب كثير من الشركات خصوصا المتوسطة والصغيرة لعرض منتجاتهم وكذلك مساعدتهم في التصدير، ونتوقع إن شاء الله يكون نتائج أفضل في الفترة القادمة.
Okay. Let me ask you one follow-up question, if I may, and that's about foreign investment into the Saudi economy and how open you are to foreign direct investment, but also what the role of both domestic and foreign investment is in collaborating between public and private sectors, and what the emphasis is of your ministry and your government is on promoting public and private partnerships. Is this something that you attach importance to? And what are you doing to encourage the creation of these partnerships, using, as I say, both domestic and foreign investment?
Okay. في هنا أكثر من سؤال طبعا. فيما يتعلق في الببليك برايفت بارتنرشيب اللي هو الشراكة بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص، أعتقد في تجارب كثيرة جيدة، وأعرف فيها الدولة تهتم بتنمية العلاقة مع القطاع الخاص، وهناك مجموعة من التجارب ناجحة. مثلا في مجال تحت المياه هناك محطات تحلية ضخمة عملت بالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص، الكهرباء كذلك عملت بالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص في مجالات كثيرة. كذلك الآن في مجال الموانئ كثير موانئ يديرها شركات خاصة بعلاقات تشغيل مع الدولة. كل هذه بالتأكيد ساعدت على زيادة كفاءة. دائما نعلم أن القطاع الخاص يعني يمكن أكثر كفاءة في العمليات الإنتاجية أو التصنيعية، بينما الحكومة ممكن تركز في عملية التنظيم وحماية الحقوق لكل الأفراد. فهذه حقيقة كانت قصص نجاح، وأعرف أن هناك اهتمام أكثر بتوفيرها. والسؤال الأول, the first question is, I forgot the first question. What's the first question?
Don't worry, because I think that's the important point. And I want to take this opportunity of saying to everyone here in the room, we'd like to hear your views and questions. If you're, for example, have experience of trying to create a smaller or build a medium-sized enterprise in the kingdom, and you want to share your experience or put a question to the Minister, please indicate to me a little later on with your hand. Or if you're from an enterprise that's has had or is trying to form a partnership, an enterprise partnership between public and private sector, I'd like to know your experience of the regulations and in the kingdom that help or hinder you doing so. So please think what sort of questions or points you want to make, and when we have arrive at that moment, we have that time, I want you to indicate the question that you have. I want at this stage, if I may, to go on to Mr. Al-Barak, the Civil Service Minister, because it's clear from what your colleague has been saying, that the government takes a lot of pride in minimizing bureaucracy and speeding up the time that it takes for businesses to be created and to get off the ground. I think that's very important. But as Civil Service Minister, you have a direct relationship to the government's efficiency in a whole number of other areas as well, including the use of information and technology in increasing the efficiency of the government, particularly in the delivery of its policies and programs. I'd like, therefore, to ask you, Minister, first, if I may, during your time as Minister, what emphasis has been placed by the government on the efficient delivery of its own services, and how modernized and to what extent are you introducing information and communications technologies, for example, in the health service and other services, and in the collection of big data, to make sure that the government itself is keeping up with the times?
Thank you. سعيد بوجودي معكم في اللقاء، ولعلي أتطرق على موضوع هام فيما يتعلق what makes government competitive. يعني فالتأكيد أن هناك العديد من المتغيرات ذات العلاقة بخلق اقتصاديات قادرة على المنافسة، ولكن هناك جانب مهم وهو الدور المأمول للقطاع الحكومي في بناء اقتصاديات منافسة. وعندما نتحدث عن هذا الموضوع بالتأكيد احنا نتحدث عن مفهوم التنمية الإدارية للقطاع الحكومي، أو ما يسمى بالكاباسيتي بيلدينجز أو الانستتيوشناليزيشنز بيلدينجز للقطاعات أو الأجهزة الحكومية. كيف نرى هذا القطاع الحكومي ودوره في الاقتصاد؟ بالتأكيد الجميع يدرك دور الأجهزة الحكومية في التنمية الإدارية، وكذلك في دفع عجلة التنمية، وكذلك في إدارة برامج وخطط التنمية. فلذلك دائما السؤال الذي يطرح وهو ما يجب أن تكون عليه القطاعات الحكومية. بالتأكيد هناك إجابات يعني واضحة وصريحة. نحتاج أن يكون القطاع الحكومي efficient, يعني effective و transparent و responsible و accountable. هذه كلها تعتبر القيم الأساسية التي بالإمكان نحن نقيم عليها القطاعات الحكومية. وهناك بعد كذلك توجه آخر يتعلق بمفهوم الشراكة مع NGO مؤسسات المجتمع المدني. نأتي لجانب مهم في أول القطاعات الحكومية والدور المأمول. حنا لا نتحدث عن الماضي، ولكن نتحدث عن transformations أو يعني محاولات جديدة في تغيير مفهوم الخدمة في القطاع الحكومي، وهو ما يسمى بالنيو بابليك مانجمنت، كإحلال لمفهوم الإدارة العامة. وهذه مفاهيم أساسية تمحورت على 4 محاور رئيسية، وهي الأساس الذي يعني في وزارة الخدمة المدنية احنا انطلقنا من هذه التوجهات الأساسية. طبعا لما نتكلم عن نيو بابليك مانجمنت والنظرة للخدمات المقدمة من الأجهزة الحكومية بنظرة ليس فقط نظرة خدمة المواطن، ولكن احنا كيف ننظر إلى هذه الخدمة من مفهوم العملاء، وأن المواطن هو شريك في هذه الخدمة، وننظر إلى هذه الخدمة أو تقديم هذه الخدمة بتميز للمواطن، أو ما يسمى بالديو بروسيس للخدمات الأجهزة الحكومية. لما نتحدث هناك 4 محاور رئيسية في هذا الجانب. يمكن لو تحدث زميلي الدكتور توفيق فيما يتعلق بالشراكة مع القطاع الخاص، وهذه يمثل أحد المحاور الرئيسية، وكذلك موضوع الخصخصة، وهذا جانب معين. المحور الآخر في نيو بابليك مانجمنت أعتقد أنه يتعلق بثبات الإنفاق الحكومي، وكذلك ما يتعلق لمجموع الموظفين العامين، وما يتعلق بالداون سايزنج، وهذا يعتبر ترند في كثير من الدول. هذا جانب مهم لابد نأخذه في الحسبان، نحن كيف نحن ندير بأقل الموارد الأساسية، وكيف نحن يكون عندنا قيادات إدارية متميزة في هذا الجانب. محورين أساسيين آخرين هو اللي حنا نتطلع عليه وبنينا خططنا المستقبلية لما يجب أن تكون عليه الخدمة المدنية بشكل عام أو القطاع الحكومي، وهو موضوع الاستثمار بالتقنية. كل في مراجعتنا كل خطط الإصلاح سواء في بريطانيا أو في أمريكا أو في عدة دول كلها وجهت أو شكلت مفهوم التقنية واستخدام التقنية في تقديم الخدمات يعتبر أحد المحاور. الجانب الآخر هو ما يسمى بالتوتال كواليتي مانجمنت اللي هو الخدمة الشاملة، وحنا نتحدث هنا عن الإفشنسي والإفكتفنس، وكذلك يعني نتحدث عن المساءلة للأجهزة الحكومية. As a minister, when you come to your questions of what's in our mind في هذا الموضوع، بالتأكيد بالنسبة للمنافسة في رأيي طبعا تمثل تحدي لوزير الخدمة المدنية، سواء تحدي نحن نتنافس مع أنفسنا، نتنافس مع المواطن في طموحاته لمستوى الخدمة الذي يسعى إليها المواطن أو يحصل عليها المواطن. نحن في تنافس مع الأجهزة الحكومية الأخرى، نحن في تنافس مع الدول الأخرى، فلذلك مفهوم المنافسة كفكرة هي صراحة جزء يومي من عملنا اليومي. طبعا احنا إذا حدثنا هذا الموضوع، ماذا تعني لنا كلمة المنافسة؟ تعني لنا تحدي يومي نسعى إلى تلبية متطلبات معينة، ولكن هذه المتطلبات بالتأكيد نحتاج إلى جوانب معينة رئيسية، نحتاج إلى leaderships، نحتاج إلى innovations فيما يتعلق، نحتاج إلى process يساعدنا على الorganizational change في الأجهزة الحكومية فيما يتعلق بالادابتيشن لأي inventions أو أي innovations في هذا الموضوع. فلذلك هذه الأمور أخذناها بالحسبان، ولكن لما نسأل ماذا قدمنا في هذه الجوانب، لعلنا نتحدث عن بعض المشاريع. أنا أشير إلى بعض المشاريع فقط. من مفهوم الإطار الذي تحدثت عنه على المفهوم الجديد للنيو بابليك مانجمنت في القطاعات الحكومية، طبعا بالتأكيد هذا موجود كل الأجهزة الحكومية، ولكن حنا نتحدث عن بعض المبادرات التي أخذت طابع الناشونالز، أو أنها ليست فقط على وزارة الخدمة المدنية، هناك كثير من المبادرات لوزارة الخدمة المدنية، ولكن نتحدث عن مشاريع يحتضنها مجلس الخدمة المدنية، يحتضنها معهد الإدارة العامة، تحتضنها اللجنة العليا للتنظيم الإداري، ولكن أتحدث عن بعض يسير من هذه المشاريع للإجابة على تساؤل الذي طرح كدور وزارة الخدمة المدنية. أعتقد موضوع لو أخذنا في موضوع تبسيط الإجراءات الحكومية، ندرك أنه يمثل لبعض الدول كما حصل في الهند، يمثل موضوع الفايتنج الريد تيب يمثل أولوية في الحملة الانتخابية للحكومة التي تولت السلطة في هذا الموضوع. إذا ماذا عملنا في هذا الموضوع؟ ندرك أنه تسهيل الإجراءات في الأجهزة الحكومية والري انجينيرنج للإجراءات اللي موجودة في الأجهزة الحكومية بالتأكيد بتكون لها دور أساسي في فوسترنج للقطاع الخاص. طبعا حنا ندرك جميعا أنه مفهوم اللي هو الماركت ايكونومي أو اللي هو السوق الحر، طبعا أعتقد أفضل الاقتصاديات هي الاقتصاديات اللي يكون عندنا سوق حر وكذلك يكون عندنا تنظيم وريجوليشنز معين. هذا الشيء ولكن احنا وين وي درو ذا لاين أعتقد هو السؤال الأصعب اللي حنا نحاول أن نجاوب عليه من هذا المشروع. هذا المشروع إن شاء الله في مراحله النهائية للعمل مع بيوت خبرة معينة لتنفيذ هذا المشروع، بحيث أن هناك هندسة إجراءات لكثير من الإجراءات المستخدمة في القطاعات الحكومية، وما ينعكس على هذا المشروع فيما يتعلق بكذلك إعادة ومراجعة كثير من الأنظمة واللوائح والريجوليشنز لتنظيم بعض القطاعات، وهذا نؤمل عليه شيء كبير في هذا الجانب. جانب مهم I might add just two points. جانب مهم، يعني لما نتحدث عن المساءلة احنا نتحدث عن انه يفترض في الليدرشيبز اللي موجوده في القطاع الحكومي انه بقائهم واستمرارهم في العمل مرهون بانجازاتهم التي يتم التحقيق عليها. بمعنى اخر نحن نسعى بمشروع لدى مجلس الخدمه المدنيه يتعلق بالعلاقه التعاقديه وليست العلاقه اللائحيه التي احنا نمارسها المشاريع. مشروع اخر يتعلق اعتقد ان سمعنا قبل يمكن أقل من شهر ونص مؤتمر عن القيادات في معهد الإدارة العامة عقد، ولكن كذلك هناك برنامج أعد في معهد الإدارة العامة يتعلق بمركز القيادات الحكومية، وهذا ليس فقط هو استقطاب والكشف، ولكن هو إعداد تنمية وتدريب لقيادات حكومية قادرة على بناء رؤية مستقبلية لما يجب أن يكون عليها القطاع الحكومي، بحيث أنه نبني قطاع حكومي قادر على إدارة البرامج التنمية إلى دفع الاقتصاد إلى التنافسية. وبالتأكيد حنا ندرك جيدا أن القطاع الحكومي هو صاحب السياسات، هو متخذ القرارات، فلذلك كثير من الأمور اللي تهم القطاع الخاص بالتأكيد ستنعكس على هذه البرامج وما ستقدمه هذا البرامج. كذلك هناك برنامج يتعلق بإيجاد برنامج إكزاكتيف لمدة سنة أو سنة ونصف في معهد الإدارة العامة يتعلق بالبابليك بوليسي كبرنامج، وهذا كله في الواقع ينصب في خلق قيادات إدارية متميزة. يعني هناك بعض الانيشيتيفز ولكن سأتحدث عنها لاحقا if you give me the chance to speak.
Well, Minister, I think you've made a very important point there, that people who work in the government for the people, who are directly responsible for the delivery of public services, are there to really serve the public and not just please themselves. And that's a very important point that you have stressed, and I welcome that. Can I ask one question, though? You're talking about increasing the professionalization, modernization of the economy and of the government and its services within that. All that involves high levels of public spending, and obviously the very large volume of public spending available to the government here flows from the huge oil revenues and the previous price of oil. Some banks, international banks, the American Citibank, for example, has put out a client note suggesting that real government expenditure is going to fall this year and in subsequent years because of the reduced oil price. Do you think that that will be the case, and do you think that we're seeing a structural shift in the oil price and therefore the revenues available to the government, or are we seeing more a blip? Either of you. There's a bit of buck passing here.
No, I did pass.
شكرا. بالتأكيد يعني البترول مصدر دخل مهم للمملكة، لكن على الجانب الثاني نرى أن هناك نمو جيد للقطاع الخاص، والمملكة صرفت كثير على تنمية القطاع الخاص وتنمية البنية التحتية، ونتوقع أن نرى نتائج إيجابية من هذه التنمية. ورأينا كثير من النتائج التي حدثت الآن من ناحية نمو كبير في الاقتصاد، نمو في الصادرات، نمو في القطاع الخاص. دور القطاع الخاص الآن في الاقتصاد أكبر من السابق بكثير، ونتوقع أن طبعا تستمر المملكة في الإنفاق خلال السنوات القادمة القريبة، خصوصا لدينا احتياطيات جيدة لدى المملكة، فهذا بيساعد إن شاء الله على استمرار الإنفاق بما يضمن أن اقتصاد المملكة يستمر وينمو القطاع الخاص ويكون له دور أكبر في السنوات القادمة.
Thank you very much. I want to just skip down the panel, if I may, to Mr. Al-Jarrah, the CEO of ELM, just to continue this theme of modernizing the government machine, or modernizing and bringing higher levels of technological innovation in what the government does and in the delivery of public services. Now, your organization supplies such technological innovations and solutions to public services. What progress have you made? How receptive are those public services to innovation? And what are your next priorities? What are your next targets in taking forward this essential modernization?
Thank you. الحقيقة عمل شركة علم ينصب حول نفس الأفكار اللي ذكرت في السابق قبل قليل، وهو أن شركة علم تعتمد الشراكة مع القطاع الحكومي لهدف رفع الفعالية والإنتاجية. شاهدنا مشاهدات كبيرة جدا خلال عملنا مع الجهات الحكومية في كيف تستطيع أن تنقل أعمال كانت تعد من الأعمال يعني البيروقراطية تأخذ وقت طويل إلى أعمال يعني فعاليتها عالية جدا وتقدم بطريقة توفر على القطاع الحكومي يعني الوقت والجهد. من الأشياء اللي يعني ليست مثال فقط لشركة علم وإنما لجميع الشركات اللي تعمل، وأظن هذا الهدف في التنافسية بالمشاركة بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام، هو أن تضيف هذه الشركات للقطاع الحكومي مجموعة من الإضافات التي تتميز بها. على سبيل المثال من أهم ما رأينا يعني هو أن نغير مفهوم المراجع للقطاع الحكومي إلى الضيف عند القطاع الحكومي، أو البعض يسميها العميل. والهدف من ذلك أن تنقل مقدم الخدمة من القطاع الحكومي من نظرته إلى السؤال المعتاد يعني عندما يأتيه أحد المواطنين من سؤاله ماذا لديك إلى سؤال كيف أخدمك. وهذا هو يعني في نظرتنا نقلة تنفع المواطن وكذلك تنفع القطاع الخاص كذلك. رأينا كذلك في التحول إلى استخدام التقنية مجموعة من الفوائد اللي عادت على القطاع الحكومي وعادت كذلك على الوطن وعلى الاقتصاد بالمنفعة. فعلى سبيل المثال عند تحويل
Can you give a couple of examples of where that's been achieved successfully?
بالضبط. هناك مجموعة من الأمثلة التي يعني قدمت فيها بعض الأنظمة الإلكترونية ونقلت القطاع الحكومي بشكل كبير. على سبيل المثال تم في مجموعة من الوزارات بعض الأعمال، أذكر على سبيل المثال وزارة العمل وصندوق الموارد البشرية قدم نظام حافز للباحثين عن العمل. هذا النظام سجل 5 مليون حسب إحصائيات وزارة العمل أو حول هذا الرقم، واستطاع أن يحدد الباحثين عن العمل الحقيقيين إلى رقم في حوالي 1,000,000. انظر إذا كنت ممكن تعمل هذا العمل بشكل يدوي ومن خلال مكاتب سوف يأخذ هذا العمل وقت طويل. تم هذا العمل خلال قرابة من 7 إلى 8 شهور في وزارة العمل وصندوق الموارد البشرية. إنجاز كبير جدا وفر على البلد الكثير. أعود إلى مثال إلى الأشياء اللي يستفيد منها القطاع الحكومي. الفائدة الأولى التي أراها أن القطاع الحكومي أصبح يتفرغ إلى أعماله. هناك بعض الخدمات الإلكترونية أو كانت في القبل غير إلكترونية، عندما حولت إلكترونية في سنة واحدة انخفض الحاجة للذهاب إلى ذلك القطاع إلى 80%. 80% من المواطنين ومن قطاع الأعمال تحول استخدام العمليات الإلكترونية. هذا يعطي القطاع الحكومي القدرة على تركيز على أعماله وعلى رفع الإنتاجية ورفع الفعالية داخل القطاع. الشيء الثاني كذلك يعطي القطاع الحكومي القدرة على التحكم وكذلك عمل الدراسات اللازمة لمعرفة استخدام هذه العمليات واستخدام هذه للاقتصاد الوطني فائدة كبيرة جدا. يعني انظر إلى كم وفرنا من رحلات بالسيارة ومن رحلات بالطائرة لتنفيذ عملية معينة، أو انظر إلى وطباعة والذهاب والمناقشة حتى تحصل على الخدمة. اليوم كل هذه في كثير من القطاعات الحكومية ولله الحمد تتم بشكل إلكتروني. أختم ذلك بأن أفضل يعني وأهم شيء حصلناه من هذه هو إسعاد المواطن. المواطن بعد أن تقدم له هذه الخدمة يرضى عن الخدمة، يرضى عن العمل، ويرضى عن الحكومة، وهذا يعني هو واجب يطالب فيه القطاع الحكومي، في أن في النهاية هو مستفيدك هو المواطن. لا شك أن الأشياء هذه والتطور في تقنية المعلومات هو يعني مطلب، وأنا يعني أن مشاهدتنا يعني من شركة علم في الوضع في المملكة العربية السعودية تغير كبير جدا في يعني أن المواطن يطلب التقنية والقطاعات الحكومية تتسابق وتقدم تقنيات مميزة. هذا كله في الحقيقة يثلج الصدر. بالنسبة للتحديات، هناك تحديات لا شك، نحن ننظر إلى المعلومات والجميع ينظر إلى المعلومات على أنها ثروة، والثروة هذه يجب الحفاظ عليها كما تحافظ على أي ثروة أخرى. فهناك تهديد لا شك لكيف في تعاملنا مع هذه المعلومات. التهديد يأتي من جانب الخصوصية، وكيف نضمن خصوصية الفرد، خصوصية المنشآت، خصوصية المجتمع ككل عندما نتعامل مع هذه المعلومات. وفي نفس الوقت هناك تهديد من الناحية الأمنية لهذه المعلومات، وليس خفيا يعني خطورة ما يحاك في جميع أنحاء العالم وما يحاك لهذه البلد، سواء في أمن معلوماتها من الناحية التجارية أو حتى من الناحية السياسية. فسوف يكون يعني من الهام جدا يعني دعم هذا التطور وهذا الإنجاز الذي يتم في القطاع الحكومي، دعمه بإمكانيات عالية جدا في توفير الأمن لهذه المعلومات. وهناك مبادرات يعني مميزة جدا في البلد الآن، وأعرف أن المركز القومي للأمن الإلكتروني قد أنشأ، وهذا بمشيئة الله سوف يشارك مع بقية أجهزة الحكومية في ضمان أن تبقى المعلومة آمنة وأن تعطى فقط لمن يحتاجها. وشكرا.
So the kingdom is ready for anyone who wants to play cyber warfare with your data and your information.
Well, we should be ready. We should be ready, but it is an endless game, I would say. It's not something that we could say we're ready now and we sit. It will continue and will require resources, requires advancement in technology within the country, and we have to protect ourselves all the time.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to get a little bit of... Do you want to come in just very quickly, Minister?
Yeah. I would like to come.
Very quickly, because I want to turn to our outside guests.
Yeah, just I want to add comments related to the information technology or the استخدام التقنية في القطاع الحكومي. The way we see it, كوزارة الخدمة المدنية, it's not a choice to use the technology, the information technology. It's a must. This is the way, how do we see it? So we invest in the information technology at the Ministry of the Civil Service, and even we steer and we drive the other agency to adapt with our technology just to make sure that this is a first one priority for the Ministry of the Civil Service. We are working with Al-Ilm company on so many projects, and also what we have, our vision in the future, just to empower the public agency in terms of using the information technology, and we want to be a supporter for them. Like we have a very big project, which is a national project in the ERP for the whole government. So instead of each agency building ERP for themselves, so it will be a national ERP system. We are working with YESSER. The team is hosted at the Ministry of the Civil Service, and all of them, they are working, I mean, with the drives that to finish it within 1 year. Okay. So it will be a prototype for the whole government agency in terms of the ERP, which is a very big project. There is a huge budget for this project, but we are willing to achieve the outcome of that project. Just to add the things about Dr. Abdurrahman, what he just said.
Thank you very much indeed. But by the way, I hope you're still thinking of questions or issues you want to raise. I'm not going to turn to you now, but can I have an indication of anyone in the room who has a question to put to the panel? I'll come to you in a moment. Was there another one I can see? I'll come to you if I may, and there's one behind you. So we'll come back to you if I may. Some foreign experience. Mr. Gulari, the former Prime Minister of Georgia. I want to talk to you, ask you about what you, from your experience, you think the government's most important role is in bringing competitiveness to an economy and creating the best environment for business. I mean, would you say that you were of the Reagan-Thatcher school, less done the better, you know,
the best thing that government can do is to get out of the way, or would you take what I would regard as a slightly more sophisticated
slightly
approach?
more sophisticated approach would be, I would guess, best.
So you're a sophisticated?
Well, yes. First of all, let me thank the hosts of this conference for great welcome and great job done. And also, before I answer your question, I would like to actually congratulate the ministers about this vision that they have, which is incredible for me. It's nothing that I've heard of this type of transformation in this part of the world. And if we are talking about government competitiveness, it's not only about reforms that we hear here, but it's also taking this information outside of this country. It's also telling to the world that this type of transformation is happening in these countries, in this kingdom. And it's also another challenge that the kingdom has to face, because telling the world about this transformation is very important. We faced that in Georgia ourselves because huge transformation in our country, but world didn't know anything about it. And we had to have a quite big image building campaign worldwide in order to show the world that the country has changed, that there was a new vision, that there was a new transformation in our country. In terms of, for us, it was very important, for example, very simple message that according to the Doing Business report of the World Bank, Georgia was 112th in the world, now it's number 8. And this is a transformation that we did in a very short period of time, and this is a message that we sent to the world. We said to the world that we created a business environment which can help you for your business to grow in our region. And that was our message, which worked very well, by the way. And this transformation took place in a very short period of time, and this transformation was the must for Georgia. I would like to say that improved business environment is the way to diversify for oil-producing countries. But improving business environment is the only way to survive for countries like Georgia. A few years ago, we had actually a matter of economic survival, and I think we had a story only with improving business environment in our country. Economy quadrupled in 8-9 years period of time.
But in that sense, what should the government do more and what should the government do less in order to improve the business environment that you're seeking?
One more time. 112th place in Doing Business report, number 8 in Doing Business report.
How did you achieve it?
In 4 years' time. Georgia was named as #1 reformer worldwide for the past 5 years.
So what did you do that was so right?
We looked at every single rule and regulation from private sector's point of view. We said that what are the rules and regulations that hinder private sector to come in the country, that hinder private sector to flourish in this country. And I'll just give you a couple of examples, if I may.
Just quick, please.
Very quick couple of examples. For example, we introduced a very simple rule, which says one government rule, which is very simple. Any government agency cannot request to the customer to bring any new paper or stamped paper from different government agency. If one government agency requires that, he or she has to do it himself. So in the past, it was like Ministry of Finance, if you wanted to register your business, would ask you to go and bring some paper from Department of Statistics, from Ministry of I don't know how many different places. Now it's very simple. You go to one place, you say that you want to register company. That's it. You cannot, by law, go to any other agency or
it's
any
a one-stop shop.
It's one-stop shop for whole government. Second, and very important, silence is consent is a principle and law that we introduced, which means that if I apply for license and if I don't get answer in 2 weeks' time, it's yes. That's it. And that actually, thank you.
That's impressive.
Why? Because bureaucrats don't think like that. Bureaucrats think like they are bosses. And we had to change their minds from I am the boss to customer is always right. And if you want to do that, the biggest obstacles, my dear ministers, that you're going to get, it's not public. It's your own bureaucrats that will not like your own reforms. And to do that is to put these two reforms together. One government principle and silence is consent, which means that the bureaucrats now have to think innovatively. They realize that they cannot ask the customer to go somewhere else. They have to do it themselves, and plus they have a short time frame to give an answer.
Sorry, did you say that time frame was 2 weeks?
Well, in some cases, 2 weeks. Yeah, for permits it's 2 weeks. For license it's 1 month. Yeah. So what?
It's coming your way.
So what bureaucrats started to do, they started to come up themselves with innovative measures, saying that, my minister, these stamps and these regulations are completely nonsense. We don't need so many stamps. We don't need so many regulations. It was on them. And bureaucrats know the best, not ministers, not prime ministers. Bureaucrats know the best how to simplify rules and regulations. We just had to create an environment where bureaucrats had to do it. And it was an incredible transformation of mindset from I am the boss to becoming customer-oriented. We created a very innovative idea of public service hall. It's actually one place where any service that a customer, citizen, or a businessman want to get is given in that one place. More than 300 different services. And you go there, and that's it, from registering marriage, registering birth, registering land, registering business, registering company, registering contract, anything, you name it, it's done there. With the minimum line of waiting, with minimum everything, with minimum price, and it's done in one place. I understand that IT technology is great, and I love it, and it's definitely the future. But in case of Georgia, I don't know how it is in case of Saudi Arabia. In case of Georgia, IT technology is great, but it takes time for public to absorb. And for example,
it takes time for them to get over the shock.
Exactly, it takes time to get over that. The paper is the king. For example, when I was Minister of Finance, I said that all taxes has to be filed electronically, and I said no problem. It's a very simple thing. Only 10% of businesses started doing that. We couldn't do anything about it until we said that it's illegal to file with paper. For some reason, even the private sector accountants loved this paper trail. They couldn't understand that it could be done electronically. So until we said that it's illegal, absolutely, to give us paper to Ministry of Finance, until then, it was impossible to push them. So changing the mindset, this one government principle, this silence is consent principle, changing of minds of bureaucrats is something that can actually push this the private sector enterprises forward, that can bring excellent business environment, and it showed in my country how it can diversify economy, how it can grow economy, how it can bring down unemployment, and actually bring know-hows from international companies.
Well, that was absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much indeed. And so, I'm going to ask the next obvious question to the German ambassador. Germany is the biggest economy in Europe. It's in many ways the best in class. Are you going to remain the best in class when you've got countries like Georgia sort of coming up so quickly on the inside track with a paperless bureaucracy, different mentality, one-stop shop, and silence is consent?
We'll work
is
very
that coming
hard.
to Germany as well?
We'll have to work very hard. As His Excellency the Governor of Sagia pointed out, all of us are engaged in a relentless competition, and if we want to stay top of the class, then we'll have to work very hard. I think in order to remain strong, giving space to the private sector is key. I think that applies to Georgia, it applies to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it applies to my country. But at the same time, I agree with you, Lord Mandelson, that government has a role to play. So if we look at why Germany has done well during the past 10 years, perhaps, I think one of 3 points I would mention here is good governance, which is a reasonable relationship between the government, between business, and between what I would call civil society, which includes such things as media, and a proper dialogue, a proper exchange between those various groups. I think that's key. It's key, for example, if you want to go about structural reforms, which Germany has done, painful, very divisive, but the only way to achieve that is to have this proper relationship between the players I mentioned. Second point I would mention is the quality of the workforce. And again, this may be relevant to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Certainly we are talking about it a great deal with our Saudi partners. And that is that in Germany, not everyone goes to college or to university. Lots of our young people go into programs of technical and vocational training to become skilled workers, technicians, and so on. And they make a good living out of that. And they are the backbone of our very successful industry. I think that's relevant here. And the third point I would make is innovation. And when it comes to innovation, obviously we rely on some of our major companies, and the names are well known. But again, the backbone of Germany's economy, to a large extent, is small and medium enterprises. They're very innovative. They go out, they're flexible, and that is what we rely on to a very large extent.
Thank you very much indeed. I want to take a couple of questions. There was one there and one there. Have you got mics? Have to be just very quick questions. We've got limited time, but let's have a mic over there and then subsequently to the man in blue in front. Yes, your question very quickly.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Trey Gady, and I'm with Aramco Entrepreneurship Center. And we are supporting entrepreneurs, small business owners, and foreign companies that want to enter the kingdom. We're often an extension of the ministries that are represented on the panel this morning. You know, I guess to the point of Mr. Galari, you know, can you talk more about the bureaucracy that's being broken down in the ministries and for this crowd that's looking to invest and make Saudi Arabia more competitive, what we're doing as a country to make the process easier to get a CR, SAGIA license, and so on?
Okay, I'm going to put the questions to our home ministers, if you don't mind. But let's just take the second question. Just could you bring the mic forward just here, please? Would you mind? Just bringing the mic forward to the gentleman who's waving his hand. There we are. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Lord Mendelsohn. I first want to commend the government ministries and entities who have embraced e-government. SAGIA is a good example, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Interior, Foreign Affairs. This has made it easier for foreign and local investors. It made it easier for citizens from all walks of life, but we want more. Now, my question is about a concept that you brought up at the outset, Lord Mendelsohn, and that is the public-private partnership. And although His Excellency, the Minister of Commerce, has given you an answer because he's an experienced minister, I think the kingdom and the region, the GCC and the Arab world in general, is very ripe for the public-private partnership because it's the private sector that assumes the responsibility to finance, to execute, to finish the project, operate it and maintain it afterwards. And in light of the economic conditions in this day and age, the reduction of revenues, I think this would be a perfect concept.
Okay, let's take both those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry just to cut you. It's got 30 seconds left. So I'm going to put these questions, if I may, to our home ministers. The first is breaking down the bureaucracy. How long will it take the kingdom to introduce this 2-week rule that silence is consent?
Thank you. طبعا أعتقد مثل ما ذكر السائل الثاني فيه تحسن كبير في خدمات الدولة، فيها نقلة كبيرة في الخدمات الإلكترونية، لكن أعتقد لازم نحتاج الكثير.
Can we have some translation, please?
في تحسن، لكن أعتقد لازمنا نحتاج الكثير من التطوير. أعتقد راح نحقق المستوى المتميز إذا كان خدماتنا جميعها إلكترونية، لا حاجة لأي ورق، واستطعنا إنجازها في وقت محدد، وقت قصير. يجب أن يكون هناك التزام من القطاع الحكومي لتقديم خدمة خلال فترة محددة وقصيرة جدا، اقترح أسبوعين أو أقل. أعتقد هذا مهم جدا، ويعني أعتقد بالخطة التي تسير فيها الدولة أعتقد هذا سوف يتحقق. المسألة مسألة وقت، لكن متفائل هذا يتحقق في القريب العاجل إن شاء الله.
And second question, do you accept, Minister, that in some areas government should actually do less and leave it more to the private sector, and that there should be better partnership between public and private in a number of areas of service delivery?
نعم، يعني أن الدولة تعمل أقل وتعطي المهام للقطاع الخاص، أتوقع راح تعطي كفاءة عالية. وأعتقد مع تطور القطاع الخاص الآن نجد الدولة الآن في استمرار تعطي مهام القطاع الخاص بشكل أكبر. ذكرنا التحلية، الكهرباء، المطارات، القطارات، غيرها كثير من الخدمات الآن توجه للقطاع الخاص، وأعتقد المستقبل واعد في هذا المجال.
Okay. Well, time is our enemy as ever, and we've reached the end of this panel. Thank you very much. And is this just a very, very quick point?
Just very. Okay. I will not argue regarding regulation, too much regulation or deregulation in this matter, but sometimes we need some regulation. Respect what Mr. Gloni had said. But anything, 2 initiatives related to the
just give us the headline, please.
Yes, there are 2 initiatives we are working in the Institute of Public Administrations. 2 major projects. One project related to indicators for public agency, to set up indicators for public agency.
So benchmarking.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge project. And the other project which related to customer satisfactions, which is also, these 2 projects will be launched soon. So this one will give us clear pictures about how much regulation we have, what's the opinion of the individuals about public agency, attitude toward the public agency performance, which is very important. But we are very familiar what the gentleman from Georgia had said related to the red tape and the experience of Greece and India and USA and Georgia.
Okay.
We are very familiar.
And are we heading in the direction of a paperless bureaucracy?
Excuse me?
Are we heading in the direction of a paperless bureaucracy?
No, absolutely. You cannot demolish the bureaucracy. Bureaucracy will exist until the end of this life. Okay?
Well, the question is the bureaucracy quick, efficient, and responsive? But you all can be the judge of that. Thank you very much. Give a hand to our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome founder and CEO TechPills, Faisal.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى بهداه. It's very interesting. The crowd itself is very interesting for me. Usually I'm fronted by technology, tech enthusiasts, but now I'm surrounded by enthusiasts. So very interesting. Let me start with competitiveness. And if we're talking about governments, every improve itself. Every government tries to compete to provide the best of service. And the same thing goes on in the technology field. When it comes to tech, I've been absolutely amazed with the tremendous change in the past couple of years and how much technology has changed. And here comes the part of Samsung. Samsung this year introduced us and gave us some absolutely mind-blowing innovations. Innovations that don't just give products to consumers, but innovations that will add to our lives. They change what we should be thinking of regarding technologies. First of all, let me introduce you to first of two innovations for today. This innovation comes to us as a special edition from the new Galaxy Note 4, the Galaxy Edge. With an adaptation, there we go. Now, for us at the technology field, this is absolutely different. When we're talking about a curved display, this is, unusual when we get this. Especially if this curved display acts as a separate, dedicated display. It can easily display everything that you have from the small most common applications, those applications that usually reside on the bottom of your screen. They sit on the side, as well as there are different applications for your own one, and 7 different as well when it comes to capabilities. It's not only about the device being beautiful, it's about being practical as well. So when it comes to you trying to find something outbreaking, this is how, I'm thinking that this is how excited everybody in Samsung was when they discovered the whole thing and thought about it. The curved display will give you add-ons, will give you absolutely amazing add-ons. When it comes to the main display itself being Super AMOLED, having a Quad HD Super AMOLED display with a side edge screen adds extra capabilities. When we're talking about extra capabilities of that screen, is giving you some sort of a stopwatch, giving you a timer, giving you as well a flashlight and a voice recorder right away when it comes to the side of the screen. There's absolutely no need for you to interrupt the main screen and what you want to do with this main screen. When it comes to video capability as well, it adds to it. As in, the full screen of your smartphone is dedicated for whatever entertainment you want to watch, fully. The side screen will act as the pause play button. When we're going to other functionalities, let's talk about the customizations of it. If you go to your gallery in your mobile, you can customize the side panel and choose whatever you want from your gallery. Take a photo or anything and put it as the side of the curved edge display, the edge screen. So now we're talking about extra capabilities as well within the screen. We talked about some applications, some interesting applications for you to just have a talk with, have a roam with. Let us as well talk about having the latest information. Latest information from sports, as well as from, say, scores and stocks, all powered by Yahoo, and Yahoo gives it to you right straight to the edge of the home screen itself. No need to interrupt the main screen, as we said as before. And as well, when it acts as a ticker, there's another thing that we should be highlighting here. When you're using your camera, usually the camera screen itself becomes your camera controls. Controls do remain on the screen. But when it comes to the edge screen itself, controls of the camera, the shutter, and controls for the S-Note as well do remain on the side curved edge screen. Other functionalities and other capabilities give it far more than we would expect. Now, with all the capabilities that we just talked about, there is more of that curved display. It's what comes after. It's what developers would be thinking about. Already we're seeing applications that would dedicate and put more use to this side screen. Samsung have given the thought as well and gave you 2 dedicated new smart wallets so that those wallets will act as will not cover the side edge of the screen itself, and they will as well enhance the whole, let's say, experience of an edge screen. There's a very interesting watch as well. The interesting watch by itself is quite interesting because by the smartwatch on the side, it's called a night clock. You'll be finding exactly what time is it without the need for you to open the main screen. You're saving battery as well as you're not bothering yourself and knowing if you need to go to work or not yet. Just a bit. An extra nap will be good. Samsung gave us a lot of innovations within this year, and the other innovation that we should be highlighting concentrates and focuses more about virtual reality. When we're talking about virtual reality, everybody thinks about big machines, huge machines. Those machines usually give us the experience that we would need, that we would seek if we're right there in the adventure itself. If we're playing a game using virtual reality, you would try to sense the whole game. If you're on a mountain ride or a hike or something, you want to feel that ride. Now, virtual reality have been taken to the next step with Samsung. Samsung took virtual reality into mobility and gave us one of the new innovations to do with Samsung. Roll the video. And this is the Samsung Gear VR. VR as in stands for virtual reality. Now, Samsung Galaxy VR is a dedicated separate device. It's like goggles that existing Note 4, and you slide it inside those goggles. From what you get, the result will be an ultimate experience. It's virtual reality on the go. Taking the available capabilities of the Note 4 and give it to you in a different perspective. When we're finding you and confronted by a virtual reality machine mounted to your head, it's quite an experience for us techies. I mean, usually when we're talking virtual reality, it's something really huge and big we're talking about. Now, this is very mobile, and developers are so excited to develop content for this virtual reality gear, let's say. If we're talking about the, let's say, the screen angle and the capabilities of it, think about you having the gear and you're living in whole new circumstances. Literally, it's like you attending a movie in cinema style. Literally, it's like you being inside one of the main theaters in the world, attending one of the shows for Cirque du Soleil or something. You playing very exciting games and trying to find out that it's not you alone sitting down. It's you moving around and seeing everything as it should be. Under 20 milliseconds, that's the latency. When it comes to us techies, and sorry to take this too far with technology, when it comes to techies, latency is an important thing. We don't want images to be photo-rendered in a very long period so that images will remain stuttery and things like that. We want things to be straight on, and we need things to be fast, rendered into our displays. And this is what's happening with the new Gear VR. We're getting 20 millisecond latency, something that a natural human eye will not even, let's say, understand, but as it's a real thing they're watching, or you're watching. When it comes to, as well, some of the other capabilities and extra, let's say, amazing features, is that you, when you're putting one of those lenses on, you're enjoying the Super AMOLED Quad HD display from your Note itself, the Note 4. It's like viewing a screen of a size 175 inches of a screen. So it's a very huge screen that you're attending for. And the capabilities, 96 degrees of the screen. So literally you're attending something that is very, very. And this is one of the new innovations of Samsung when it comes to the Samsung Gear VR. When it comes to us, we thank you for your attendance. We thank you for being with us. Oculus and Samsung are absolutely keen on presenting the latest of programs and softwares and capabilities, and they emerge together to give us, with developers, the latest of contents so that it suits all the products that we talked about, like the Galaxy Gear VR, the Innovators Edition. From us and from everybody here, أشكركم على المتابعة، أشكركم على اهتمامكم في التقنية زي ما اهتمامكم في الحكومات. أخوكم فيصل السيف في النهاية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ فيصل. معرض استثمر في السعودية يعود مرة أخرى إلى المملكة بعد أن جال العالم من الشرق إلى الغرب. استثمر في السعودية معرض غير تقليدي، فهو يركز على الفرص الاستثمارية والنقلات النوعية في الجهات الحكومية، ولا ننسى أيضا التركيز على قصص النجاح. أتمنى من معالي المحافظ وأصحاب المعالي الوزراء وضيوف المنتدى افتتاح في دورته الثانية. أيضا هناك فقط إعلان بسيط، لدينا الآن استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، وأعيد وأكرر 10 دقائق فقط، سنعود بعدها لاستكمال جلسات المنتدى. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We urge you to be back in the seats in 10 minutes for our program to resume. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will now resume.
You hear me? Yes, you can. Good morning. My name is Nick Gowing. Thank you very much for getting back from coffee so quickly. We're running about 20 minutes late. This is now a session about the age of discovery. I'd like to suggest to you, actually, it's more the age and a discussion about the scale of innovation and the pace of innovation. Who is doing it? Where is it being done? Who is a follower? Who is a leader? Who's a consolidator? And I remind you what the chairman and governor said this morning. This is a time of rapid change. He was telling us what we all know, we all feel, but the pace of change is getting even faster. The way of doing business is changing, he reminded us right at the beginning of his remarks, and he added at the end, the world is changing faster than ever. The question is, who is leading, who is catching up, and who is struggling to keep up with the pace? But above all, who is innovating? Who's monetizing this new potential? The potential which is moving so fast in so many different corners, and therefore what is Saudi Arabia's role and position in this, a country which is doing so well in many ways, but also has a challenge when it comes to technology and the cutting edge, which is being shown in many other parts of the world as well. In a moment, we're going to hear from Dr. Mohammed Al-Sawail, who's president of the KACST. But first, I'd like our panelists here to introduce themselves. But before that, Bob, let's put up the addresses, please, because this is an age of discovery and innovation and also exchange and conversation. And it means I want you to help drive this discussion. And please don't switch your mobile phones off. Please don't switch your mobile phones off. Can you make sure they're on? Because I'm going to now give you two addresses, which I want you to write down. We don't quite have the graphic ready at this moment. It's ASK, in other words, ask, at gcf.org.sa. I'll repeat that, ask at gcf.org.sa. Or you can tweet at GCF Talk. And I'll tell you why this is important. It's not a gimmick. It's so that you can help me drive the discussion as opposed to asking at the end who's got a question to ask. So please use it right from the get-go. Well, before we hear the President speak, let me ask each of our other panelists to introduce themselves. Let me go first to Amit Garg first.
Salam alaikum. Wanted to thank so many people here, but especially Saja for having me here. It's truly an honor. My personal background is I'm a citizen of Brazil, India, and the US. I'm happy to explain afterwards over coffee how that happens. But I have seen innovation in those three countries in many different ways and across the world, and I try to bring that very much in my career. Academically, I'm trained as an engineer and a scientist. I got 2 of my degrees at Stanford, and I got my business school degree at Harvard. And I tried to combine those things also into my career, which is 15 years now in Silicon Valley. I started off at Google as a product manager and led some of the products at Google, like Google Images and Picasa. And I worked also for some time in venture capital in a different firm, which was a $1.2 billion fund investing in early stage startups. I created my own company, and I'm currently working in the corporate venture arm of Samsung Electronics, also in Silicon Valley.
Thanks, Amit. Let's move to Christopher Sorensen. You've come here from Abu Dhabi. Christopher.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation and for the hospitality here. I've worked with innovation for 25 years now, from top and bottom. Started with Accenture in the US in Manhattan. Worked with governments. I've been an entrepreneur in Europe, in the Middle East. And a lot of my work has been on connecting those dots, the entrepreneur side to the public side to the private side, and trying to get acceleration and innovation in each of these regions. And most recently, I've been working with the Abu Dhabi government under the Mubadala Sovereign Wealth Fund with the Master Initiative, which covers the whole value chain of clean energy, graduate research to clean energy globally to building an energy positive city in Abu Dhabi.
Thank you. Much more to hear from you about what's happening in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Ali Al-Faramwi from Microsoft.
First, I would like to offer my condolences to the people of Saudi. We all have lost a great man, but the fact that we are doing this right now and talking about competitiveness in Saudi is just an extension for his great vision, and I'm very proud that we are all here to participate in this. I'm a corporate vice president for Microsoft. I work across 80 countries and do a lot of work on the company strategy in emerging markets. I work with government leaders, software developers, venture capitalists into exploring ways to use technology to help in economic and social development of people. I'm very passionate about that, and I believe that as an Arab and as a Muslim, or as Arabs and Muslims, I think we have an incredible opportunity to make many, many years of progress in a relatively short time. And we can lead in many ways. Thank you.
A relatively short time, the time gets shorter. Thank you, Ali. Let's move on to Duncan Mitchell from Cisco.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Duncan Mitchell. I'm responsible for Cisco's business across the Middle East, Africa, Russia, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. It's a privilege to be with you all here today. I think it's an exciting conference. In 1997, Cisco said that it wanted to help change the way that the world works, lives, plays, and learns. And ever since then, innovation has been at the heart of everything that we do. And therefore, I'm extremely interested in the conversation we're about to have.
Thanks very much indeed, Duncan. Right, let me remind and tell those of you who've just arrived in the room that you've got a way of contributing to this discussion. Let me give you those addresses again. Either on email, ask@gcf.org.sa. So let me have your thoughts as soon as possible, please, or on Twitter, @GCFTalk, all one word, GCFTalk. But to start us off, we are going to have the president of the KACST. Welcome. Give us a bit of a background, and you have 7 minutes.
Well, thank you. Let me move there. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Muhammad Al-Suwail. I'm thankful to Nick for pronouncing it correctly. I was lucky to start in academia. I moved for 3 years as the telecom and IT regulator. Now I'm back at KACST, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, which is the national R&D labs and the National Science Funding Agency. Can I start? I'll have 30 seconds. You do not count for me. It will be in Arabic. Now, الجميع يتفق مع ما أقول، ولكن يجب أن أقول أني أدعو بالرحمة والمغفرة لملكنا الراحل، وأدعو لخادم الحرمين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي عهده ولي العهد، أدعو لهم بالعفو والعافية والتوفيق والسداد لخدمة البلاد والعباد. Now, help? Okay. This is roughly what I will talk about very quickly, and I promise 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll talk about the National Science and Technology Innovation Plan, which I believe is the most important initiative that happened in this country. Then I'll talk about science in Saudi Arabia, research and development indicators. And I will move to international collaboration, technology incubation, and finally, I'll talk about some products that are either going to the market or in the process. The first thing is the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Plan. This is a national plan in 4 stages. The first stage took 7 years. It just ended. And in this stage, the objective was to set up a robust infrastructure for R&D in the country. The question is just ended. Can we do it? And I will leave the answer to you when we look at the next few slides. Second, third, and fourth stage will be 5 years each. One will be competing regionally, then in Asia, and finally, we're shooting to be a knowledge-based society in the world. And as Lord Mandelson mentioned, Saudi Arabia is not only competing with itself, it's competing with the rest of the world. So from this year on, we'll be competing with the rest of the world, unless we have done it already. Now, this is a quick indicator of science and technology related to science publications in top journals, not any journals. And this is according to a database called Scopus Database on publications in top journals. And you see, starting at the year 2008 or 9, that is just 1 year after the national plans started, Saudi Arabia is the green curve. And the increase in science publications in top journals is phenomenal. In fact, Thomson Reuters considers it the fastest in the world, 373%. It is the fastest in the G20 countries. Saudi Arabia used to contribute 0.2% to the publications in the whole world. Now it jumped 3 times, while the world is also jumping. We're doing 0.6% of the publications in the world. I would like to mention that these are not any scientific journals, they are the top journals. Another indicator is what Nature says, and Nature, for those of you who know it, is the top place to publish. On the right, Nature in 2013 published in their Nature Publication Index. They usually go through countries, the leaders, the States, Europe, Japan, etc. But in 2013, they said, we noticed the phenomenon. Certain countries are rising fast in science and technology, and they chose a section, especially for those countries. They called 5 countries to watch, and the countries are China, Brazil, Ireland, Kenya, and Saudi Arabia. We're very proud to be with this group. A year later, or a little bit more than a year, Nature Index looks at the publications of Nature, 68 publications, and they ranked the world countries, the top 100. Saudi Arabia came out number 35, which is gratifying. But remember, I said in the next stage, we'll be competing regionally. We're already in Nature's Index. We're doing better than Iran and Iraq, which are neighbors in the region. So we started the competition in the region. Next one. It's not only publishing, but do people make use of what you publish? This is what's called citation index. And I plotted here a graph, which you can always plot. You go to this site and you plot daily. It shows you the average citation per article for Saudi Arabia, China, Iran, and Turkey. The green curve is Saudi Arabia. So from 2009 onward, our citation index, that is how people make use of our publication, is higher than China, Turkey, and Iran. I would like to stop here for a minute. I'd say one of the local papers a couple of weeks ago misquoted me when I said we're the highest growth rate. They thought we are higher than China and etc. This is not true, but our local papers should really learn the trade better. Now let me tell you that Thomson Reuters says it is remarkable that Saudi Arabia increased in citation, and when you take the world impact of citation as average one, we jumped from 0.54 in 2009 to 0.94. It's a very impressive jump. In certain areas like mathematics, we're slightly above the world average, 1.04. Look at the other curve, the green one on the right. It just shows you the change in number of filing applications for patents, and the rate, you see the rate is very sharp increase. We collaborate internationally, and it shows what we have at CACS, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. We call Joint Centers of Excellence. We're collaborating with top organizations in the world in 3 continents, in 5 countries. We have 14 centers. The area you see in nanotechnology, medicine, etc., our collaborators include NASA, MIT, Stanford, Chinese Academy of Science, and so on. But why we are collaborating with those guys? We are collaborating, and it is really true collaboration. It's not us paying money and then doing some work. We pay money, they pay money, we work together. Our objective is to have our researchers more skilled. We would like to publish more and get more intellectual property ideas, and to commercialize. Many of my colleagues say, yes, you are academia, you just talk about publishing IPs. Now we have to commercialize. I'll give you some examples. What we have done so far, many of our researchers have joined the top Ivy League universities and graduate programs. We have published more than 200 papers with our partners. We have more than 60 patents. And then there are startup companies that came out of this work. We just have 2 here. I jump to the next slide to an idea that Nick mentioned this morning, incubation. This country, as you know, about 50% of the population is 30 years or younger. Usually with young age, there is entrepreneurship and inventiveness. And CACS has started a better incubation process. So far, we have 90 clients. 8 of the clients already graduated fully. They employed directly 345 young men and women in Saudi Arabia. The income of those 8 was 11 million riyals in the first half of 2014. The market value of these companies is 150 million riyals. One of the companies, called ISMI, was ranked by the World Bank as number 4 among the top 50 emerging technologies in the Middle East. And one of them, just a couple of weeks ago, Enwani, that is my address in Arabic, was acquired by a company called Kareem for transportation. I will not bother to read you this, but these are samples. When you go out to your right, there is a booth for CACS and Bader, the technology incubator. You'll learn much more about this than I can describe in this short period. I move to my last slide. Say research products to the market. We're not only researching for the sake of publication or patenting, but we have some markets that are already licensed to Taqniya or being licensed to Taqniya. I'll quickly go over some of them. Top on the left is we're building a solar desalination station using our own technologies. This station will have a capacity up to 60,000 cubic meters. Next to it, I'm sure the Google chief is here, we worked on the Arabic content of the internet. 4 years ago, it was 0.3%. With a program we had, developing open source tools, software, the Arabic content, not our own doing, but ours, the universities and many people in the Arab world, caused the Arabic content of the internet to jump 10 times. Now it's more than 3%, according to Google's estimates. This is the radar technology product we have. We exhibited that a month ago. We are also producing UAVs, and they're offered for sale. Saudi Aramco is buying 6 of them. On the second row on the left, we developed our own supercomputer. When it started, it was the 52nd in speed, the second in energy efficiency. We have robots. We have photovoltaic cells, and we're working concentrated photovoltaics. And I think these are examples of things that have gone to the market. So we're not only talking science, but we're doing science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Suwail. Much appreciated. Now we have an idea of everything that's on the agenda, which is in the matrix of where Saudi Arabia is going on information technology and also incubation particularly. I'd like to ask each of the panelists, first of all, though, about what's your reflection of the kind of data you've just seen put up there, particularly when it comes to the opportunities, but also the challenges and the competition from elsewhere in the world. Let me go to Amit first. Let's keep our remarks brief at this moment, and please use your email or Twitter to try and get messages to me. And I can see one, no, he's signaling to somebody else, but there was a hand going up over there. Amit, your reflection on those metrics you've seen and how that compares to the opportunities and the realization of opportunities elsewhere in the world.
I think it's very promising. I mean, it shows tremendous growth. I'm just going to use the scientific publications as an example. I've seen a similar phenomenon in other emerging countries. Brazil is being an example. They've been investing massively in education and also increasing the rate of scientific output. And Saudi has a great opportunity because 28 million people, if by the latest census, if you can convert all of these people increasingly into a knowledge economy, then you can spur so much innovation that can do great for the country, for the region, and for the world.
What does that tell you about the state of Saudi Arabia as a knowledge economy?
It's it's an earlier stage than some other countries for sure, but it is steps in the right direction. When I compare this to Silicon Valley obviously has had over 100 years to be incubated, and Silicon Valley is at a further stage of maturing. But when I compare what Saudi is doing right now from the remarks you shared, I'm seeing that you can cover the ground much quicker. It's not going to take 100 years. It's going to be much quicker than that. And these are the direction, in my view.
Duncan Mitchell.
Well, I think it's great to see that this is very much on the agenda, not just from the slides that we've seen, but from the event that we're in. I'm also delighted to see that in the latest World Economic Forum competitiveness report, the Kingdom's doing very well indeed. But what I would say is this is on the agenda of every single country in the world. And competing on a global stage will become increasingly important. So time is short. It is said that in the next 10 years, something like 40% of the Fortune 500 companies will not exist. So there is a really compelling event. Now, the good news is you have a young, educated, tech-savvy population, all of whom wish to have jobs that are utilizing those skills. And I think that's going to be one of the big things, is how do we build a long-term sustainable community with those young people to actually drive the competitiveness forward.
But underpinning all your answers, I'd like to put that question: how hungry do you think the next generation population is here in Saudi Arabia, given that in many ways it's lucky?
Well, I think that's something for us all to talk about. What I would say is that I realize that most people in Saudi Arabia have a very good standard of living already. What we need to understand is that moving forward into the future, diversification and harnessing those young people's skills and fueling that hunger to drive innovation is going to be an important thing.
Okay, well, let me get a perspective right across this region. Ali Faramwi.
I mean, I have three kind of like an interesting balance here. From one side, we've got some great universities here and great graduates and people who are actually willing to take on technical roles. You don't see that in many other parts of the Gulf countries.
But under direction from others.
Sorry?
Under direction from others.
Yes, true. There is an entrepreneurship spirit that seems to be rising, but I think that the hunger part is interesting. There are countries in the world where entrepreneurship is not an option. You have to actually to dream and try different things in order to eat. Whereas here and in a number of neighboring countries, because of the care of the people and so on, then maybe that push towards that entrepreneurship is a different story. There are other places where entrepreneurship can be kind of like a cool thing to do, and in some cases like Silicon Valley, very few places, it's a way of living. And I think we have to think about ways where we actually encourage people to do more and more on that, although it's not relating to basic food, but opportunity to just shine and do great things for themselves and for the region. So and I'm also not very hot about the different indices and how countries compare and so on. Some of those are good, but I think ecosystem play is very important. I think there are ways to leverage what other people do and the country's success in kind of like building on what others do, collaborating with others, regardless of where the technology actually comes from or the talent comes from, is another very important point.
All right, Christopher Sorensen, you're coming from Masdar across the Gulf in Abu Dhabi. You've seen and experienced there and also in Denmark the potential for this, but just give us your assessment of the capability and the needs of a country when it comes to originating and incubating and turning it into saleable products, allowing for the fact that many of those who do that in Silicon Valley do actually fail.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that underlines one of the points. First of all, I'm very glad to see all the initiatives that have happened just in the last few years. The way the government is stepping in, setting up the platforms, what I call creating the playing field for enhancing innovation. However, what we realize in innovation is it's something you can't manage. So having seen the well-managed migration of IP to uptake with these technology systems, those are heavy systems. You need heavy support to get those technologies to market. So I applaud those efforts. It's when you finally realize you're in the organized chaos phase that you really have a self-sustaining innovation. And this is one of the challenges we've experienced also in the UAE. We have very good institutions, R&D, IP generation. We have very good large global scale transactions. Masdar is part of the Mubadala Sovereign Wealth Fund. We're good at creating industries, at buying industries, at migrating industries. And the gap between there is quite large. One of the key factors here is encouraging entrepreneurship. In fact, is an acceptance that you're going to fail, perhaps most of the time. And what is your incentive to fail when you know that you have such large landing zones in the government-related entities, which provide you good salaries, good health and welfare for your families, and a clear pathway to success? This is a very large challenge based on the structure and the culture of the region, which many, just like Sajia here, just like Masdar and Mubadala in the UAE, are overcoming by seeding this entrepreneurship in the incubators. In Masdar Institute, in fact, we moved entrepreneurship into the engineering program. So now your first steps as an entrepreneur are covered within the institute itself. So your company gets created while you're under the guise of the institute and doing your research, which gives you a soft landing zone. But obviously, there's much further to go.
But I need to press you. Organized chaos, a culture of risk and failure if necessary. How easy is that accepted here, even among the next generation, the guys and the women who are going to generate these new ideas?
Well, there's an interesting paradox, because I think as a whole, obviously, everyone in this room recognizes the fact that a failure example does not work well in our Middle Eastern culture. I've been here since 2008. And personally, being on the edge of failure, pioneering new things at Masdar, we're always there in that risk zone of being recognized as a failure. But we turn the corner and we come around. On the lower scale, the other side of the paradox is meeting the exchange students, the people educated around the country here in Saudi, but also outside of the country. They come back, they want to support their government, they want to support their society, and they have zeal. They've seen it, they've touched it, they've tasted it, and they're just looking for the place to do it without risking their family welfare or their reputation. And this is the balance one has to achieve.
Yeah, let me pick that up with each of you as well, just picking up on what Christopher just said. Al-Farambi.
Yeah, I think there's also an interesting thing is that sort of like the cost of failure in some of these places, particularly in Saudi, I think we should be happy that people, even if they fail, there are multiple other opportunities.
What do you mean? Can I just check? What do you mean by the cost of failure? Well, are you talking about the cultural cost or the financial cost?
The financial cost primarily, which scares a lot of people because you can get good jobs and so on, and you're kind of like okay very quickly. And what I'm saying is, culturally, we should encourage people by basically saying, it is okay. You can do stuff, and if it doesn't work, the traditional opportunities are always there. So I think we should take the general affluence of the country and of the people as a positive stuff and encourage people to try and fail. I think we should promote failure and bouncing back stories and so on the same way we promote just pure success stories.
If I could just supplement just one small item there. Look at the history of the Middle East. It's all about overcoming the challenges.
Absolutely.
Of the whole region is based on people making big comebacks. And it goes all the way to the foundations of this culture. If you could transfer that idea and that feeling of pride, of being able to overcome, to be a pioneer, into space, it's all there. You have it on one side and the other side.
I agree 100%.
Can I just make one point, if I may? If you remember, the chairman right at the beginning said the way we do business is by technology and communicating with us up here using your handsets. So maybe there's a bit of a way to go. Amit, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the point that both of you made. One of the most fascinating things I've seen in Silicon Valley is a conference called FailCon, Failure Conference. Yeah. It's a conference dedicated exclusively for speakers and people to talk about where they failed. And the bigger your failure, the better. People will come up to the stage and they will talk about the massive failures they've had. And I don't want to give the impression that it's celebrated necessarily. It's not like people say, wonderful, you failed, you should fail even bigger. But there's a culture of acceptance, and there's a culture of you dare to take the risk, you didn't succeed, but you learned, it's okay, go do it again now. And I would like to see more of that in Saudi and in the rest of the world, actually, because I think the financial cost of failure in Saudi, at least, is not as high.
Yep.
If you fail here, you have so many prospects. But the cultural one, from my conversations here with my friends in Saudi, that's a little bit tricky.
Please let me get some ideas here. There's a microphone down here about the culture of chaos and the culture of failing and it being an acceptable thing. Duncan, what's your view?
Well, I think this is a critical point, and I don't.
Say again, sorry.
I think it's a critical point, and I don't think this is just about Saudi. I'm an Englishman, but I've spent 20 years working with Silicon Valley. In the UK, the culture is one that people are afraid of failure, and there's a lot of social stigma associated with that. In the Valley, as you rightly said, people are considered to be more valuable if they fail. Now, they don't want to fail doing the same thing 3 times, but learning how to fail and bounce back is actually a very valuable thing that people are encouraged to do. And I would go back to this point about Saudi having a very young population. I think typically young people, by default, have a more entrepreneurial view, want to take some risks, want to drive change, and I'm full of hope that we could give them an environment where it's okay to a bit, try and fail, and some of those failures will end up being great successes.
Could I get a microphone down here, please? Could someone bring me a microphone here at the front, please? Down here. Let me put some of those questions to you. Organizational chaos, the culture to fail and make that acceptable, the fact that Saudi Arabia is not a place where it's going to cost so much if you fail, even having a conference about failure so people understand Amit's point. So those who are hungry with new ideas know that there's no stigma attached to it.
Well, let me tell you, the 90 incubated innovators we have are all within CACs. We offer them all support, as Mr. Sorensen said in Masdar. We also tell them about the failure opportunities. But culturally here, family pressure on failures is so tremendous. So that adds one factor. However, on the other side, family support is also much, much more than this. There is a good balance. People can fail, and they look at their failures as just part of the learning process.
What do you see, though, in your city, in your universities, your experience as a president of how you change that? You can put up all those metrics and achievements, but in many ways that's the past. That's what's happened up to now. The challenge is the speed and the challenge now coming from so many other parts of the world where Saudi Arabia just takes its place and has to earn its place.
Yes. Well, in my organization and many others, we're working on new regulations to be instituted for innovators, for new startup companies, make life easier for them. We're working in collaboration with the ministers who were here in the session before us. But we're also providing all possible tools to have a success of any project. In my case, when my colleagues, Dr. Turki knows this, propose a research project for me, if it's not an applied research where I can see the result in the market, I don't approve it. If it's theoretical or basic research, they should go to. So we should be working on many fronts, from regulatory to legislation to science and technology. I know what we said is on the past, so we're moving. Unless we show what we do to the man in the street, we are of no value. We're doing that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Suhail, can you see the government, for example, giving not only incentives, but I would say even pressures on multinational companies and so on about the use of Saudi companies, the use of startups in our own implementations and in our own big contracts and so on? It's sort of like, it's almost like affirmative action. You know, like, you guys will not win unless there are 2, 3, 4 Saudi companies or new startups that are actually included in your bids and in your implementation teams.
Well, I cannot talk about incentives, by the way, but when
it's
I talk
not incentives,
about
it's pressure, direction. You don't win unless you play.
The pressure is there, and many companies here are also pressurized to employ Saudis and not only work with Saudi companies. As I see it, it failed. And there should be more pressure from the government in this respect.
But let me just check. I mean, this is an important area for all of you. Does government have to have a role in this? After all, government doesn't have a role in Silicon Valley. It's organic from the bottom up.
No, I beg to disagree with you. I beg to disagree with you. The government had a huge role in Silicon Valley. If you look at the 1930s and 1940s, the government established Slack, which is the Stanford.
Yeah, but that was then. We are where we are now.
Yeah, but the government creates a structure that allows corporations and individuals to come in. A fund that is financially motivated to promote innovation cannot exist without the baseline of the government. And the government is still very involved in the Valley. They put $500 million into Tesla. They put $500 million into Solyndra, which is a fuels company. And any project that requires a long-term investment with no guarantee of return, or a grant, or a scientific research that's so far off, the private enterprise will hesitate very much to go into. So the government needs to continue being involved.
Is that federal or state government?
In the case of the Valley, it's both, but especially the federal government.
And let me just, given your own experience in Brazil and also India and so many other emerging countries, let me just do a rain check with you on where Saudi Arabia stands compared to many places in India, not least Gujarat, where the Prime Minister comes from, and also in Brazil, where they're pushing very hard.
My impressions of having been here for 2 days and talking to many people is that the government in India is very messy. It's extremely messy. So it's not organized enough to be able to promote, and the innovation that's happening in India is primarily being done at the grassroots by individuals and companies. Saudi is doing better than that. Saudi has established multiple universities, has been promoting entrepreneurship in a massive way. So I think in that sense it's better. But I do compare it to Brazil, where they've created a program as of 2 years ago. They're sending 100,000 Brazilians to study abroad. And it's called Ciências Sem Fronteiras, Science Without Borders. I don't know of an initiative to that level here in Saudi still.
Right, government involvement, Christopher.
Yeah, I think this is actually one of the strengths in the Middle East, in particular Saudi. The government is really the propulsion factor of the economy here, which means you have so many levers. Now, how do you convert that into incentivizing organic growth and the managed chaos? One of those ways is to use your large government entities to do spin-offs and to create innovation as projects which are still part of the entity until they're mature enough to spin off with their teams. If you take Masdar as an example, that started as a project in a cellar room, literally, inside Gasco in Abu Dhabi. And it had 2 years to mature, and then it was launched 2 years later as a company. Once we had the basis, once we had the platform set up. And this is one of the strengths you have here in the Middle East, where you can encourage these types of spin-offs, encourage your many hundreds of thousands of very talented, well-educated employees to look for new avenues, look for new initiatives. Now, how do you realize that? You create specific demands. Like, I like the renewable energy desal. It's a great example of decoupling grid energy and desalination so that both of those can have their own growth trajectories. And you're initiating, we want to have low energy desal. So you need two components. You need the low energy, the renewable source, and you need the high tech for the desal. This drives innovation, this drives entrepreneurs, and it can be a spin-off type of landing zone.
Well, we're stirring quite a debate out there in people's minds already. Fuad Al-Turman has sent a message. To what extent does the Saudi culture of being conservative and complying with norms really slow down the speed of innovation and competitiveness? Duncan, this issue of the role of government.
Well, I think two things. First of all, I think we should be pushing past it's okay to fail to, if you're running a portfolio of 10 projects and 4 of them don't fail, you're probably not trying hard enough. So really pushing past it's okay for one to fail and to say you've got to be pushing a lot harder. We see a place for government to play. A couple of examples. In the UK, we have a partnership with the UK government called the British Innovation Gateway. It's formed national virtual incubators across the entire country where thousands of young innovative startups get access to mentors and to funding opportunities to accelerate their growth. And we're also very heavily involved in the Skolkovo project, which is the Russian government's project to build a Silicon Valley on the edge of Moscow. I think government has a part to play, and I think we've got to push harder.
Can I, before you come in, a lot of traffic here already. Hussam Al-Saleh saying the discussions are that Saudi is a very young population. They do have the entrepreneur spirit. But if you look at the latest government budget, almost 50% of salaries. So government is actually competing with the public sector, and in a way, they are killing innovation. How can this be fixed?
No, I actually love that point because...
is it correct?
I wouldn't say it's competing, but I think the government can do much more. There's an opportunity to do much more. And I'll give you 3 thoughts. One would be for something like this, the whole concept of public-private partnership, build, operate, transfer. Can a government entity strictly say that for the next 2 years or 3 years, all its projects are going to be basically based on zero capex, zero capital investment, and it will all be based on models where the private sector builds, operates, gets part of transaction fees, and so on in order to make something actually happen. And it will actually unleash different ways for people to think on how to put these things together. Of course, it requires smart ways to put together these projects and the transparency and how to bid. But in a way, through experimentation and including the private sector in the thinking. The second thing is, I would love to see a government organization actually issue 3 RFPs for. I know it may look kind of like not efficient, or maybe they can be sort of like expanded pilots, but maybe there is an opportunity to actually think about different, through experimentation, through discovery, in order to actually see what can work. And from that experience, other ministries can benefit. It's a bit like some of our companies and so on. If they want to tackle a certain problem, they can give it to 3 or 4 different teams and see if there will be a winning proposition or a combination of some of the things that actually happen.
Duncan.
And maybe a third one would be just getting very open about using different ways of using technology. Everyone is afraid of cloud computing for some good reasons, some not very good reasons. But I've seen people think about data classification, having a difference between what people would put on the cloud, what people would put privately, to actually leverage some of the real new trends in technology, while at the same thing maintaining sovereignty and other things.
All right, Duncan.
We know that Saudi government pays a lot of salaries, a lot of budget and salaries for public sector employees. But the company I work for was founded by 2 public sector employees who both worked at Stanford University. Why don't we think about how can we encourage some public sector employees to step out and take some entrepreneurial risk? Over the last 3 decades, those 2 people that stepped out of a university have built an IT company that leads in 18 different market segments. That's a pretty powerful story, all because they were public sector employees that had to pay $1 for the software rights and then built a huge company. I think that's something we could push for.
If I could supplement that just before we come to His Excellency. If you turn this on its head, the other side of the fear of failure is in our procurement departments.
Yeah.
They will not procure something they've never seen before. It's just not going to happen unless they're encouraged by the people running those departments to find something new, to find the new solutions. So if we now turn this from the entrepreneur side to the customer side, all entrepreneurs are looking for customers. And the governments and the government-related entities can be the best customers in the world. You already have scale, you have a portfolio approach, you have the ability to take small risks. And one way to do that is to say, we will have a certain percentage of new SMEs in our procurement systems, and recognize them as procurement qualified, because this is a tough process as well. And the second is, we mentioned 3 RFPs. There are 2 ways to do RFPs generally. One is you specify what you want, and you want that quality, and who gives the best price on that specification. The other way, which has been tried other places in the world, like Singapore, and we're moving to it in UAE, is strategic procurement, where you specify a challenge, and you need a value-added solution.
Exactly.
So here's my challenge. I have very expensive cooling in my country. Please give me a proposal how to do this more efficiently, more decentralized, with other means than I usually do this. Because if I keep doing it like I do today, I'm going to keep, the problem going on. So these are huge opportunities for the region here, and I'm sure you've already initiated some programs of this nature.
Now, I want to build on that point. I think you can take it even one step further. I'm thinking of the example of Chile. The government of Chile 4 years ago started a program called Startup Chile. They give $40,000 to companies, to startups, to spend 6 months building a particular idea. There's no equity taken. So if the company fails, no problem. Nothing happens. Now, to your point, if the government actually says, look, I need better ideas, I need my countrymen here to come up with those ideas, and I'm willing to invest money without any penalties, then you're going to unleash a lot of people who would be otherwise afraid of pursuing that idea into going into it.
Let me just give you a few ideas which are coming from those watching and listening. From Majed Turkistani, can we really have a Saudi Silicon Valley? From Vic Annals, if failure is not painful, where will the passion and fight for success come from? Is there a plan, this from Abdullah Al-Ahmed, is there a plan to have a city for this technology development outside of Riyadh, like another country, in the countryside, or elsewhere in the country? I'm reinterpreting there. How do you feel hunger for innovation? How do you benchmark your innovation on a global scale? Can you compete? That from Signe Franson. So you can see already you're stirring exactly the core questions of how you create innovation and then monetize it. Ali. Oh, no, actually, Dr. Swail.
Well, yes, we are going outside Riyadh. We have many technology parks in all areas of the kingdom, and each area has a specific value added, and we're doing that. For example, in Taif, we have perfume industry building using entrepreneurial ideas. But I want to go to the government role. The government role is essential and pivotal. And the one who asked about government competing? No. There was a question asked that I should present collaboration with the private sector, and I did not talk about it, because collaboration with the private sector, excluding Aramco and SABIC, is zero. The private sector expects the government to pay everything. We need the spirit of collaboration with the private sector. I hope this this doesn't make the one who asked angry, but we can talk it later.
Let me get a question here from the front, please. Introduce yourself.
My name is Yahya Al-Yahya. I'm the CEO of GIB, Gulf International Bank. I have two comments, not questions. One comment about the role of the government. And I wanted to cite other examples to support the argument on the Silicon Valley support by the government. If we think of where the internet and where GPS have come from, they have come from military technology which has been released for commercial use post the Cold War. And if it wasn't for that, you would not see the Google, you would not see many of the innovative developments that have taken place. In Saudi Arabia, I think the Ministry of Interior is developing fantastic platforms that can become initial foundation for further innovations. The central bank here, SAMA, has developed wonderful platforms that should help develop more innovative ideas.
Your question, please. Could I, because we're running out of time, please.
Sure. The second point I wanted to make, I wanted to differ with Mr. Sorensen about the management of innovation. I believe innovation can be managed, and it can be managed if it was based on need. Any innovation that does not have a demand, that is not addressing a particular need in the marketplace is never going to fly. We have used, at GIB, a very innovative approach of collaborating over the social media to sense the customer's needs, and we were able to come up with some very innovative ideas as a result of that collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just put one point to you just before we close. A comment from Twitter: the biggest issue facing small and medium businesses is Saudiization and high fees. Do you all see that as a major challenge? No. Dr. Swail, you're saying no.
No, it's not. I think if we look at most of our incubatees, all except one, and there are hundreds, they are Saudis. And I think brains have been distributed normally. There is no problem in that. But we have to help those Saudis around. Let me tell you, my organization, I think it's doing well, and the number of Saudi nationals there is 91%.
I've got one final question for you, Duncan, from Zamil Al-Zamil, a big corporate player here. What, in your opinion, would be the main factors behind believing that in 50 years, he says 50 years, the Fortune 500 companies won't exist?
Well, I think we think the Fortune 500 companies will exist, but some of them will not because they won't innovate.
There'll be different fortune.
There'll be different ones. And I think the suggestion has been made that 40% of them will change because they won't innovate fast enough. The world will change too quickly and they'll lose their relevance.
Amit, final point from you. The current Fortune 500, many of them will be gone maybe in 10 years. Will the current new incubators be some of the new Fortune 500 or Fortune 50, Fortune 100?
Oh, absolutely, and I completely agree with your point. If you look at the Fortune 500 from 100 years ago, there's only one company now that was part of that core group, and it's still, if you look at the Fortune 500 now, there's so many companies that were created just in the last 10 years that are part of it. So yes, absolutely. We don't know the technology that will come. We don't know the companies that will be created. We don't know what the future holds, but that there will be companies that haven't yet been conceived of that will be part of the Fortune 500 50 years from now. Yes, absolutely. I'm willing to bet on it.
Well, look, I have to thank you all very much. The age of discovery may have been that long in the past, but now it's that long. So it's much shorter. Thank you all very much indeed. But let me leave you with the stimulating thought that Saudi Arabia needs to create a culture to fail. It's got to create the ability to decide how it moves forward and not have that sense that, well, if I fail, I failed. Actually, failure, as we heard, can be the beginning of a new success. So what we're talking about here is something which will be very different for the future, even if you have all the skills in this age of discovery and incubation and innovation. But thank you all very much indeed for your contributions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Aramco, Dr. Mohammed Sagaf, with his guest, Executive Chairman of Google, Mr. Eric Schmidt.
Good morning. Still good morning, everyone. Dear participants in GCF 2015, it gives me great pleasure to host this upcoming segment with a very special guest. I'm going to describe him a little bit before I introduce him. He is the Executive Chairman of Google. Since joining Google in 2001, he helped grow the company from a Silicon Valley startup to a global leader in technology. As executive chairman, he is responsible for the external matters of Google, building partnerships and relationships, government outreach and leadership, as well as advising the CEO and senior leadership on business and policy issues. Prior to his appointment as the executive chairman, he was the CEO of Google from 2001 to 2011. Before coming to Google, he held leadership roles at Novell and Sun Microsystems. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Princeton University, as well as a master's degree and PhD in computer science from the University of California at Berkeley. He is a co-author of The New Digital Age and How Google Works, and serves on the boards of The Economist Group, Mayo Clinic, and Khan Academy. He is a Gulfstream pilot, and he has many philanthropic efforts that focus on several things, not least of which is support of ocean and marine life, as well as education, especially cutting-edge research and technology in the natural sciences and engineering. If you talk about Google, most people will still identify him as CEO because his name is omnipresent, it's everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the Executive Chairman of Google, Eric Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you.
So Eric, would you be so kind as to share with us your thoughts?
I thought I would do it from here. I wanted to begin by saying that it's really an honor to be here in front of all of you. This country is so rich with history and poised for such a future. And I wanted to also begin by offering my deepest condolences to the royal family and to the people of this kingdom for the passing of your beloved King Abdullah. In my view, being a true leader means embracing change, being willing to take risks, and being able to see the opportunity on the crest of an incoming wave and beyond. Simply to root yourself in the past while still thinking ahead. This was King Abdullah, showing an astute understanding of economics by investing in new sources of energy, focusing on city centers for technological progress. All of these demonstrated his forward thinking and leadership. So King Salman will surely continue this great legacy. Jared Cohen and I went to pay our respects to King Abdullah and to the new king, and it was a very, very special experience for us. When you sit down and you think about the days and the passing of a beloved king, it might be every day that we're sort of awake to new disasters with tragic news headlines around the world. It can seem like we're living in especially dark times. And don't get me wrong, there's still lots of bad news. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram are terrorizing and killing innocent people. Ebola is killing others. Journalists are murdered in Paris. There's instability in the Ukraine and sectarian violence in Nigeria. We're still climbing out of a global recession. Jobs have disappeared. The middle class has gone with it. I can go on and on. These may seem overwhelming. They may seem all-encompassing. Some would choose that we believe in an age where of little hope and no cause for optimism, that many of these people would lay the blame at the feet of technology. I'm here to tell you that these people are just wrong. Right? So I've looked at this, and it's true that the pace of innovation and integration of technologies is a defining characteristic of our time. But I always like to ask the first question, what's different now? Is there anything different? So I looked back 100 years, 1915. What would the issues of the day be? Anarchist ideology turned violent in the USA in the early 20th century. Terrorism was on the rise in Tsarist Russia and had just claimed the life of a reform-minded minister. A few months earlier, Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated by Serbian nationalists, which led to World War I. In many cases, many people thought it was the worst war of all. A few years later, in 1918, the Spanish flu killed an enormous number at the time, 50 million people. It's interesting that technology like the telegraph and the telephone were shrinking the distance between us, and the automobile and the airplane were beginning to bring us closer together. But technology also failed, right? In 1912, the Titanic did what was supposedly impossible. It sank to the bottom, and it killed 1,517 men, women, and children in a great tragedy. So what about earlier, right? Anti-monarchists in Russia assassinated the Tsar in a terror attack in the 1880s. Before that, the Napoleonic Wars raged for a decade. Railways and steam locomotives at the time were technologically interesting. But despite the invention of the cotton gin, which made cotton fibers and the clothes that we now wear possible, everything relied on slave labor. What about 1615? The Janissaries were increasing power within the Ottoman Empire, revolting against the Sultan at the time. The gunpowder plot tried and failed to create an explosion in the House of Lords to assassinate King James I. Modern science was born at that time, and it was born at a fear, technological advancement, issues of terrorism, and so forth. So I would tell you that technology is a problem and it might be the solution. And that's my core thesis here. Everything we face today, violent extremism, we're very concerned about, geopolitical conflict, economic breakdown, disaster, disease, we've all faced these before. We just don't remember because we were not alive 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 300 years ago. But the world is not ending at all. In fact, it's evolving, right, and becoming better in many, many ways. The ability for technology today to improve the lives on a global scale is unmatched, absolutely unmatched in the history of mankind. So we're connecting to each other in ways that those who came before us could never dream of. And that connectivity is what is holding us together, and it gets closer and closer and closer. We're bringing the power of the web to more and more people every day, men and women. Millions of students who've had to wait around the block for just 1 or 2 textbooks can now get every textbook that they need on their smartphone. People are teaching themselves new skills, creating their own opportunities, building new businesses, and creating new jobs. There's been an explosion in innovation worldwide. It's quite interesting, with massive investment. And you've seen this here in Saudi, you see it in the US, you see it in China, and so forth. And I think it's paying economic dividends. The United States took 50 years for the GDP to double. In China, it has occurred in 15 years, much due to technological progress. It took 60 years for air conditioning to get to 80% of U.S. citizens, and 10 years for 80% to have smartphones. And by the way, Saudi is one of the world's leaders in the adoptions of smartphones, so thank you very much. Right? And what's interesting is that researchers have found that startups together with sort of new firms account for roughly 70% of overall job creation. So we're worried here in Saudi about jobs. The best way to solve the jobs problem is to have lots of new entrepreneurial startups based on technology that solve new problems. You have in the room next door a whole bunch of opportunities around new businesses and so forth funded by Sagia that I think are all crucial for the future of this country. Now, technology is not a silver bullet. It doesn't work on its own. And there may be some problems out there that can't be solved with technology, but there are many, many, in my view, that can't be solved without it. Let's take violent extremism, something we're all very worried about. A more interconnected world means it's even more important to stymie the process of radical recruitment that prevent groups from ISIS from gaining ground. As a computer scientist, I'm not an expert, but I look at this from an analytical framework. Let me make my first point here. The problem is not Islam. There is not a problem with Islam. As I showed you an example, extremist violence can be born from many, many kinds of convictions. Anarchist, communist, nationalist, or religions. It's happened all over the world. There are 1.6 billion Muslims around the world, and only a tiny, tiny fraction subscribe to any form of violent extremism. As we say in my field, this is a bug. It's an error, right? It's not correct at all to talk about it in the context of the religion, right? It's just not. And I mean, just to hammer on this, extremists in Norway referred to Christianity. Terrorists in Tsarist Russia cited agrarian reforms in the distribution of resources. To suggest that extremism are tied to a religion or an ideology or a technology is to allow a hateful group to tarnish and misdefine, in my view, a religion of peace. Right? Point 2. I also don't think the problem is ideology. The fundamental issue of violent extremism is not rooted in ideology at all. At Google, we have a group called Google Ideas, and I participated in a project to look at violent extremism. We looked at sort of former extremists, and we asked them what did they actually do. And we found that the people joined these groups mostly because of a search for meaning, adventure, a sense of belonging, a sense of needing for a job, and the kinds of things that I'm talking about now. So if we can solve that, I think we can really solve the problem that everyone is focused on. So the nice thing is our strategy will solve this other problem as well. Point 3. There is a problem with young people. And The one constant when you look at this is it's young people who are taken advantage of by sinister older people who are manipulating them in one way or another. So if we get stuck in a religious debate or an ideological debate, we're never going to win this one. This debate misses the point that extremists are offering young people a sense of belonging or an outlet of adventure or some kind of enhanced status. We have to appeal to these young people with something else. Something else. We need to provide for these young people consciously constructed positive alternatives that bring meaning to their lives, right? If there's anyone here, everyone here has children, you're likely to know that technology is a powerful source of distraction, right? So let's distract them with new ideas, positive and productive ones, a network of friends, building a career. The youth are already technologically more advanced than most of us anyway. That advantage, I think, will make a big difference. What's interesting is Saudi is a leader here. Saudi has the largest number of internet users in the region. You're by far the largest consumers of YouTube and other technologies like that. How about e-commerce? Here's an opportunity to build new businesses, keep people alive, and make some money, always good things. We've seen people literally in this country use YouTube for their art, strengthening the local creative industry, and increasing the amount of digital content in Arabic, which is another big priority. The language of the internet should not be English. It should be Arabic and Chinese and English and French and German and so forth and so forth and so forth, and Farsi and et cetera. So to me, young people who can find opportunities to build a career and make online friends are a source of good, are much less likely to turn to this bad side. So I'd like to sort of finish by talking a little bit about technology and its evolution. There are two different waves in technology. One is called tech-driven innovation. This is where we invent completely new things. Pure research, molecular biology, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, all incredibly exciting. A second wave is what I'll call business-driven innovation. Discoveries that have been made for a while and businesses use them to make themselves better. So an example was the GPS, right, which was invented for completely different reasons by the U.S. Air Force and a whole bunch of other agendas more than 25 years. Now everyone uses a GPS because there's a GPS on every smartphone. Makes perfect sense. So what's interesting is terrorist groups are masters too. They're masters at using existing technologies to further their evil goals. Radical organizations have grown proficient at using this connectivity. To stay competitive with these people, I think it's important that we grow more skilled at leveraging technology for good. I don't want us to become more guarded about online connectivity. I want us to be more connected, but I want to do it in a way that promotes the right social and political and emotional values, especially for young people. We must be willing to take risks to embrace these new scientific discoveries and bring them to life. The internet should be used to provide young people with opportunities, positive alternatives, and exposure that foster all sorts of peace. There's an interesting example that I found, maybe you know about it. There's a cartoon called Abdullah X. It's a cartoon created by a former extremist who renounced violence, and it's used in Britain to enlighten youth and show them a better path to be citizens, to honor both their religion as well as behave properly in society and be very successful. We want to get more technology like this in everyone's hands. The bad people, the terrorist groups, are vastly outnumbered by all of us together. We should not forget that with our advantage numerically and with ideas, providing the flow of positive anti-extremist narratives to use seeking a group and an ideology to belong to, while also providing sort of unlearning opportunities to relearn, should be our focus. Let's use the internet, make it more powerful and more the way we want it to be in terms of the positive messages to make sure that people stay on the right path. Let's figure out a way to make these alternatives happen. When you think about for this year, the beginning of 2015, you'll see two technology trends. Embrace them both. Let's improve models that already work. Let's find new applications, new ways of including people. And then take a risk. Allow yourself to say, what if? And then allow innovation in this proud, historic, and very intelligent kingdom to really take off. It's really right in front of you. I look out and I think that the world is going to be a much better place because of all of this. Some interesting statistics, and I'll finish. Global life expectancy is at a new high, 71.5 years, rising faster in developing areas in East Africa than anywhere else on Earth. The rate of world poverty is half of where it was 25 years ago. We've decreased traffic deaths considerably, and we've made great progress against diseases that would have killed all of us to be dead 100 years ago, right? And I'm happy to be alive. We've done this because of the power of scientific thought, technological progress. We've done it because people asked the tough questions, they debated these issues, and they moved society forward. I ask you to use all the technology that you can to a better place. And I would say that technology in this context is a huge source of good for you as individuals, for your government, for your religion, and for the kingdom. I'm optimistic about the future of technology and the internet here in Saudi Arabia, and it's been an honor to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. You want to...
Thank you very much, Eric. Very well said. We'll start with just some housekeeping notes. Sure. In the beginning, I'm going to ask some questions of my own, and then as the audience contributes some questions, I will ask those as well. In the beginning, some of these questions will be magically and telepathically beamed into my head. And as they trickle down, some of them will appear on the iPad, and I will convey them to you. And the address to which the questions are to be sent, I'm told, should appear somewhere, but it is ask@gcf.org.sa, ask@gcf.org.sa, or GCF 2015 with a hashtag or @GCFTalk. And so as these questions come in, I will begin to ask them. You will know whether a question is an audience question or my question, because audience questions are usually very difficult, probing, challenging. And mine are just easy giveaways. Or
I can imagine Saudi Aramco is a pretty interesting place to work, given the way...
Well, at least that's how I like you to think, by the way.
This is all good. I love this.
Okay. The first question is, you argue that the youth are looking for a sense of meaning in their lives, and that technology, while a powerful source of distraction, could be leveraged to satisfy that hunger for purpose and direction in the young people. But whose role is it to facilitate this? Is it parents, institutions, NGOs, government, businesses? We see that the powerful influence on the youth right now comes from popular game developers, software companies, advertisers, businesses, and the primary motivation of those is not the youth and is not world peace, but to make a profit. So whose role is it to facilitate this technology filling that gap?
So the first place I would comment, I have two daughters who are now grown, and I think all of you are parents understand the incredible importance of parents in shaping the value of their children. And every one of us talks, I think, with great reverence of our parents, et cetera, et cetera. So I would start by saying that I have learned that the power of culture, and in particular the power of family and religion, is key to all of these things, because they really do shape the behavior. I think it's probably too much to ask a commercial enterprise to do anything other than try to make money. But ultimately, teenagers' behavior is to some degree controlled by their parents, and to some degree controlled by the government and by the religion. And so I always think it's a shared responsibility. I encourage parents to know what their children are doing, to understand, even if the parents are not online, to watch what their children are doing online and make sure you understand.
Very, very good, very good. We'll talk about technology now a little bit, and some technologies had promise, but they seem to have this promise forever, i.e. that promise is never realized. I think I have been hearing about the potential of cold fusion and fusion in general.
Cold fusion for at least 30 years.
Yes. since I was, primary school, perhaps even 50 years. And so in your view, which of the promising technologies of today will turn out to be the flops of tomorrow? And you are excused from Google technologies, by the way.
You know, I think we've learned something about how innovation works. And if it takes $1 trillion to run an experiment, that's a very, very risky iteration model. In other words, you spend $1 trillion, you turn everything on, it doesn't work, you have a huge failure, you've lost a decade. All of the most successful technologies have had the property that they were incremental. I'll give you an example. Go back to the first iPhone. We're now on iPhone 6. Go back to the first Android, which is in roughly 5 years ago, versus today. They're vastly better devices now than they were 5 years ago, because we just managed to get something just out, and then we iterated and iterated and iterated. So the evidence about technology is that if it's a huge bet, which takes a decade, and you get no incremental feedback, no way of adjusting your path, it's much harder to make progress. And cold fusion, very important, very hard to know when will it finally work. Whereas most of our lives are affected by things which are iterating all the time. And I think the smartphone competition between Apple and Google is sort of the competition of the age. Similar competition 20 or 30 years ago in the PC industry. And it was so fast and so quick that both sides, everybody learned quickly. And that's the way you would distinguish between successors. So when I look at the industries that take forever, right? I'll give you an example of nuclear power. There are new forms of nuclear power being designed. They're very interesting. They won't even be licensed for a decade. We won't know if they will work in production for 15 to 20 years. It's very difficult to have iterative learning in that kind of product cycles. Whereas other energy sources, such as solar or wind, are iterating every 6 months. You would bet on the latter, not because it's better or different, but because it's just fast learning.
Excellent. This question comes from the audience. It says, we are enjoying an unprecedented level of convenience afforded to us by technology. However, we are also suffering from an unprecedented level of loss of privacy. Devices now know everything about us, even our heartbeat. For example, this person is saying, I'm wearing a fitness tracker. If my wife hacks into my account, she would know everything about me. When I'm excited, when I'm not, what I'm doing. Not that she has any reason to worry, he's saying. However, where does the balance lay, in your view, in terms of convenience and privacy? And are the two mutually exclusive?
There is an off button on the fitness tracker. Are we in agreement? This gentleman can just turn it off and go be nice to his wife. The serious answer is that it's true that these technologies naturally collect information in their normal course. It's relatively easy to protect that information from attack from anyone. I'm sure that one does not fear one's wife in this regard. And I think the industry will be better and better at securing that information and making it harder and harder to be leaked out. Google works very, very hard to fight for privacy in these regards. We keep information stored and encrypted. It's very difficult to get that kind of personal information out these days.
Okay. Do you wear a fitness tracker, by the way?
No, and the one I have, I keep off.
Okay. We talk a little bit about Google now, and in Google, especially Google search, has become intertwined with our daily life that in the kingdom we have a popular phrase now that says, when you want to know something, ask Sheikh Google. Sheikh, by the way, is is a word that means a religious scholar. So Google
really?
search has now been elevated to the level of a scholar. So we use Google search every day and become our friend. However, from the point of view of privacy, are we too trusting of this friend?
Well, again, I think Google spends an awful lot of time worrying about your privacy. We had a situation where the Chinese attacked Google, and so we made it stronger. Then we had a situation where the security agencies were, in our view, attacking Google, so we made it even stronger. So we take it very, very seriously. I think the fact of the matter is that for most people, the information that we keep is highly, highly confidential for them. It's unlikely that it will be made available to anyone else unless you're committing some crime, which no one here is.
And from the point of view of the interaction of governments and information on the internet, and especially with the Edward Snowden episode and so on and so forth, what should we be worried about our privacy, or this? If you are not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't be worried. Can somebody else, in addition to governments, misuse that information?
Well, again, I think we want for. I believe that if you trust your data to Google, it is the safest it can possibly be, because Google keeps all of the information that we have about you encrypted, both on its servers and in transit. There are many, many groups that might wish to watch what you're doing. There's evidence of terrorist groups. There's evidence of foreign governments, perhaps your own government. I don't know. And so we found that the best solution was to simply encrypt the data once we have it. And I think there's always a balance here, because there are very legitimate police needs and government needs to deal with bad behavior. But we force those governments, if you will, to come in through the front door, to follow legal processes and make proper requests. We don't believe in broad surveillance of the internet, and we have fought against it.
The entire Edward Snowden episode exposing the NSA, and in the balance, do you think it was a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, we spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I do not want to endorse a violation of U.S. law. And I think it's fair to say that the leaking of all those confidential documents is likely to be a very significant violation of U.S. law. Having said that, it was helpful to find out all the things that were going on. And so it's a balance. We certainly don't want random people leaking a large amount of data in the future, because we don't want other people's privacy violated as well.
Okay. This question comes from the Department of Difficult Questions about Google.
Good.
And it says, Google Search, Android, and YouTube are the flagship products of Google. One was invented by Google, two were purchased. Is Google able to innovate, or will it increasingly on buying other companies' innovation? In other words, some argue, whether rightly or wrongly, correctly or incorrectly, that Google is aging, its pace of innovation as it scales up is slowing down. What can you share with us in terms of lessons that would allow innovation at scale and staying true to your core DNA while significantly growing up?
So I just don't agree with the question's bias at all. I think Google has always had a model of innovation through both our own innovation and buying companies that are innovative. It's never been different. So we're very proud. We purchased DoubleClick. We purchased YouTube. We purchased the company that became Google Earth. We purchased a company that ultimately became Google Maps. So our strategy is often to purchase very small teams of technical people and then grow them. There are plenty of other examples of technology that Google has invented completely from whole cloth. I'll give you a good example is the self-driving cars was a team that we built out of some people out of Stanford. We have a large life sciences group, and the first thing that the life sciences group did was invent a contact lens that you can wear that will detect your glucose state. So if you're diabetic and you're constantly having to, which is inconvenient or worse, this tells you by color whether you have an insulin problem or not. This is going to be a huge problem in America because of the diabetes issues, and I understand there's also an issue here looming as well. So that's an example which I'm very, very proud of. I can give you many, many examples. But our answer at Google is that we purchase small companies to give us a leg up, but our primary focus is on innovation. Now, you asked the question, innovation at scale.
Yeah.
And I would tell you it helps to have strong founders. We have technical founders who love to innovate. They push and push and push. So either you have strong founders who are running the company, or you have technical groups who see themselves as innovation. My second book, which is called How Google Works, talks about this at length. I would recommend it, obviously. And what it says is that now, because of the connectivity of the world, the only thing that matters is an innovative new product. Only thing that matters. All the other arguments, marketing and channels and distribution, have largely been taken care of. There's lots of money, there's lots of distribution. What you need to do is invent something new. And if you do that, you're going to do extremely well.
Excellent. The internet, mobile phones, even the iPhone, somehow crept on us. We didn't really know about them until they became really useful tools.
But that's normal.
Yes. Okay. Right. The question is, they were not on our radar screen, and therefore, in your view, paint a picture for us of the future. Which 5 technologies not on our radar screen right now you think are going to be influential in the next 5 to 10 years? And which 5 technologies on our radar screen right now that about them are going to be influential?
It's hard to predict these things, and I like to think about what do we know will be true. So let's use transportation. In my visits yesterday, I was told that there's a tragedy every day in Saudi Arabia of 20 people die on the highways. Maybe that's roughly correct. That's 20 families that are grieving terribly for the loss, and that's on the highways. When cars get smarter, those numbers will drop by a factor of 10. Whether it's self-driving cars or cars that have see and avoid technology or cars that can simply take care of themselves in accident situations, that will happen in the next 5 to 10 years, and those are live. Right, Google has a self-driving car initiative where literally we have a car that has no driver at all. It just takes you from point to point. It's a very strange feeling, and by the way, it works very, very well. Right? Obviously, we're looking to have that technology become very mainstream. Another example is in our investments in the genetics and individual medical treatment. There's, in fact, a large genetics effort here in Saudi Arabia. Many, many famous doctors are here. And I can tell you that the technology of genetics is falling in cost faster than the cost of computers, literally faster than Moore's Law. And it'll allow you, when you go to the doctor, to be treated as an individual. They'll literally genetically scan whatever's wrong with you, cancer, what have you, and they'll give you the precise solution to whatever your medical ailment is. This is a huge area of growth and scale. Perhaps the one that is, I think the one that is going to be the most surprising will be artificial intelligence. And there is evidence that we're entering a new phase of intelligence. Historically, computers, when you use Google Voice, for example, if you do Arabic translation and you can go Arabic to English, you're using artificial intelligence technology invented by Google. A few years ago, 2 years ago, engineers at Google decided to have computers watch YouTube without any training. So they had 10,000 computers watch 11,000 hours of YouTube. Think about it, 11,000 hours of YouTube, far more than even a Saudi could watch. And they asked the computers to discover things. Now, I would like to tell you that what they discovered was something very important. Number theory, Socrates, the great Arab thinkers, the great, German thinking, philosophy, whatever, but that's not what they discovered. They discovered the concept of a cat, that is a feline, furry cat. literally the tail, the walking, and so forth. That's the historic discovery. Why? Because there's so many cat videos on YouTube, right? Now, if we can then run more computers and more computers, we can probably discover much of human knowledge. And if that works, and we don't know yet, so if it works, we will eventually be able to have computers that can really help you. You can ask it questions, it can give you advice, it will make you smarter. And we're working in that as a general direction.
Fantastic. That is really quite interesting. You know, the substitution of man with machine would be a concept that will be embraced in the kingdom, especially when it comes to driving, because knowing our driving habits, if you think...
Saudi are not good drivers?
Not very good drivers,
Even you don't even allow alcohol, and you're still not good drivers.
And so if you think that the adoption of the internet in the kingdom is one of the highest, I bet you our adoption of driverless cars will be twice as fast. Twice as fast. And because we have an issue with our own driving habits.
Well, you know, if you think about it, it's a large and distant country. People are traveling on highways for long periods of time. It would be much better, I think, to have the cars take you from point A to point B.
And when you think about it, most people are worried about driverless cars from the point of view of safety and loss of control. And the insight that you have just shared with us is saying actually it will be safer because it will remove that element of
that element of
recklessness
randomness.
and so on. Yeah.
And the same should be true of aviation over time and those sorts of things. But if you go back to 100 years ago, most people died either in farming or in early factories, which were very crushing to humans. Repetitive work. Life was very, very difficult. And thank goodness over the last 100 years, technology, mechanization has largely freed us from the labor of agriculture and turned into service jobs and this horrifically difficult and dangerous work in the factories. Think about mining and think about steel and all of those things, which are now mechanized here in the kingdom and in the United States.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. You stated recently, I think it was in Davos or somewhere else, that the internet will disappear. I mean, really? Should we be worried about that? And
you'll miss the internet when it's gone. No, here we are. Saudi Arabia is a young country. And as we travel around in this kingdom, we never wonder if the air conditioning won't work. We never wonder if the electric power won't work. We take for granted the trappings of modernity. It's always there. The freeways are always there. The cars always work, and so forth. That was not true 30, 40, 50 years ago. There are countries today where the power is completely intermittent, and you think about it all the time. Will we have electric power? Should I get in the elevator? Will I get stuck? All of these questions. Today, the modern citizen doesn't worry that electricity or air conditioning or the other trappings that my parents' generation fought to build would be unreliable. In the same sense, over the next decade, the internet will be so pervasive, it will be everywhere, it will be automatic. It will be as though it was always there and therefore you'll never even think about it. Today, when I come to a hotel or I'm here in the ballroom, I always say, I wonder if they have the internet. In 5 or 10 years, I will always assume that the internet is on. I will always assume that everything is connected. When we come here to this room, we have screens here. All of these walls will be full of screens and interacting with us in new ways. We will take it for granted and we'll forget this kind of a room structure, this kind of interaction, because it will be pervasive, it will be everywhere, and therefore we will take it for granted. Being taken for granted as a technology is the highest compliment. It's as if it was always there.
Fantastic, really, yeah, excellent. I hadn't thought about it that way, I should say. We talk a little bit and we shift gear and talk about open source and so on, and we talk about Linux or Linux or Linux. It's pronounced many different ways. That operating system that was started in 1991 with a bunch of excited enthusiasts. I was one of those excited enthusiasts. And later on, the corporations took over and they used it, and they improved it, they utilized it, they deployed it. And of course, that includes Google. Google uses it in Android, it uses it in servers. Was this embrace of the corporations of Linux good or bad for the operating system itself? And was it good or bad for those original enthusiasts?
So the history there was that Bell Labs in the early 1970s developed an operating system called Unix. It was done by Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson. I had the privilege of working there. And in an incredibly important, perhaps historical accident, Bell Labs licensed for non-commercial use this technology. When I was a graduate student at Berkeley, a fellow named Bill Joy and a bunch of us built something called BSD, or Berkeley Unix, which also, because of this interesting accident of history, was licensed for non-commercial use. And many of the creative technologies that are the internet were first pioneered on this open platform. So this was accelerated by Linus Torvalds and a team in 1991, which is where you became involved. And again, using the principles that had been pioneered at Berkeley and at Bell Labs, where I had been, this other team built this very powerful operating system called Linux, which became the foundation for where all of the really clever computer scientists were. And the university started to teach it and so forth. And at that point, I thought that it was more likely that the Microsoft operating systems at the time would dominate. And I was wrong, thank goodness. And what happened was that this Linux wave became the foundation of the internet. So for the scientists and the engineers in the room, the open source guys won. And so when I showed up at Google, which was in 2001, it was presumed that powerful operating systems, back-end servers would all use Linux. Android, which is the operating system in the majority of the phones today, is based on Linux, and on and on and on. Televisions will be, your televisions will be running Linux. Your Fitbits will all be running, on and on and on. It looks like this open source platform is the operating system for the world. It is a huge achievement for the people who founded it.
Fantastic. But some say that open source facilitates hacking, as having the source open to everyone then would expose it. People would know the vulnerabilities, realize it. On the other hand, others are saying when something is visible, the flaws can be identified and corrected. Which of these philosophies?
We now know the answer to that question. There was a debate for decades over this, and I used to sit and debate this all the time. We don't debate this anymore. We know that software, when written in a closed room, cannot be proved bug-free. But we do know is if the software is open, is made available to everyone, so many people looking at it can make it stronger. And so open source is now more reliable than the traditional closed source mechanisms because more people looking at it and so forth. And as a general comment, you're better off from a security perspective having open, transparent security policies, publishing the source, and letting many people study it to find the holes. This is a more resilient software offering.
And speaking of open versus closed, we switch a little bit and talk about Apple. At one point you were on the board, and then, of course, you became fierce competitors. And the Apple product philosophy is that of the walled garden. Products are nice to use, but are limited in terms of user control. Basically, we let you play within your boundaries or within our boundaries. And the situation is the complete opposite with Android, leading to a somewhat almost chaotic environment, anarchy, almost, I mean. For example, my company suspended Android's access to the email after the IT system was hacked. And so they said, no, we want to standardize on Apple. What is your philosophy within this spectrum of a walled garden versus semi-anarchy? And where is the balance? And where do you see both platforms evolving? Are they converging or diverging as far as this issue is concerned?
In the great debate and the big fight between the Apple model and the Google model, and I've been on the Apple board, and I'm obviously associated with Google now as chairman. I think both strategies have merit, and if you're going to follow either one, you have to fully implement it. So in Apple's case, you'll notice what's happened is enormous investment in what are very, very good products. But because they're closed, if you will, in our language, they have to do a great deal of work on their own, and they have to sort of police and monitor things in a way that the more open approaches don't. On the Google side, which is obviously the view that I prefer, we also have to be careful to take a look at what's happening in the open thing to avoid this anarchy. So we worked very hard, for example, in our Play Store, which is how applications are, to make sure the applications are high quality, virus-free, safe, and all of that. And the models are more similar than they appear. Apple has been forced to be as liberal, more liberal than they might be with respect to accepting new applications, and Google has been required, if you will, to be more careful about the kinds of applications that we put on our platforms. The philosophies are distinct. We feel very strongly on the Google side that our approach will produce a larger, more successful, more choice-laden, if you will, lower price, greater penetration, broader market, and so far the data supports our view.
Excellent. And the next question comes from difficult questions about Apple department. And it says, is Apple just gliding on the momentum of Steve Jobs? Will it eventually come crashing down?
Well, Apple is the most valuable American company, and I think that the leadership of Tim and their team, while very different from Google, I think their success speaks for itself.
And it is sustainable in your view?
Of course.
What lessons should new companies draw from the experiences of both Microsoft and Apple, positive and negative?
Well, in history with Microsoft and Apple, Microsoft was organized around essentially monopoly maintenance of Windows and Office, and it limited the amount of innovation, but it produced many competitors during that period. And so Microsoft did a good job in creating many, many companies in the PC industry, but because they were so tough on their partners, there was very little sort of creative innovation. And that was the real cost of that. Now that Microsoft is no longer dominant with respect to how computing is done, and there are more choices, you're beginning to see many, many different kinds of personal computers. Google, for example, has brought out something called a Chromebook, which is by far the best choice from a cost, efficiency, power, safety perspective for people who use the web primarily, which is many, many corporations. We're having huge success, for example, in these Chromebooks in education. That would not have been possible 10 years ago because of the dominance of Microsoft. In Apple's case, I've always believed, and I told Steve this many times, that Apple would be more successful than it already is if more of its technology were available to others. And Apple, in its own viewpoint, made a decision to not do that.
Excellent. From a user, from the audience, I mean, is Google going to be the next Microsoft, the next Apple, neither, or both?
Why don't we have Google be the next Google? The goal of Google is to do things that are quite different. And I think if you look at the arc, especially now that Larry is CEO, the arc of the company is really focusing on extraordinary innovation in new areas. I've highlighted artificial intelligence, I've highlighted transportation, I've highlighted life sciences. I have not discussed, but it's important here, we have a series of telecommunications strategies which involve balloons in order to reach the most rural Saudis and other people in very, very far from the cities. We are driving under Larry and Sergey's leadership enormous innovation in spaces that no one else is. And I think that that's very different from what Apple or Microsoft or any other company are doing.
Very well said. When you talk to some parents, many of them sometimes talk about one kid. This kid who did this or that, and it's really if you talk about Google and about the future technologies of Google, and you are permitted to talk about only one kit, what kit is that going to be, and can you describe what it will do for us in the future?
The pervasive thing that Google is doing is using software to solve very hard problems. And I'm completely convinced that the machine intelligence, the ability to do the kinds of very, very clever data analysis, will produce very powerful solutions for the world. I'll give you an example. Saudi Arabia's primary economic structure is around energy development, energy production, and so forth. The application of the kind of techniques that Google is inventing and working on could make that far more efficient, far more scalable, far more global. So the general point about the kind of machine intelligence that's going to be possible and making all of us smarter, I think, is pervasive across every industry.
We go back and talk a little bit about what you mentioned in your remarks, and don't be evil is an important principle and in the code of conduct of Google. And as you have explained, technology can be used to combat extremism and rogue behavior. However, it can also be used to spread extremism and recruit rogue elements and radicalize the youth and so on. How does the latter sit in with the Google code of conduct? How do you feel when Google products are used by the wrong hands and for the wrong purpose?
Well, we obviously are very uncomfortable, and we do not want people to use any information for evil, and especially not to hurt people. I tell you that technology has always been used for good and a little bit for evil. The telephone is incredibly important to us, has also been used for bad telephone calls and so forth. So the question is that technology and the interconnectedness is going to continue, and every once in a while there will be people who will misuse it. So the question is what to do. So the immediate reaction you have is, let's take all that information down. We will go through and we will, if there's evil information, we'll just remove it. We'll just take it down. When you talk to the police and the government and you ask them that question, what's very interesting is they don't say take it down. They say leave it up. And I go, well, why would we want to leave that up? And they said, because that way we can see them using it and we can find them. Mm-hmm. So a simple reaction, which is to say this is terrible and so forth, is not correct. A better reaction is to say, because we are aware that this information is there and people are misusing it, we can then find them and bring them to justice.
That's a very good way of looking at it. Let's see, we have a question from the audience, and it says that most of revenue remains driven by its advertising business, but Google is looking for the future in a very ambitious way. It's investing a lot of money in truly futuristic technologies, driverless cars, Project Loon, SpaceX, and so on. And some of these are expensive endeavors. And all of them are fraught with risk. As the executive chairman of Google, what pressures do you get from the shareholders or from the board to return the profits to them rather than invest them in these ventures? And where do you see the right balance given today as a baseline?
Since the company was founded, we've always seen ourselves as different. We've always seen ourselves as having an opportunity to invest for the very long term. So myself, the founders, the board are all in agreement that American companies are too short-term focused and that we are investing for the very long term. Now, in each of the areas that you named, we believe that over the very long term, a great deal of money can be made. So if you, for example, invent new transportation, you can make a lot of money. If you invent new healthcare solutions, you can make a lot of money. And we are, because of our structure, capable of funding and taking advantage of those bets. We also have the benefit that Google is a strong brand and the technology works very well. We're growing globally and so forth. And so when we think about it, we make a decision that our focus is on very long-term value. And so far, that has produced very good short-term value. in a company that's relatively young. And so we have said many, many times, starting when we went public in 2004 in our founders letter, that Google is not a normal company, that we are making a bet for the very long term, and we think the shareholders eventually will be very happy with that.
We have two final questions, and an easy one and then a very difficult one. Really, really difficult one we'll end up with. From your vantage point, that's the easy one. What are the 3 highest priority action items that a country like Arabia should act on to attain a better technology future, and why?
Well, I always start by connecting the broadband of the country, right? And I think that it's very important in a country that is in the kind of developing framework of Saudi to fully connect the country. That means every city, every town should have very strong fiber connectivity. Indeed, you have enlightened leadership on this, and the telecommunications regulators, ministries are working very hard to do that. You cannot participate in this area without doing more. You just can't. I think the second thing is, frankly, education. The educational systems need to be revamped and improved, more critical thinking, more access to textbooks, and so forth. And the third is more education of women, greater opportunities for women, and so forth, as very intelligent participants in the society. You put all 3 of those together, right, in ways that make sense, you're going to have a very, very strong knowledge economy to go along with your mineral and oil and energy economy that got you to this point. What's enticing about Saudi Arabia is that unlike many countries that are growing quickly, you have the cash, that you can actually build the infrastructure. If I could tell you, my impression as a guest is that Saudis are, you build things, you build roads and you build cars and you build buildings, okay? You are, right? It's your identity. So why don't you now build the knowledge economy, which starts with broadband and education and women and so forth, and make all of that knowledge economy, and that will give you a very, very, very wealthy country for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, which I think is your objective.
Fantastic. Now we are all running out of time, so the very, very difficult question, and that's from me. Yes. We know about Eric Schmidt, the executive chairman of Google, but tell us about Eric Schmidt as a person. What is it, I mean, what are your biggest strengths and your weaknesses, and share with us a little bit about you as a person rather than your views of the internet and technology and Google and Apple and Saudi
I'm so happy to see that we've run out of time. I have many, many faults, and I miss many things. Like Saudis, I think I like to build things, and I have a technical and engineering approach to things. I'm very proud of my most recent accomplishment, which is I'm now a commercial helicopter pilot. So to me, when you live this lifestyle, you live it, you understand the engineering, you understand how to build things, you put yourself out there, try to build things, try to build institutions, institutions of connectivity, of learning, and trust that people in these institutions will then be able to grow and build things and be very creative, and things will be just fine.
Fantastic. Well, Eric, you told us that it can seem like we are living in a dark time, but these things are not new. In fact, we can embrace technology and use it as a means to allow the youth to be positive rather than be radicalized. We need to improve what technology is there and take a risk. New ones, technology can be the means to satisfy the hunger for purpose and direction of those youth, and this is a very, very powerful message, and we engaged with you in some easy and difficult issues. We were very forthcoming, very insightful, and you have a fantastic vision of the future that has a lot of clarity, and I think we all appreciate this. So thank you very, very much. Anything you want to add?
No, thank you, Mohammed. And I think I would like to thank the director of, is it Sagia? for putting this together, to inviting us, to give us an opportunity to have this exchange of views. This is how the world works. We get together, we have these conversations, we make the world a better place. And thank you, Mohammed, for all of your help in making this possible. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to our workshops at this time. There is also a networking break at the Invest in Saudi exhibition. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch in this room will begin in 45 minutes. Enjoy the workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for lunch. A note, workshops will begin in 5 minutes. We ask that you please exit the auditorium at this time so that we may prepare for this afternoon's session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in the cultural program this evening, we ask that you please sign up in the booth in the foyer. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for joining us for lunch. We do ask that you please exit the auditorium at this time so that we may prepare for this afternoon sessions. This afternoon sessions will begin promptly at 3:15. Again, thank you, and we request your help in exiting the auditorium at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the auditorium. Our program will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. As a courtesy to our speakers and those around you, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices at this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome storyteller, Saba Communications Consultants, Siba Oda.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Siba Audi, and it's my pleasure to welcome you back into the room. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope you enjoyed this morning's sessions. They were certainly very insightful and very, very interesting. This session we were going to be talking about getting women into employment, but specifically getting women into employment in the manufacturing sector. Today, Saudi Arabia, or the manufacturing sector in Saudi Arabia, makes up something like 10% of the total GDP of the country. The government is aware and has a big push to further that and to increase that, and to that effect is investing something like $70 billion in economic cities that it hopes will become industry clusters and will attract more manufacturing. Now, despite experiencing continuous growth, continuous high growth, I should say, Saudi Arabia continues to face a very important challenge, which is that of unemployment. Unemployment remains a challenge, despite the fact that there is quite an abundance of resources. There are various sectors, and we'll talk about them later on, and various elements to this challenge. But one main element is that of women in employment. There are 12.4 million families in Saudi Arabia, a good 12.4 million females in Saudi Arabia, a good 8 million of them are of working age, but we don't see the representation. The representation remains quite low in their participation. So we'll have a discussion over the next 50 minutes about those challenges and how we can overcome them, and consequently, therefore, be able to participate in the economic growth of the country and in promoting manufacturing. I have a very esteemed panel with me here. As you can see, I will introduce them very quickly from my left onwards. We have Dr. Maha Al-Munif, who studied at Yale. She's a trained physician, but she's also a consultant to the Shura Council, and she works with families and advisors on various aspects for getting families engaged and getting women and youth in general into employment. She is the executive director of the National Family Safety Program. To her left is Mr. Khalid Al-Khudair. He is the founder and chief executive officer at GlowWork, which is a recruitment agency specifically for women, and works very hard at getting women into the workplace. Next to Mr. Al-Khudair is Dr. Fahad Al-Takhaifi. He's the Undersecretary for Special Programs at the Ministry of Labor, and we'll hear a little bit more from him on the initiatives that the Ministry of Labor is undertaking to promote employment, and specifically employment with women. And next to Dr. Al-Takhaifi is, of course, Krista Brookman. She is the Vice President of Catalyst. Catalyst is a nonprofit organization that was founded back in 1962, and it helps women choose and launch and advance their careers. And Krista is responsible for their business development, business strategy, and operations towards skill building. Next to Krista is Mr. Sunil Sinha. He's the resident director of the Middle East and North Africa region at Tata and Tata Sons. He's spent about a good over 31 years with Tata in many different capacities. And during his career, a good chunk of that career at Tata, he was responsible for promoting excellence, ethics, and innovation. And of course, a big part of that is women, including women, or inclusiveness of women in the place. Last but not least, on the end there, we have with us also Mr. Abdullah Al-Zamel. He's the chief officer of Zamel Industrial Company, manufacturing giant, one of Saudi Arabia's leading companies, and they employ a good 10,000 plus staff. So we'll go through and we'll get each of your input into the subject. But to start with, I think we'll get Dr. Fahad Al-Takhaifi to give us an idea of initiatives at the Ministry of Labor. And what is the position, the situation with women in employment in Saudi Arabia, specifically in the manufacturing sector?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. طبعا أنا ما أدري في عرض، يبدو لي في عرض هنا ما.
Right, so you do have a presentation to
I
share
will
with
speak
us.
in Arabic, and then since most of the the invitees are Arabic speakers, so I'll speak in Arabic. طبعا نتكلم عن هالجلسة، هي نتكلم عن عمل المرأة في المصانع. طبعا من المهم أن لما نتكلم عن عمل المرأة في المصانع يعني تكون ما هي التوجهات الحكومية، ما هي القرارات، ما هي الأوامر السامية، يعني ما هي التوجهات الحكومية لهذه المبادرة. طبعا بدون يعني وجود دعم لتشريعات وتنظيمات توجهات حكومية، قد أصحاب الأعمال أو قد حتى العاملات من يرغبن العمل في هذا القطاع قد تكون لا تكتمل الأضلاع الثلاثة. طبعا نحن نعلم أن أطراف الإنتاج الثلاثة القطاع الحكومي وأيضا القطاع الخاص وما هو ما يتعلق بالعاملات. طبعا نتكلم في كثير من الأسئلة اللي يتكلم عن يعني كيف نستمد التشريعات والتنظيمات المتعلقة بعمل المرأة في المصانع. نحن نعلم في المملكة أن في أدوات تشريعية كبيرة، نتكلم عن الأوامر في أمر ملكي، ونتكلم عن مرسوم ملكي، ونتكلم عن قرارات مجلس الوزراء، ونتكلم عن قرارات وزارية. هذه الثلاثة التشريعات بقوتها كلها موجودة في المصانع. نظام العمل، ونحن نتعامل مع عمل المرأة في المصانع بموجب نظام العمل المقرر بمرسوم ملكي، فأفرد باب في نظام العمل يتكلم عن تشغيل النساء في تشغيل النساء، ومن ضمنها تنطبق عليه أيضا الأمر الملكي اللي صدر في شهر رجب 1432. طبعا كان بموافقة على الخطة التفصيلية وافق عليها خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله يرحمه ويسكنه الجنة. طبعا كان مجموعة من البرامج 20 برنامج، كان إحدى هذه البرامج سعودة وتأنيث الوظائف الصناعية المناسبة للمرأة، بمعنى ملكي أن يتم تأنيث الوظائف المناسبة للمرأة. أيضا في قرارات مجلس الوزراء، قرار مجلس الوزراء كان في قرار بشأن فتح فرص ومجالات عمل المرأة، هذا يعني صدر في عام 1426. ونتكلم أيضا قرار مجلس الوزراء 187 اللي صدر 1426 كان يتكلم عن من هي الجهة صاحبة الاختصاص بتشغيل النساء، وأوكل أيضا لها وزارة العمل. وزارة العمل تفاعلت مع هذه القرارات بإصدار أيضا قرار لاشتراطات توظيف النساء في المصانع. طب نحن نتكلم بوزارة العمل كجهة معنية مشرعة للعمل المرأة في القطاع الخاص وأصدرت هذه القرارات. نتكلم أيضا وجود جهات حكومية لها علاقة بعمل المرأة في المصانع، نحن نتكلم عن المؤسسة العامة للتدريب التقني المهني، صندوق التنمية البشرية، وأيضا هيئة المدن الصناعية ووزارة التجارة والصناعة. فنحن نتكلم عن هذه المؤسسات الحكومية يفترض أن يكون في تنسيق وترتيب عالي لدعم توظيف في المصانع. صندوق التنمية البشرية من الجهات اللي تدعم التوظيف والتدريب 50% حتى تدعم الرواتب وأيضا حتى التدريب.
دكتور فهد، عفوا للمقاطعة، أظن في عندك الكليكر مشان البرزنتيشن.
طيب طبعا مع وجود التشريعات والتنظيمات ومع زيادة النساء مثلا العاملات مثلا في المصانع، وزيادة أيضا ترحيب أصحاب المصانع بتوظيف السيدات، طبعا لابد أن نكون لا نكتفي أننا عملنا بعض التشريعات والتنظيمات ووجدنا آليات لدعم التوظيف والتدريب. عملنا الحقيقة دراسة شاملة يعني استهدفنا فيها أصحاب المصانع وأيضا العاملات وأيضا الباحثات عن العمل. كان هدفنا من هذه الدراسة أن نعرف إلى أين متجهين بما يتعلق بعمل المرأة في المصانع. كان الهدف الأساسي أن يكون تطوير للتشريعات والتنظيمات المتعلقة بعمل المرأة في المصانع، تقييم أيضا لآليات دعم التوظيف والتدريب، أيضا ما هي المحفزات ممكن تقوم فيها كل الجهات الحكومية المعنية بتوظيف النساء في المصانع لدعم توظيف النساء في المصانع. طبعا هي دراسة شاملة انهيت قبل تقريبا شهرين. السؤال ما هي أهم النتائج لننتقل لمرحلة أن ننقل عمل المرأة في المصانع من مرحلة إلى مرحلة أفضل. طبعا كان يتعلق بالتشريع والتنظيم، كان معظم أصحاب الأعمال وحتى الباحثات عن العمل يعتقدون بأهمية مناسبة التشريع، ما عدا نقطة واحدة تتعلق بساعات العمل. ونعرف أن ساعات العمل في المصانع لا يمكن المرأة أن تعمل ما بعد 5 مساء. هذه النقطة الأساسية اللي يحتاج أن نتعامل كيف ممكن نطور من هذه النقطة. أيضا كان في مطالبات من أصحاب الأعمال يرون أن دعم الصندوق الموارد البشرية غير مثلا مناسب، وهذه تنسقنا مع صندوق التنمية البشرية، والآن أقر لرفع سقف الدعم التوظيف والتدريب من 2000 إلى 2500. في جانب آخر وهو المشكلة بما يتعلق بالإعلام والتسويق. يعني أصحاب الأعمال وحتى يمكن كمجتمع ما كان في إدراك تقريبا إلمام تام بما يتعلق بما هي الاشتراطات والضوابط تسنها وزارة العمل لعمل المرأة في المصانع. إذا صاحب العمل يرغب أن يوظف مرأة يتواصل مثلا مع الجهات المعنية، بمعنى أن في عنده تقريبا جزئية تتعلق بقضية التوعية والتسويق لعمل المرأة. في قصور بما يتعلق بالتسويق والإعلام بما يتعلق بعمل المرأة في المصانع. نقطة ثانية، كيف وجود التحديات. وجدنا أن عمل المرأة في المصانع في مجموعة من التحديات، نتكلم عن ساعة العمل، نتكلم عن المواصلات، الحضانات، نتكلم أيضا بعدها عن المنطقة العمرانية، ونتكلم أيضا عن قضية بعض البيئات في المصانع غير مناسبة لعمل المرأة. هو السؤال دائما بتضع أي دراسة، وليس فقط أن نضع دراسة نظرية، وإنما لابد أن يكون لها حلول لمعالجة نتائج الدراسة. بما يتعلق بالتشريع، الآن وزارة العمل تعمل لتطوير هذا التشريع. الدعم التوظيف والتدريب تعمل عليها صندوق التنمية البشرية، وأقر أيضا رفع الصندوق، رفع الدعم التوظيف والتدريب. نتكلم عن وجود محفزات، وخلال الفترات القادمة راح يكون في تنسيق ما بين وزارة العمل ووزارة التجارة والصناعة وهيئة المدن الصناعية لنترجم هذه مخرجات الدراسة إلى واقع ومبادرات. إحدى مثل هذه المبادرات نعلم الآن شركة تكامل لتطوير خدمات الأعمال تقوم بمجموعة من المبادرات، واحدة منها اللي هي المواصلات، وأيضا مبادرة لحضانة الأطفال، وأيضا وجود مراكز خدمية داخل المدن الصناعية لدعم النساء العاملات. كل هذه المبادرات الحقيقة كانت نتيجة لهذه الدراسة. طبعا السؤال هو الأهم دائما أن ننقل هذه الدراسة والتوجهات الحكومية لابد أن تكون مصدر لتفعيل. كيف أنه ممكن أن نترجم مخرجات هذه الدراسة إلى مبادرات فعلية؟ طبعا بما يتعلق بالتحدي الكبير الآن، مثلا وزارة الصناعة، وزارة التجارة والصناعة، كل المصانع ملزمة أن تحدث بياناتها ومعلوماتها بشكل 6 أشهر. جتنا في فكرة بعض المصانع الحقيقة لا يعلمون مثلا عن ما هي اشتراطات متعلقة بتوظيف النساء في المصانع، لا يعلمون أيضا هل عمل المرأة في المصانع إلزامي كما هو في قطاع المستلزمات النسائية أو اختياري. ففي جانب مرتبط بهذا الموضوع. أتتنا فكرة صراحة كيف أنه ممكن خلال 6 أشهر أن تكون مثلا كل مصنع يحدث بياناته مثلا ومعلوماته بما يتعلق بوزارة على موقع وزارة التجارة والصناعة، إذا كان في احتياجات وظيفية وإذا كان في احتياجات تدريبية ما يتعلق بهذا المصنع، بحيث أن نحن ووزارة التجارة والصناعة نتواصل مع الجهات المعنية سواء قنوات التوظيف أو حتى المؤسسة العامة للتدريب والتدريب التقني والمهني. بما يتعلق بآلية الدعم التوظيف والتدريب، الصندوق أقر، يعني كان في اعتماد من ساعة مدير عام صندوق الموارد البشرية لرفع الدعم التوظيف والتدريب، والآن مجرد أشياء روتينية في الصندوق لجعلها موضع التنفيذ. أمر آخر يتعلق بقضية التسويق والإعلام. الأسبوع الماضي كان في تجربة نجاح للمصانع. جائزة إصرار اللي دعمها صندوق الموارد البشرية الأسبوع الماضي كان من فاز بجائزة قصة إصرار ونجاح للموظفات، كانت إحدى الموظفات اللي تعمل في مصنع. طبعا كانت تعمل في مصنع الزامل، والمهندس عبد الله موجود في هذا اللقاء. هي تجربة فريدة لتوجهات الدولة، كان في أوامر ملكية وفي قرارات مجلس الوزراء وفي قرار صدرته وزارة العمل. وجدنا أن مرأة سعودية ليس لديها أمية لا تقرأ ولا تكتب، ولكنها عملت في هذا المجال، الآن هي من تقود خط الإنتاج. يعني هذه التجربة الناجحة لعمل المرأة في المصانع. الحقيقة فكرتنا دائما أن تكون في عندنا أكثر من قصص نجاح لعمل المرأة في المصانع. الفترات القادمة راح يكون في تنسيق عالي ما بين وزارة العمل ووزارة التجارة والصناعة وهيئة المدن الصناعية لكيف أنه ممكن أن ننقل عمل المرأة في المصانع من مرحلة إلى مرحلة أفضل، بحيث أن تتكاتف كل هذه الجهات الحكومية لدعم عمل المرأة في المصانع. والسبب الرئيسي نحن نعلم أن معدلات النساء الحقيقة في ازدياد، على كثر المبادرات الموجودة اللي سنتها وزارة العمل حتى أيضا في القطاع الحكومي ما زال لدينا تحدي كبير يواجه معدلات البطالة بين النساء. استراتيجية التوظيف السعودية اللي قررت بمجلس الوزراء لمدة 25 سنة، نجد أن البطالة بين الرجال بالذات في المدن والمحافظات الكبيرة يعني تقريبا قلت جدا جوهري وكبير لكن ما زال التحدي الأكبر لتوظيف النساء في المصانع. نحن نعمل في وزارة العمل كيف ممكن ندعم توظيف السيدات تشريعيا وتنظيما في المؤسسات والشركات، وأيضا في قطاع المصانع، وأيضا في قطاع التجزئة. أعيد أن أقول المصانع ما زالت حتى بوجود النساء الآن يعملن في خطوط الإنتاج، لكن طموحنا أكبر بالتعاون مع كل الجهات الحكومية، وأيضا بدعم أصحاب الأعمال أصحاب المصانع، وأيضا حتى قنوات التوظيف. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Dr. Takaifi. Maybe we go directly to the factories, to the industry, and speak to Mr. Abdullah Al-Zamil about Al-Zamil's experience in employing women at their factories. Surely there are reasons why you want to have women as part of your workforce, but also there are challenges that you must have been facing in your attempt to fulfill on those ambitions of having women join your workforce.
Yes, alhamdulillah, salatu salam ala rasulullah. When we embarked on the program about 4 years ago, the industry we're in globally hires women on the shop floor, whether it's air conditioning, food, or plastics. So it's not something that we're inventing for Saudi only. So we've embarked on a program to hire women on the shop floor. The challenge was to initially attract young women to work in an environment that they're not used to. Sometimes they have the maneuverability of products within the shop floor, having to carry drill, or having to push a cart, or having sometimes to drive a forklift. This whole environment is completely new to the culture of Saudi Arabia. So what we've done is we've announced on social media and on local papers that we would like to embark on an ambitious program to hire women on the shop floor to actually assemble air conditioners. It took months to just explain the concept prior to even allowing interviews to come in. And once this happened, the interview process itself was a challenge, because they would come in, we don't yet have the factory ready, because we were not completely sure whether we would be able to attract ladies in that field. So we made a video of what it would look like.
Okay.
And we showed those young ladies where they would be working, what are the challenges they'll be facing going forward. So we tried to ease the entry into that field. When we started, the issue that came about was where would they leave their children? Having to explain to their spouses or fathers or guardians that they work in an environment that is completely excluded from mixtures of men, of other gender, and so on. That by itself poses another challenge for the lady before starting her own work. So what we've done on the day of hiring, we've actually invited the fathers and the husbands and the brothers of the recruited ladies to see the shop floor, to see the factory, to see where they would be working. So that has somewhat eased the tension on the potential employee. But from this point onwards, the challenge took a different route. How do you continuously increase the skill set of the young women on the shop floor in the absence of seniority? So what we've done is we've brought in some, because we have factories all over. We have in India, in Egypt, in Vietnam. So we brought some supervisors, have actually been with us for quite some time, and spent about 6 months with the ladies to train them on the shop floor. Now, having said that, this first step would go smoothly. But the challenge is, how do you continue that process? How do you automate it? Because you sometimes initially have attrition rate that is high. You need to have proper training and proper inventory of resources to be able to fill the... on the men's side, this poses less of a challenge because a training center is available, the amount of people required or the amount of employees required is large. There is an economy of scale that you... So what we had to do initially was increase the number of ladies to be hired. So that poses a bit of a challenge in terms of cost. But the outcome was very interesting. When we started Saudization back in the mid-90s, we wanted to experiment a complete assembly line with men only, Saudis. And we have captured the productivity increase, the data and productivity increase, during that period. So we pulled that out and we've measured it against what we found out what the young ladies could do on the shop. To our surprise, the acceleration of productivity improvement on the ladies section was twice as much as it was for the men's section.
Why would you say that was?
For a light industry, there are several conditions that need to be met. One is there are small components that need to be assembled. And usually young ladies are much better at handling smaller components. Quality of assembly is somewhat, has its feminine touch to it. So the breakage of components is a lot less. And then the finishing, that is also an important part. The finishing of the product, sometimes mishandling or rough handling becomes a bit of a problem. So all of those issues somewhat have been resolved by the shop floor. So our experience has been extremely successful in that field on the manufacturing side.
Okay. So how many women do you employ now in factories?
About a little over 100 in the air conditioning field, Zamul Food and Zamul Plastics. And then we went into a different field, and that is the white collar, basically trying to hire engineers, IT professionals, accountants, call center. On the engineering side, also there was a huge challenge because the local universities here do not graduate civil engineers, which we would require for our steel structure entity. So we had to go through a 9-month reskilling program. And as Dr. Fahad said, the Human Development Fund has strategic funding with companies that have special programs. So what we've done is we work with HRDF for a 9-month reskilling program for fresh women engineers, graduates, to prepare them for structural processes, to prepare them working with detailing. And I'm happy to report that 2 weeks ago, we had the first building completely designed, detailed, bill of quantity was done by the team of women engineers in our factory.
Interesting. Well done. So I just wanted to ask you very quickly about the retention rate. So how, I mean, you have women applying, you're taking them in, you're training them for a good 3 months, and then, or maybe longer. How many of these women stay in the job, and how many drop out?
After the initial stage, the attrition rate is a lot less than it is with other, with the boys' side. Simply because it's not easy for some of the ladies to find jobs in that field. Secondly, remember in manufacturing, the beauty about manufacturing is that you're able to hire all types of academic background. You can hire an illiterate all the way to a nuclear physicist. So that's the diversity that you have in that field. So a lot of them that work in the shop floor are either low-skilled or semi-skilled.
Okay.
So that gives them consistency and keeps them on the job for quite some time.
Wanted them to stay. Khalid, can I ask you then, how difficult is it for you to recruit women into manufacturing? How are you finding? I mean, we know about the success of women into the retail sector in Saudi Arabia, but manufacturing is a whole different game.
I think Firstly, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to thank Sagia for holding the session because I think it's very important to highlight the opportunities in manufacturing. The perception of manufacturing is working on assembly lines and production lines. However, it also holds the administration functions as well. We currently work with around 20 manufacturing entities in the kingdom. One of them here is Tata Group. And the majority of them actually do hire in the administration positions. Now, there are some entities looking at investing into the fields of establishing bigger entities or units. You have an example, for instance, of Philips, who recently acquired a Saudi lighting company here. And they're increasing their manufacturing workforce from 70 female employees to 300 female employees over the course of the next couple of months. Tata is doing a great job over here. We've placed over 90 women to work in administration, HR, finance, and accounting fields. Putting women to work in these areas is difficult, and not reason being that these organizations are not providing the right services. It's just a perception. We do need more marketing. We need to create more awareness. Private sector and companies need to create more stable career path for these women. Once they are in and they pass the probation period, the retention is extremely high. It's just about outlining a future career and future role models. And we have the Israr story. It was a great example of women that started off from nothing and grew up into the career, and we need more of that. If you look globally, you have 7 of the Fortune 100 companies are run by women in the manufacturing field. You have General Motors, you have a female CEO. You have Schnitzer Steel, who's a female CEO. I think these are all great examples that it's not just about assembling light bulbs or ACs. It's actually a career that's involved in it, and a huge career where you have thousands of employees that work in this field. One of the things that we worked on with the Human Resource Development Fund is work on the filtering and screening of candidates for free, where the HRDF is covering our costs. So any entity, as a manufacturing entity, we place women into those entities and do the recruitment at no cost. And this is supported by the government. So these are one of the incentives on placing women into these fields.
Right, thank you. Sunil, let me jump to you, please, and just ask you about your experience at Tata. What sort of change, where did the change need to happen for you to be able to attract, to get a good, substantial selection of women within the manufacturing sector?
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting us to share the Tata story about inclusion and diversity, and especially about gender diversity. Just a line about Tata Group, it's about 140 years old company. So we have the legacy, employs about 600,000 people around the world in about 100 Tata companies. And the collective turnover is about 100 billion. The determination to improve quality of life of communities that we serve has always been there, right from the inception of Tata Group. And this is also true for women. And, creches with attendants were there way back in 19th century when the operation started. When our founder, Jamshedji Tata, started the endowment fund for sending bright young Indians for higher study, the first one was selected was a woman. And so there has always been orientation towards women, but the problem is, despite all that, we have only 22% women in our workforce, which is equivalent to almost the national average in India. And that is a big challenge we are dealing with at this point of time. Last year, we initiated a program called Tata Lead. We know that there is a huge business case for involving women in the workforce. When there is a talent war out there, we cannot leave 50% of the segment your consideration set. You have to include in your consideration set. And secondly, we also realize, Zamil's experience, that women bring with themselves a very different skill sets. 80% of consumer decisions are either made by them or influenced by them. So their insight of consumer market is huge, and it's very different from men folks. So their inclusion opens up new market for you, opens up new customers for you, and you see whole lot of new things happening in the organization.
But a whole set of groups of people need to have their mindset changed to accept having women alongside them in a
you
factory
said it.
or...
Yeah, you nailed it. You said it. It's easier said than done. It is, everyone believes in that, but it is not happening at the speed at which one would like it to happen. And our experience is the first bottleneck is paradigm. The paradigm, our own paradigm, our own biases, our own way of looking at the women needs to change. And what we have done is we have embarked on a massive training program, right from CEO to down below, to question our paradigm, to understand our biases, to become more inclusive manager in the corporate.
Yes.
And that is something which we all inadvertently, where we all make mistakes, and we are trying to learn, we are trying to see how we can be more inclusive manager. We are also training women managers in order to see how they can reach their aspirations. What are the stumbling blocks in their way of reaching at the higher levels?
Sure.
And we find that there are glass walls, there are glass ceilings for women. They are very typified in the organization. If you see our own organization, you will find most of the women are still working in corporate communication, HR, or some softer areas. They are less in hardcore. And as a result, the chances for them to reach the leadership position becomes less.
Yeah, absolutely. Krista, let me come to you with that word, leadership. Is it only down to the women and their willpower or preference to break through those glass ceilings or break into manufacturing jobs?
Yeah, that's right, Siva. And thank you, too. I wanted just to say I'm very honored to be a part of this distinguished panel with all this certainly distinguished guests here today at this truly global conference. And the way that we're looking at it is, it's all about women's representation, whether that's representation in the board, in leadership ranks, in the workforce, or in a specific industry. It is a global conversation that is taking place now, and it is everywhere, right? We're seeing it in the media, major media. We're hearing about conversations that are taking place in executive suites. We're here today at this conference talking about it, and we're seeing a lot of action from the government. And I think it's a really exciting time. So what do I mean by representation? So my organization, Catalyst, does research. And every year we take a look at the top of the top companies, and this year we looked at the S&P 500, and really diagnosed and analyzed, what is that representation? And just for a minute here, I want to share with you, and if you kind of think about it as a pyramid, and I'm going to talk about the bottom layer of that pyramid, and the bottom layer of that pyramid has a number of 45%. That is the number of women that are in the labor force in the S&P 500. If you move up that pyramid to the next level, the number says 36.8%. That's the number of women that are mid-level managers within the S&P 500. Moving up that pyramid again to the next level, 25% is the number. That's the number of women executives in the S&P. And the next number up is 19%. Anyone want to take a guess what that number is? Yeah, it's the number of women that are represented in the boardroom. At the eye of the pyramid, you'll see the number 4.6%. And then clearly that is the number of women that are represented as CEOs in the S&P 500. We're optimistic. This number is slowly changing at a glacial pace, but we know that from our vantage point, this is just not good enough. What we know, though, and what we've heard are that there's different ways, there's different paths that to reach the goal of getting more women represented in these leadership ranks, in the boardrooms, in the workforce. And it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And we've seen some different strategies, right? You've seen the effect of quotas, the effect of some serious legislation, voluntary disclosures. I like to think about it as a mosaic, right? And the mosaic looks very different in every country.
What about if we look at not in the boardroom and not women as leaders, but getting women back into employment and having them want to be part of these sectors that are not traditionally for women? Would you say that it was the problem was on the supply or on the demand?
Oh yeah,
side?
I mean, there's certainly we have lots of supply. It's more. It's not a supply issue. It's a demand issue right now, right? That's truly the problem.
Right. Okay. If anybody has a question, please put your hands up. I'm afraid I'm not receiving anything on the tablet. So if you have questions, we'll just have to do it the good old traditional way and put your hands up and we'll get the mic over to you. While I ask you, Dr. Maha, about from your experience with working with and getting the youth to volunteer, to get them ready for work, etc. Also, how do you find readiness of the youth to get into employment, and how do you find readiness of women to get into employment specifically?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think when we talk about the role of the family on getting their children or women are ready for the workforce, it is very important. But I think we should really parent start early on when we are raising our children. We should really raise boys and girls and promote gender equality from early age when their mind are young and easy to model at that time. So we should demonstrate to children that jobs and career are not gender bound. We should raise our children to prepare them for labor force not on the basis of gender stereotyping, but rather on their personal strength and their capabilities. And unfortunately, gender stereotyping in terms of jobs and career is a global problem, but you can see it in a conservative cultures or in a cultures where women just start entering the workforce is much more emphasized on this. I think also it is important for us to raise our boys knowing that women in Saudi Arabia has really excelled in education, and it is really the era now to excel in work. So they're going to find women not only partner, but a competitor with them in the workforce. This is also important. So the gender stereotyping and the way we raise our children has to change from very young age. Saying that, I think it is not fair for me to raise my children on this basis, and then they go to school and they are really having this gender stereotyping of mommy staying home and cooking and cleaning, and then daddy's going to work and bringing money. So it has to be a balance between the two ideas or the two teachings, and school has to be really complementary to what the parents are promoting in terms of work. The other thing, when we talk about preparing the youth to the workforce, I think it is important to have this guidance counselor from the beginning, from the elementary and the high school. Sometimes we do have this training and these counselors later on, and it's very difficult. And I found that when we are having a group of young men and women under the name of Shabab al-Aman, or it's Aman Youth, they come and volunteers in different work. Really see that their scope of what is available in terms of work is widened, and then they start talking about other non-traditional type of jobs that is there, because women are raised to be teachers or doctors, but when they go into this philanthropic and volunteer work, then they see different kind of work and different kind of challenges, and then they start explore all these. And I think, a woman working in a manufactory or in factories is one of these we call it untraditional type of work, that is being accepted now. We accepted women working in retail stores and other things. So I think it is going to be accepted and going to really expand more in the future. And I'm glad to hear they're not really hiring only women to work in the factory, but they're hiring engineers and CEO. And then the challenge is that this the glass ceiling phenomena that we talked about. You know, women going to reach to a certain level and then will stop. It's very difficult for women to reach, you know, up the ladder into the CEO levels.
Yep. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Can we have some mics, please, to the front of the room here, one to the back there. Gentlemen, would you kindly stand up, please, and introduce yourself?
بسم الله. عبد الرحمن الأحمد، شركة الفنار. بس أشارك بتجربة شركة الفنار في توظيف المرأة في القطاع الصناعي. شركة الفنار لديها 700 امرأة سعودية يعملون في مدينة الفنار الصناعية مستقل خاص بهم لتركيب وتجميع القواطع الكهربائية. والحقيقة هذا الرقم وصلت لشركة الفنار بعد عدة سنوات، حيث بدأنا ب5 فتيات ووصلنا الآن 700 امرأة. فخلال هذه التجربة كان لدينا حقيقة كثير من الأمور التي تحتاج إلى معالجة وتطوير في الأداء، ونحن سعيدين بهذه التجربة. فقط حببت أن أشارككم بهذه التجربة.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. It's very interesting. Inshallah, you can, along with Al-Zammel Group and the other big groups here, be leaders and role models for other companies. Do we have another question here? If we can have a mic here. And one there. Please go ahead. Yes, you have a mic.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's James Fear. I'm with Recipco Capacity Exchange. And I was previously in an organization called YEO, now EO, Young Entrepreneurs Organization. And while I was the president, I was determined to increase the membership of women because we were only at almost the same number you said about CEOs, so just over 4%. And I interviewed a lot of women through this process, trying to recruit and increase numbers. And it was interesting. One of the things that came from that is I discovered there were a lot of women that were saying to me, well, actually, you know what, I don't want to be the CEO.
Okay.
I have a life. And I'm just curious, you know, what information or data or research is shown? Is it really just an inequality issue, or is it that women, in fact, don't actually want to take on that responsibility? I'm interested in what your findings are.
That's interesting. I've heard that as well. I shouldn't be saying that, I know, but I have heard that some women do not want. It's a choice. So, but it's good to have the choice, isn't it, Krista?
Yeah, I would agree, and I would also say a lot of men probably don't want to be CEOs either, too, you know? So I think that, you know, in the reality, it's really up to individuals in terms of where they want to go with their career. I applaud your efforts that what we did at the EYO program, and I think that if there's more organizations out there that are like yours that are doing things like that, it helps raise the visibility and helps give women the information and knowledge they need to grow in their careers.
Okay, thank you. I have time for one more question. I just need the mic up to this gentleman here because he's had his hand up for a long time. Can we have a mic to the front table here, please? Tadali.
I think working women, to answer his question, working women are moms, and one should not really suppress the other. I think there will be certain times of the woman's age that she will be more focused into motherhood. But I think when you ask female entrepreneurs who are really make it into the top, and you ask them what really get them to that position, that they will tell you that the support of the husbands or the father in the family. So if it is, you know, a certain time where the mother cannot really work because of being a mother, then a lot of women can do it, and one should not really suppress the other. And with the support, they can do it. And I think this phenomena of women not wanting this job is really decreasing. I don't think it is really as emphasized as
Right, absolutely. Please go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لا ما عندي شك إطلاقا
في بناتنا وأبنائنا أنهم عندهم القدرة يسوون جميع الوظائف. وأعتقد النقطة البوادر الموجودة الآن واضحة أنه إن شاء الله بناتنا وعيالنا بيشتغلون في جميع المجالات. التحدي الكبير بنقل نقلة مستقبلية. هل لدينا من الفرص الوظيفية مستقبلا من القطاعات الصغيرة والوسيطة التي تستطيع أن تستوعب الأعداد القادمين السنوات القادمة؟ هل لدينا دراسات؟ هل أعددنا أنفسنا لذلك؟ أم في نفس المحور نعيد على موضوع قديم الآن؟ أنا أعتقد موضوع توظيف الفتاة صار موضوع قديم، لأنه أعتقد أنه تحققت إنجازات كبيرة، سمعنا أمثلة جيدة منها، لكن السؤال هل يستطيع أن يستوعب الشباب بناتا وأولادا المرحلة القادمة، استيعاب المئات الألوف القادمة؟
نعم تفضل.
طبعا انا بس بعلق على الكلام وبرجع للسؤال عن الوظائف القياديه للمراه. طبعا تقول هل في؟ نعم، البيانات الان موجوده في بيانات حافز نتكلم عن معدلات البطاله بين الرجال والنساء، تقول نعم راح تكون في فرص وظيفيه. طبعا انا اذا فهمت السؤال صح، انا القطاع الصناعي فنحن مع توظيف السعوديين، ولا نلزم المصانع بتوظيف مرأة دون الرجل. في القضية لما نتكلم عن القطاع الصناعي نتعامل معه في نسبة نطاقات، دائما نطاقات لما نتعامل معها هي نسبة بما يتعلق بنسبة السعوديين موجودة في القطاع الصناعي. دائما نتعامل مع هذه النسبة، نزيد أو نرفع مثلا من هذه القيمة بناء على معطيات السوق. هذه هي النقطة الأساسية. إذا كانت معطيات السوق تتطلب أن في فرص وظيفية للقطاع الصناعي فنتعامل مع نسبة نطاقات. هذه تتكلم بشكل عام السعوديين والسعوديات. لكن بما يتعلق، لأن كثير من الإعلام يتكلمون مثلا قطاع الخدمات النسائية ولا قطاع المصانع، يقول لك والله أنت هل في نساء راح يعملن في هذا القطاع ولا لا؟ القطاع الصناعي الأمر الملكي الكريم اللي صدر وتنظيم وزارة العمل لا يلزم صاحب المصنع بأن يوظف مرأة. نحن مع توظيف السعوديين ولا نميز بين مرأة ورجل في القطاع الصناعي، لكن وجدنا أن المصانع سارعت وصارت المرأة هي خيارهم الأول، ليس على السعودي فقط وإنما حتى على عامل وافد. يمكن تجربة المصانع، مصنع الزامل تجربة ومصنع الفنار تجربة، ونتأكد أنها مصانع كثيرة. هذه نقطة بما يتعلق بهذا الموضوع. أعلق على الوظائف القيادية
سريع إذا بتفيد لأنه خلص
طيب.
الوقت.
الوظائف القيادية، يمكن سمعت أحد يتكلم عن الوظائف القيادية ووجود المرأة في الوظائف القيادية. دائما نتكلم في بعض القطاعات المتعلقة مثلا بعمل تكون موجودة أصلا في بعض القطاعات، فلا نستعجل أن تكون منخرطة مثلا في القطاع في أن تكون وظيفة قيادية. قطاع التجزئة قبل 4 سنوات لم تكن المرأة تعمل في قطاع التجزئة، الآن حاليا موجودة كبائع، موجودة مديرة معرض، وموجودة أصلا كمديرة للقطاعات. وشفنا أكبر الشركات المستثمرة في قطاع التجزئة الآن من يقود هذا القطاع هم نساء سعوديات. وأيضا حتى في وزارة العمل الآن اللي يقود عمل المرأة سيدات سعوديات.
160,000 وظيفة جديدة للسيدات بخلال السنتين الماضيين بحسب تقرير وزارة العمل أو خطة العمل بسنة 2014، صح؟
طبعا الرقم قبل تقريبا 4 سنوات كان العدد النساء العاملات في القطاع الخاص لا يتجاوز 49,000، لكن آخر إحصائيات بحسب طبعا من مسجل في التأمينات الاجتماعية الرقم تجاوز 410,000.
هذا هو الجواب.
يعني الرقم نتكلم عن يعني تضاعف إلى عشرات الأضعاف، ليس يعني في قطاع التجزئة والمصانع والمؤسسات والشركات. يعني متفائلين جدا أن تكون الفترات القادمة تكون أكثر من هذه الأرقام.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we really need to wrap it up now. Very optimistic. The evidence in the last few years is great, and hopefully this will continue going forward and multiply. Thank you all very much. Thank you, my esteemed panelists, for joining in this discussion, and thank you all for attending.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of SABIC, Mohammed Al-Mahdi.
Thank you. حضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد فقدت المملكة العربية السعودية والعالم أجمع يوم الجمعة الفائت قائداً فذاً وملكاً حكيماً خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز يرحمه الله، الذي أمضى حياته في خدمة دينه ووطنه والإنسانية، وكان داعياً للسلام وللحوار وللوئام والتعايش بين الأمم والشعوب، يرحمه الله برحمته الواسعة. كما أهنئ خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز يحفظه الله على مبايعته ملكاً للمملكة العربية السعودية، الذي أيده الله استمراره على النهج القويم الذي سار عليه المؤسس وأبنائه من بعده في خدمة الدين والوطن والشعب. وتمضي المسيرة أيها الإخوة. الآن الساعة 4:15، ولأول مرة حقيقة في كثير من المنتديات مثل هذا الحضور وهذه الحيوية في هذا الجمع، فالشكر لكم جميعا، والأستاذ عبد اللطيف معالي على قدرته الفائقة في distinguished guests. I am honored to be asked to join you again at this important gathering. In only a short time, the Global Competitiveness Forum has successfully established itself as a key platform for thought leaders. You are a well-informed audience. But today I want to tell you a story about the region that few of us have heard. It is a positive story, one of technology, innovation, and sustainability. In the time I have, I wish to share 3 key aspects of that story. First, the origins of SABIC and why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia took the strategic decision to create a world-leading downstream industry where none existing before. Second, the path chosen by the Kingdom to increase petrochemical investment and take its competitiveness to the next level. And finally, the high-value contribution we make to the national economy. Saudi Arabia is fortunate to be richly endowed with natural resources. The discovery of the Dammam oil and gas field in 1938 began transforming the face of the kingdom. But the new industry also produced considerable waste. As a boy, seeing many wells flaring gas uselessly in the air. Some members of the national government had the foresight to put that wasted gas to use in local value-added industries. That vision created SABIC, the original step towards sustainability. And the flares now are gone. But long-term success would require strong and informed government support, partnership with established companies, cutting-edge technology, and the development of innovations. And we would need to build a skilled workforce from among the country's best and brightest. In less than 4 decades, the results are remarkable. From a handful of early recruits, SABIC now employs around 40,000 people worldwide. From sales revenue of $2 billion some 25 years ago, SABIC in 2013 enjoyed revenues of $50.4 billion in 2013. And we manufacture on a global scale in Saudi Arabia, the Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific. The portfolio of SABIC products is among the most diverse in the world. We are the world's largest producers of MTBE, ethylene glycol, and polycarbonate. We are also among the world's largest producers of polyolefins, methanol, and fertilizers. But our customers also chose to work with SABIC because of our leading-edge solutions. For instance, SABIC works with brand-leading automobile and aircraft manufacturers to make their product both lighter and stronger. We help make batteries last longer and produce materials enabling more sustainable packaging solutions. These solutions are what have enabled us to grow from humble beginning to a global challenger. Our 2025 strategy seeks to build that success by becoming the preferred world leader in chemicals. But the foundation of our success remains right here in Saudi Arabia. Only by increasing the sector competitiveness, which I define as a superior sustained value creation, can the kingdom meet its global goal of strong growth and high-quality employment for its people. The competitiveness of our industry is not simply a matter of feedstock and government support. It is also a story of picking the right value chain and business efficiencies while employing innovation and sustainability along the way. First, government support. As one of the world's leading energy producers, Saudi Arabia is well positioned to allocate feedstock at competitive prices. The government's investment in infrastructure and port facilities ensure that the industry can access raw materials and ship finished products. Under the umbrella of the National Industrialization Program, the Kingdom has established funds and programs aimed at diversifying the Saudi economy. For example, SABIC and Saudi Aramco are bringing together their complementary skills and marketing knowledge through the Public Investment Fund to establish the Saudi Arabian Investment Company. This company is dedicated to attracting investment in areas not now being developed, including the maritime, water, and electrical equipment sectors. Other steps our government is taking include financial support for the training and employment of Saudis from the Human Resource Development Fund, economic development in rural areas through the Modern Initiative, encouraging economic diversity via special economic zones and greater reliance on more entrepreneurial small and medium-sized enterprises. The second pillar is extending value chains. The Saudi petrochemical industry has already created more than 50 value chains and is committed to generating more. Today's complex value chains, however, are very different from those focused only on petrochemical, steel, cement, fertilizer, and energy. It extends directly to the consumer. For example, the National Industrial Cluster Program is leading the development of a globally competitive automotive industry. This creates opportunities in construction technology and supply chain management. That generates sales, distribution, administration, and marketing opportunities. The impact on employment alone could be in the tens of hundreds of thousands of jobs. Value can also add via increasing business efficiency. For example, SABIC strives for continuous improvement in energy efficiency. Our aspirational goal is in reducing energy intensity and greenhouse gases by 25% from our 2010 level. And we have agreed with the government to coordinate our operations with the nation's energy efficiency program. In addition to the two enablers already mentioned, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia petrochemical industry is driving for world-leading innovation and sustainability. Some of our recent innovative solutions include SABIC carbon fiber composites were used to create the world's fairest 3D printed car. SABIC materials were also used to manufacture the world's fairest carbon composite auto wheel. And Volkswagen chose SABIC's breakthrough polycarbonate glazing solution to lighten and strengthen the windows of its XL1 diesel plug-in hybrid. We are also contributing to innovation in the kingdom through our new SABIC Plastic Application Development Center in Riyadh Techno Valley near University of King Saud. Employing some 180 scientists, SPADIC is designed to bring capabilities in application design and testing to our customers right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are also constructing a home of innovation, which will act a focal point for customer collaboration and will help to attract downstream technology partners. We work closely with top institutions such as KAUST, KSU, MIT, Cambridge University, and the Chinese Academy of Science. Obviously, all of this requires a strong focus on talent. We are helping to create quality employment for Saudi citizens by driving these innovation initiatives and developing these innovative solutions right in the kingdom. At the same time, we are profoundly aware that everything we do must be sustainable. Therefore, we are working to ensure that our environmental footprint is as compact as we can make it, and that our employees work to the highest standard of safety and ethical conduct. When combined, these three pillars have enabled the rise of the Saudi petrochemical sector. In 2013, it generated 4.3% of Saudi GDP, or 43% of total manufacturing value added to GDP. In the first half of last year, the listed sector comprised a third of the value of the Saudi Stock Exchange. The industry boasted 600 billion Saudi riyal of state-of-the-art assets here at home. In 2013, the petrochemical industry generated estimated direct cash payment of 42.5 billion riyals to the Saudi entities. Cash payments to the service sector, including insurance, banking, and logistics, totaled an additional 6.6 billion Saudi riyals. But the most tangible evidence of the sector value to Saudi Arabia is in the jobs we create. In addition to direct employment of 35,000, a major study found that the industry creates directly and indirectly or induced an additional estimated 280,000 local jobs. Direct annual salary and benefits payment to the Saudi employees in the sector currently total around 11.3 billion Saudi riyals. Other companies in the sector are committed to developing the local workforce in addition to SABIC. But I think the most eloquent testimony to the value of our industries bring to Saudi Arabia is the national wealth we generate as opposed to simply exporting feedstock. Had Saudi Arabia leaders made a different choice in 1976 and elected not to create petrochemical industry, the country would have foregone an opportunity of around US 34 billion annually. To sum up, the petrochemical industry has played a significant role in creating enormous value for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the last 40 years. We are a global leader in petrochemicals. We have brought 50 value chains to the country, and we have high-value employment opportunity in Saudi Arabia. All this comes as a result of harnessing the resources of competitiveness, feedstock, supportive government policies, constantly improving our efficiency, and best-in-class innovation and sustainability practices. Today, we are capitalizing on the support we receive from Saudi governments, such as the National Industrial Cluster Program, to invest in forward-looking, customer-focused initiatives, SPADIC, and the Home of Innovation. This will create even more opportunities, not only here in the Kingdom, but worldwide. We invite potential partners everywhere to come to SABIC and see how we can help you. So long as we continue honoring our competitive edge, I see no limit to what we can achieve. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Nick Gowing.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and please stay in your seats because we're going to move on with foreign direct investment, a critical issue for so many countries. The title you'll see is The Legacy of FDI. I have a problem with that because FDI hasn't really stopped. It's the way FDI is moving at the moment, but the critical question is, how can we build partnerships that maximize knowledge transfer to a society? It's really building on the issues that we were talking about this morning when it comes to the new age of discovery, of incubation, of innovation as well. Maximizing knowledge transfer to a society. So this is moving that issue forward, so critical to so many countries. And we've got other countries represented up here on the platform. And what I'd like to do is remind you, because it's such a great way for you to give me ideas of what's in your mind, what the challenges are, what the problems are, the questions you'd like answered. You could just put up that slide again just to remind people, because that's the way that you can help create the agenda in this debate when that slide goes up. But I'll remind you, if you haven't written it down, it's ask@gcf.org.sa, or you can tweet @GCFTalk. It'll go up in one moment, I hope. Right, now let me introduce you to those who are going to join us from Turkey, from Ireland, from China, from the People's Republic, and also from the United States. I'm going to introduce them, but let me ask them to introduce themselves. First of all, from the United States, Pete Wharton.
Well, thank you. First, I would like to offer NASA's condolences to the Saudi people for the loss of King Abdullah. That having been said, NASA is a U.S. government agency that everybody knows does space, but we also do tech transfer and help industry. I run one of NASA's centers, the NASA Ames Research Center is one of 10. We're in the Silicon Valley, right next door to a small startup you might have heard of called Google. I think you heard from them this morning. But very successful program, and just as a very brief summary here, I'd like to say that we have a major cooperation with Saudi Arabia. And we launched last year a joint experiment, SaudiSat-4. The experiment we did jointly is 100% success, and I'd like to announce that today. We maybe could talk about how we're doing cooperation later.
And are you completely funded by the government?
Not completely. NASA actually gets about probably 95% of its funding from the government, but particularly my center, we get about $100 million from the private sector for research and to transfer technology to companies.
All right, good. Thanks, Pete. Let's move on to Ding Shuo Hua, who is a senior vice president of Huawei from the People's Republic of China.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Sega for the opportunity to be here. It's a great honor for me and for Huawei. Coming to this year's forum, I'm amazed that how the world is even more interconnected, how businesses are increasingly interdependent with the industries such as education, energy, healthcare, and technologies sharing common values as well as a common interest in competitiveness. Competitiveness is actually a concept that we at Huawei are very familiar with. From a startup company established in 1988, today we have grown into a leading global ICT solution providers, represented in more than 170 countries, serving 1/3 of the world's population. I'm sure from this forum, there is great potential to foster collaboration between public and the private sector in knowledge transfer. So I'm going to share with you some partnership we have established in the kingdom to maximize the knowledge transfer. Thank you.
All right, fine. Let me come to you in a moment then. No. Let's now go to Ireland, to Dermot, who is the Executive Director from the Ireland Development Authority.
Thank you, Nick, and good afternoon, everybody. And I would also like to extend condolences to the Saudi people on the passing of your beloved king, and also to the organisers of the conference for this opportunity to share with you. As Nick said, I am Dermot Clohessy with IDA Ireland, which is the Government of Ireland's foreign direct investment agency. And my area of responsibility is global operations, so manage our network of offices across the globe to try and maximise the amount of FDI that comes into Ireland, but also working with the companies that are already in Ireland to further embed them. So I have a huge interest in the topic of the around knowledge transfer and cooperation and partnerships to embed the full benefits of FDI, and hope to be able to share them with you in the course of this discussion.
Finally to Turkey, Mehmet Ayçi.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to express my heartfelt condolences for the custodian of the two holy mosques, the late King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. And I'd like to also wish every success to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. And first of all, as the president of the Turkish Investment and Promotion Agency, all I have to say that this agency established 9 years ago as a totally mindset change in Turkey, and to see foreign direct investment as one of the key driver of the Turkish economic growth. And in terms of this perspective, after the parliament decided 9 years ago to establish this agency with the strong support of Mr. Erdogan, and this agency also started to navigate and help the investors, working only by a postman between the investors and the government, but go beyond this in terms of public-private partnership, played a very key role in the country and helped a lot the improving of the investment climate in the country by using the policy advocacy role of the agency. And in terms of this perspective, as a result of structural reforms, as a result of the mindset change, trying to become as a host country to build up conducive, predictable, and transparent environment for the investors and become a fair partner, fair regulator as state, the agency has always go beyond bringing up not only information to the government, but instead of this, trying to reduce the asymmetric feedback flow among the investors. Also, we worked many corporates to attract them to Turkey in order to help Turkey's Vision 2023.
Thank you very much indeed, Mehmet. Let me just remind you of that address. Please use it. It is a great way for me to know what's on your mind. And Bob, if we can have that up now, there it is. ask@gcf.org.sa. Nothing's changed in the last 4 or 5 hours, and on Twitter @GCFTalk. And it's a good way of you getting ideas to me, because we've got a lot to get through in 40 minutes, but you can help direct the traffic here and also in my mind as I press them on. Now, what we're going to talk about is lessons learned from successful knowledge transfer, but also there are the downsides about knowledge transfer as well. So the floor is open for all of you to express and share your experiences, particularly in this very fast-moving environment, which the Chairman and Governor made very clear was now challenging Saudi Arabia. Pete Warden, your experience in NASA.
Well, I think it's important to understand the promise now in the sector. My agency actually started 100 years ago this year with aeronautics, and we're now moving into the space area. We're beginning to see space and aerospace combined with Silicon Valley, and there was a lot of discussion this morning about taking risk. And I think that's a really important lesson that, in the past, NASA had a motto that says failure is not an option. In business, it is an option. And I really would like to commend, I think that's spreading throughout the world. In our satellite program that we're doing with Saudi Arabia, we're working with the King Abdul Aziz City for Science and Technology. And it's interesting that because they're kind of new, they're beginning to take this, we can take risk. And we can do things a lot cheaper and a lot better. So it's the lesson is, I think the aerospace industry has got a huge opportunity around the world, particularly as we go. But the point about risk is that you need to figure out a way to tolerate risk, and that's a lesson that we're working with our partners both domestically and internationally.
Is it a question of just tolerating or calibrating as well? You are involved essentially in national security with the most cutting edge of technology as it gets smaller and smaller, maximizing capacity as well. At what point do you say that knowledge cannot be transferred?
Well, this is an interesting question, and it's caused a lot of problems. We have in the United States rules. There's the International Trafficking in Arms regulations. I think the point is that when you start a project, we can sign agreements and do knowledge transfer with anybody. It just takes a process and a bit of time. There certainly is a risk. There's a worry both about U.S. commercial competitiveness as well as national security. So these are things that have to be planned, and that's really put in a risk. But you have to be willing to take a little risk in that as well, and not always take the most cautious approach. And there are downsides to that, but it's a very Silicon Valley mindset that's really changing things, I think.
Because, let me put one issue to you immediately, if I may, Pete, because President Obama is currently in India at the moment, and the new government of India has said, under Mr. Modi, he said for the first time that foreign defense and aerospace contractors can start building inside India. Now, that raises all kinds of new challenges, not least because of the pressure to deliver quickly as opposed to thinking 15 years for even getting to the point where that stuff might be built. I'm just using that as a very immediate contemporary example.
Well, and I think it is an example. In the past, we always looked at aerospace as something you planned an airplane or a spacecraft, and it was 20 years before it was produced. But we're seeing that change. There's new technologies like 3D printing and computer-aided design and so forth. We're seeing in space to go from big satellites, we're going to very small satellites. It's possible now to iterate these things in 6 months to a year. That has new challenges too, because it says that if you stand still and worry about all these other issues, over worry about them, you're going to be outdone by your competitors.
All right, well, let's that shadow, that ghost perhaps, of control and IP, intellectual property, right through this discussion if we can, because everything essentially has an intellectual property component. Mr. Ding, let me come to you. Huawei, you're senior vice president. You sit in China considering these very critical issues. But Huawei is very assertive It's moving out into so many countries at the moment. Where do you see the limits of knowledge transfer? Where do you see the maximizing of knowledge transfer?
So before I talk about, how to maximize knowledge transfer, I would like to emphasize the innovation. So very important to, very critical to competitiveness. So innovation in Huawei is one of the core values. Every year we invest more than 10% of revenue into R&D. Last year alone, we invested more than $5 billion in R&D. So we have 46% of our employees are engaged in research and development. So we have set up 16 R&D centers worldwide, 28 joint innovation centers with world's leading telecom operators. So our vision is that we believe that human progress by innovation to enrich all humanity. So we would like to, to transfer knowledge we have got to the local societies. So actually, for example, in Saudi Arabia, so we have set up our own training centers, so to meet the local requirements. So far, we have trained more than 6,000 people. Also, we have cooperated with the universities, King Saudi University, King Fahd University of Petroleum Minerals, providing labs and training students and the teachers in acquiring, ICT technologies. In addition to all of that, we have set up a joint innovation center last year with Saudi Aramco and also King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. I think all of those initiatives are beneficial for all of the parties. Also, I think it's beneficial for Saudi economy.
Can I just put it to you, Mr. Ding, given that there was that controversial US Congress report about Huawei, and of course, knowledge can be transferred in two directions. The transfer can be maximized in two directions. Do you see yourselves in Huawei as active in transferring knowledge to the society, to the country you're working on, or is it as much to get for your benefit and transfer back to China?
We are a company, we are a private company. We focus on civilian, business. We just provide equipment for civilian use. So we transfer technologies from different ways, not only one way straight. For example, we applied more than 50,000 patents worldwide. We're ranked #1 in terms of IPR in China, ranked top in Europe, and the top 50 in the US. Actually, we have R&D in the US, in the Europe, and we create a lot of new technologies, innovations in the US and in the Europe.
But you recognize the concerns and maybe suspicions.
I think it will take time for all the holders to understand. This is a pure, I think we're doing some business. This is pure business.
All right, fine. Let me tell you, I've got one question which I'd like you to bear in mind as we keep the discussion going from Fawaz. What are the first two countries in the region you'll advise your clients to invest in? ? Quote, be honest about your answer. That's from him, not from me. Right, let's move forward. Dermot, your view from Ireland, a country of 4 million. It's not naturally seen as a country which is involved in too much foreign direct investment, but...
I take issue with you in that.
I did say but.
No, Ireland punches above its weight globally in terms of the amount of FDI that it wins. And I suppose what I'd like to do is just, at a practical level and from a practitioner's point of view, maybe share some high-level observations, and later in the discussion we can drill down on the detail. Against the backdrop of the topic, legacies have to be managed if you want to get the desired outcome. Maximize the benefits. I think our experience in Ireland is that we manage that process to maximize it. I'm obviously coming at it from a country investment point of view, and that perspective puts the client, whether it's the multinational or the indigenous company, center stage in our thinking. I think we heard this morning the intensity of competition for foreign direct investment. and that intensity is only intensifying. So when we look across the landscape of competition, there is a lot of commonality of offerings from various countries. So the challenge is, how do you differentiate yourself? And we see the collaborative knowledge transfer agenda as actually being a source of competitive advantage. And rather seeing it in the context of something that applies after a company invests in a country, we see it as actually part of the attractor into the country. And the framework that we use in IDA and in Ireland has 3 dimensions to it. The first dimension is at a policy level. And when you look at it at a policy level, there's 2 pieces to that. One is what it is you're trying to do, but critically, how do you go about it? The second strand is you've got to look at it at a sectoral level. So how are you going to create partnerships and the knowledge transfer and the cooperation if you're focusing on the life sciences sector or the healthcare sector or the transportation sector or the ICT sector? But there's a third dimension, and that's at an activity level. And what do I mean by an activity level? I'm talking about manufacturing as an activity. I'm talking about R&D as an activity. And I'm also talking about services companies as an activity. And the reason you need, in our view, those 3 dimensions to the approach is that you have a lot of convergence going on between and across sectors. I think we heard it this morning from Google in terms of an internet search engine company, but we heard a lot of commentary about life sciences. So I'll come back on the detail maybe later in the conversation.
And just to underscore the importance of FDI, because Ireland's been through a terrible time economically for the last 3 or 4 years, but managed to attract still a lot of FDI, certainly in the years before. How durable is FDI when things get rough?
I think if you look at the economic performance over the last 5 years in Ireland, FDI played a huge contribution to returning Ireland to the fastest growing country now in the EU. Why? Because the things that were important to FDI didn't change because of the economic crisis. Our education and the talent, center stage, our investment in research and development was critical, but equally competitiveness, the cost of doing business, and of course membership of the EU, because a lot of companies come to Ireland to access the trade advantages of being within the EU. So in fact it played an important role in getting us out of the problems that we were in 5 years ago.
Thank you. All right, Mehmet. Turkey becoming much more assertive, as you say. Your nation's only been in existence for 9 years, but I, as an outsider, am very conscious, not least through the new network of Turkish Airlines. It's going to places that even some Gulf airlines are not going to at the moment, showing that Turkey has a very clear view of where there's business to be had.
Well, actually, Turkey and Saudi Arabia right now in the region, in the Middle East, are the 2 most important destination, safer destination for the investors, basically. And that's why right now Turkey and Saudi Arabia attracting the greatest portion of the FDI Middle East region attracts every year. So the thing is, Turkish Airlines, thanks to Turkish Airlines, thanks to also the vision of the Turkish decision makers and the companies, also administration and the workers, and we are creating a synergy between Turkish exporters, Turkish businessmen, and Turkish state, and as well as our agency. At the same time, for instance, as a good, I think, example, I'm at the same time in the board of the Turkish Airlines, and I'm the head of the Turkish Investment Agency. I think we have some similar goals to bring the Turkish brand name to these countries, to also show them the potential of Turkey and potential growth of Turkey and opportunities in Turkey. Because Turkey would like to be partner and share the growth opportunities as a host country to attract them, to welcome them in Turkey. I think in terms of the Turkish Airlines vision, and also in terms of the, I think, Turkish businessmen, ambitious goals and their business, either regionally or globally, there are so much similarities, basically Saudi Arabian businessmen as well. What we have to do to bring them together, and thanks to Turkish Airlines to bridging between two countries and between other countries. Right now, Turkish Airlines is the #1 airlines company in the world. In terms of the destination, Turkish Airlines direct the fly. Not in terms of the aircraft, number of aircrafts, not in terms of the passengers we carried about, but instead, direct destinations we fly, we're the #1 in the world, and more than 245 points, destinations in the world. But the thing is, it's all about how you use those items, means, and companies and brands of the country to support also the country's also image. Basically, in terms of this, Turkey in the last 12 years did something great, not only by Turkish Airlines, by also structural reforms. Turkey realized, became a host country for more than 40,000. It was only in 2002. We had 4,000 foreign investors operating in Turkey, but right now it exceeded 40,000 companies in Turkey. So we are hosting them either by giving them opportunity to be partner in the private-public partnership projects or joint ventures with also Turkish entrepreneurs as well. So these are the things that we're doing.
How much do you see a reciprocal relationship between you investing in another country and that other country beginning to invest in Turkey?
I think it's not a one-way road. So investing in Turkey not means only investing in Turkey. Investing in Saudi Arabia not only means investing in Saudi Arabia, because these countries also accessibility to surrounding countries and the region is so important, I think, in terms of this. Either Saudi Arabia or Turkey are the powerhouse of the region to attract more companies to themselves. But at the same time, it's vice versa. Turkish businessmen, if they regionalize and globalize their business, obviously they will learn from those countries and they will bring the experiences and also the knowledge of those markets to the country. This will increase capability of Turkish companies to get together with the foreign investors and have projects together either in Turkey or in the third countries, which is very critical, I guess. Because of this, let me give you an example. USD as the #1 investor in the FDI world, they're attracting around more than $280 billion every year, but very close to this, they're also investing in abroad as well. It's vice versa. It's very important.
Well, there's a fascinating question here from the governor. Here we are talking about FDI. There it is in the discussion, but the governor asks, certainly to Mr. Closey and also Achi, what's the definition of FDI now? How do you look, what do you look for behind FDI? How do you measure the impact of FDI? Can you tell us about your experience as IPA or the government in launching a technology transfer program? In other words, a concern that the metrics are not clear, even though we're talking about it.
A very good question. From our perspective, the high-level definition of FDI is where the controlling interest is held by a company outside of the country where the investment is taking place. So we tend to focus on the multinationals, obviously, where they seed either a production facility or a services or R&D type of investment. However, what we are seeing is a trend more than we had seen in the past, where that investment is coming through M&A activity or partnerships rather than just standalone, and particularly from geographies outside of Europe and the States. That trend is very much in evidence in our experience. To the metrics that we use, below obviously the number of investments and the dollar investment amount associated with them, we look at things like the spend in the Irish economy on wages, on raw materials.
Can you measure that?
We do surveys annually by engaging with the companies in the portfolio, and it's done independently. where we look at the raw material spend, the services spend in the economy, obviously wages and salaries. So it can be done, and we use that as a key metric for embeddedness.
Mehmet, your experience on this, again, looking for metrics, looking at clear evidence, that question from the governor. In other words, still a concern there's a degree of ambiguity and uncertainty.
Well, actually, all I have to say is there are some tangible also impacts of the FDI. Basically, you see, when you look at the numbers, basically the currency the country attracted and the numbers and the quantity basis, you see this. Let me give you an example also. In the last 12 years, also improvement in our economy. Right now, among the top 500 Turkish industrial exporters list, we have 139 foreign direct investors. And they're making, among the top 500 export, 44% of the total export among the top 500 industrial companies of Turkey. So they are also at the same time contributing the global competitiveness of the country, not only in terms of the numbers, but in terms of the knowledge, also technology, they brought it up to Turkey. But at the same time, Turkish companies who cooperated and collaborated with them, either, let's say, by joint ventures or working with them as the supplier in the ecosystem, in the also cluster, they are learning more and more. Let me give you an example, Turkish automotive sector. Turkish automotive sector, 3-4 decades ago, just a sector based on montage in the country or assembly line management. But we went beyond this. And right now, we are only, well, automotive sector became the #1 export sector of Turkey by exporting outside of Turkey more than 1 million vehicles every year. And Turkey became, right now, #1 manufacturing of the light commercial vehicles in Europe. So in terms of the automotive markets, Turkish automotive markets became #6 automotive markets of the Europe as well. So right now, day by day, existing brands in Turkey expanding their also investments in Turkey and exporting from Turkey to the outside, $27 billion. And also the factories in Turkey, like the Toyota factories, Fiat factories, or the let's say Mercedes factories, Renault factories, they all became in terms of the perfectionist manufacturing, #1 among their own world. So that is why right now the consumers in France demanding Turkey, made in Turkey manufactured Renaults mostly in their market. This is all because of the improving the knowledge and experience of our workers, our skilled labor force and engineers as well.
Right, we've got 10 minutes to run. Pete Warden.
Well, I'd like to add direct investment, kind of an answer of your questions earlier. Traditionally, aerospace, as you said, was a sensitive area, but we're seeing a lot of foreign investment, and it's a win-win situation. I mean, a good example is just up the road from NASA Ames is Space Systems L'Oreal. It was bought about 2 years ago by Canadian McDonald Detweiler. They've expanded their business considerably. Also in startups, and it's particularly important with young people, we're seeing a lot of these startups in aerospace, multinational efforts getting money. We host about 100 startups in our research park. 3 of them that I know of got a lot of their money from Russian investors and foreign, non-U.S. employees. So I think the important point here is that even a sector as sensitive as aerospace is one that foreign direct investment is significant. I know Saudi Arabia has been looking at a couple investments and made some in aerospace as well.
All right, I've got several questions here actually worried about why there is not as much FDI into Saudi Arabia as there should be. I'll come back to that in a moment, but Mr. Ding, what about knowledge transfer programs, and particularly how Huawei started your program in Saudi Arabia? What was the kind of judgment you made there?
I believe that the cooperation partnership we have established in Saudi Arabia for knowledge transfer has been benefiting for all of the parties. For example, as one of the leading global ICT players, this is our obligation to promote, innovation, technology of ICT. Number two, because of the transfer of technology, it makes it easy for us to recruit, qualified ICT engineers and the business leaders in the kingdom. And also, for Huawei, we understand this market much better, so we can develop tailored and customized solutions for this market. So also for our partners, also they can benefit a lot for, because of training of the people, it's good for them to create jobs. Also, it's good for, economic growth and social development.
But there is a negative side to this more generally. This question from Saud Murad, looking at the FDI flows in the past 10 years to countries in Asia and Latin America, the contribution to the Middle East and Saudi Arabia is still very small compared to other regions. What does Saudi Arabia now have to do to attract more FDI? Who would like to come in?
Well, basically, Saudi Arabia, in terms of the natural resources like oil and gas and the industries based on oil and gas, they're attracting more investments basically on petrochemicals and also industries based on these raw materials, very important. They're competitive. Like they have also very important companies like SABIC and Saudi Aramco and Advanced Petrochemicals, and they are also, these are very leading companies in their sectors as well, but increasing more regional cooperation and collaboration important, and I think the Saudi Arabia worldwide right now, one of the most important player in this field. But there are some other sectors basically depending on those sectors, because those sectors basically are the leverage for automotive, for energy, for textile, for many sectors basically. If they use this as a leverage and a coherent also structure within the region like Turkey and like other also countries, I think that Saudi Arabia can be more competitive and diversify mostly their industrial base as well.
Right, there's got to be more imagination, Dermot.
Yeah, we often describe FDI as a contact sport. You have to get out there and be in front of the client with a very, very compelling value proposition. Why you should invest in Ireland, Saudi Arabia, wherever.
Are you saying more needs to be done by the kingdom then?
Well, I'm only drawing on our experience where you've got to go out there and sell the proposition to the client. What I have heard this morning at the forum, where there's a concentration on certain sectors, I think that's a very good starting point. So you specialize, then you make the connections between what we heard this morning on the research agenda and the focus of that agenda and the talent. And then you look at the whole sub-supply, the domestic companies that feed into that. So you go out and you sell the sector and the cluster.
For the other two as well, the other two guests, I mean, this from Fawaz, given the financial incentives companies get, the risks are not too high. Why are international companies not flocking to the kingdom at the moment? Do you have a view, Dermot?
I think in the dialogue that goes on around FDI, that too much emphasis put on the financial incentives, which are an end product or an output, and not enough attention is put on the inputs to the investment decision.
I think the key is really it's the human capital, and it's for Saudi Arabia to sell the outstanding young people that it is training and has. One of the things that a lot of investors look at is the young human capital you have. We see that a lot in the United States. So I think that the more you can do to inspire your young people, my particular interest is science and technology, but getting those people out in front so that they're the ones that sell themselves and sell the opportunities.
Mr. Ding, finally, I mean, do you in Huawei feel you're something of a vanguard, something of leading a movement towards greater investment in Saudi Arabia when you look around at other companies who are maybe hovering and hesitating?
We've been in this market for 15 years. We, been very confident for this market. So absolutely, we're going to invest more in this market. We're going to build more partnership with, different companies and even with, government departments. So we see this bright future for Huawei, also for partners in Saudi Arabia.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed. We've highlighted for you some of the very clear incentives, even if there's still some work to be done in going out into the market in the way we've heard from all our four guests. So thank you very much indeed. And just before I leave up here and hand over to Lord Mandelson, can I tell you that tomorrow morning we will have the president of Aramco here. And therefore, I'd like you to take advantage of that address at the bottom, which isn't there at the moment, but will be for the next session as well. Use that address to give me some idea of any questions you would like put to the president of Aramco, who will be the thing tomorrow morning for half an hour. Thank you very much indeed. It's Lord Mandelson who will come onto the platform next. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister of Economy and Planning for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasser.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي. صدق الله العظيم. بداية أود أن أرفع لمقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز والأسرة المالكة الكريمة والشعب السعودي أحر آيات التعازي لوفاة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز رحمه الله رحمة واسعة لقاء ما قدمه لمجتمعه ولأمته. وأرجو من العلي القدير أن يوفق ملكنا الجديد وولي عهده وولي عهده وأن يحفظهم ويكلأهم وأن يوفقهم لخدمة هذا الوطن الكريم. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my friend, His Excellency Mr. Abdul Latif Al Uthman, for inviting me again. I don't know why he invites me again, but that's his problem. To this August, and for the success in again attracting an impressive group of panelists and speakers to this event. Let me begin on the events of the last couple of days in my beloved country. I have often been asked by people based outside the kingdom, particularly by credit rating agencies and analysts, about the issue of succession in Saudi Arabia. Such questions may stem from concerns over political stability or uncertainty over economic policies. My answer has always been that these concerns were misplaced. Our system is very clear. When a king passes away, the crown prince takes over. And this is what you saw a few days ago when King Abdullah, bless his soul, passed away. King Salman took over, and the whole Saudi people pledged allegiance to him, and the transition was smooth, dispelling any speculation about the future of Saudi Arabia. The same thing happened when King Abdullah took over following the death of King Fahd in 2005. As for our economic policies, our kings and their economic advisors follow a deliberate process, taking a long-term view which weighs all sides of a particular issue with the primary aim of ensuring long-term stability and prosperity to our citizens. So you just had a clear demonstration of how robust our political system is, and you can rest assured that the policies and reforms undertaken under the late King Abdullah will continue unabated under the leadership of King Salman. Let me now turn to our session today. The title of the session is Look South, South to Success. Allow me, Lord Mandelson and my colleague panelists, to be a bit provocative here and suggest that true success in increasing growth and competitiveness of developing countries will not, I say not, come from cooperation in any specific permutation between North and South, whether South and South, North-South, or North-North. It will come from a change in our development paradigm. Let me explain briefly with the limited time I am given for this address. Since the middle of the last century, our thinking as development economists has been dominated by the dualism of developing economies. That is, the existence of a backward sector, meaning agriculture, with surplus low productivity, low wage labor on the one hand, and on the other hand, a modern sector, manufacturing or raw material extraction, characterized by higher productivity, higher wage labor. Development then was seen as the process of moving the economy and the labor force from one dominated by the backward sector to one dominated by the more productive modern sector, which would result in higher value added and higher living standards. The most successful countries, that is those which were able to achieve higher growth, were those which took better advantage of their low labor cost to develop their modern sector. This was basically the story of all the development successes in Europe, North America, and Asia. The more successful cases were the ones which were smarter at adopting available technologies of the time to maximize their value added. This process, which I like to refer to as traditional economics of development, has guided our thinking and our practices as economists and has steered us towards investing in education, health, infrastructure, which has helped developing countries achieve tremendous progress. Such progress is visible in developed as well as in successful developing countries. However, in our long successful drive for development, we have not paid as much attention to the issue of efficiency. As a result, inefficiencies have flourished, not only in government activities, which people traditionally associate with inefficiency, but also in private sector activities, and not only in product markets, but also in factor markets like labor and capital. By the way, this phenomenon did not happen in developing countries only, but in advanced countries as well. I am sure that participants here can point to numerous inefficiencies in their own industry and/or country. I will just highlight a couple from my own country. Regardless of the metric one uses to measure development performance in Saudi Arabia, achievements have been truly impressive since the 1970s, and one cannot but agree that the country is light years more advanced and competitive today than it was then. Let me give some examples. From a life expectancy at birth of 53 years only in 1970 to 75 years today. From a 31.5% literacy rate in 1970 to 94.3% in 2013. From 9,000 hospital beds in 1970 to over 64,000 beds in 2013. From 8,000 kilometers of intercity paved roads in 1969 to over 64,000 kilometers in 2013. From only $5.6 billion in non-oil exports in 1999 to over $54 billion in 2013. The list can go on. These are enormous achievements that we are very proud to have made. But now, we realize that we had not paid enough attention to the efficiency side. For example, despite the tremendous physical road infrastructure network completed in the last 2 decades and before, we still lack a project management office, or what's called PMO culture. This refers to skills involved in documentation, guidance, and standardized metrics for project management and execution. Skills which allow economies of repetition in the execution of projects, basically the type of skills that a company like Bechtel, for example, had when it helped us build 2 of our major industrial cities, talking about Jubail and Yanbu. We have not yet acquired these types of skills on a broad basis. What I mean by that is that these skills have not been embedded in our day-to-day practices to make us maximize the value added from the resources we devote to various tasks. As a result, we keep making the same mistakes again and again and continue to depend to a large extent on foreign expertise to implement large infrastructure. Let me cite another example of our lack of adequate emphasis on efficiency. Despite our impressive network of highways, our large country has the unfortunate distinction of having some of the highest road fatalities in the world. We have 20 deaths from traffic accidents per day, and that I would attribute to lack of an efficient traffic management and enforcement system. Every participant here has no doubt had an encounter with some of the chaotic behavior on our roads. I believe that that could be substantially remedied with a more efficient traffic management and enforcement system. And what is even more important, I believe that such a system can be put in place without the need for additional resources. I could go on with the efficiency measures we can introduce, whether in education, health, or infrastructure, that would add significant value to our economy. But I think that these 2 examples are sufficient to illustrate my point on efficiency, and in the case of traffic management, to show that some measures need not require additional resources. So I believe it is high time for us economists and development practitioners to redirect our attention to what I will call economics of efficiency. That does not mean ignoring or neglecting the traditional economics of development. Rather, we need to ensure enhanced focus on efficiency, because I believe that there is an umbilical cord connecting the traditional economics of development and the economics of efficiency, as both try to bring about or enhance development with capital D in all its aspects. And I believe that these measures or these issues apply to developed as well as developing countries alike. Panel participants and economists in this audience will recognize that I am not inventing here new concepts or new approaches. Efficiency has been part and parcel of our economics training all along. What I am advocating is simply a change in emphasis, the need to focus on efficiency, which in my view has become imperative. It has become essential for sustained growth in a highly globalized and increasingly competitive world economy. To survive and to flourish in this new environment, a country needs to be competitive. To advance, it needs to be even more competitive. Without focus on efficiency, increasing competitiveness, in my view, will be elusive. So will the prospects for a South-South panacea for underdevelopment. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward to a lively discussion by this distinguished panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Lord Mandelson.
Well, Minister, thank you very much indeed for those stimulating remarks. I now understand why, as a minister, you are regarded as both controversial and popular. Because you speak your mind, and popular because you don't mind criticizing your own side and holding them to account. It's quite unusual for a minister. So thank you very much indeed for those remarks. But what you seem to be saying is that if we start chasing a development paradigm of sort of South-South trade, South-South investment, South-South collaboration, South-South this and South-South that, we'll be pursuing a false dawn, that it's actually not a question of either or. It's not a question of, South versus North. It's not a question of agriculture versus manufacturing. It's not a question of low wages versus high wages, that there will be different patterns of development in different countries, but the key to all of them and their success is whether they are efficient and competitive enough, and that government has a key role itself in injecting efficiency, not just into the economy as a whole, but to its own workings, its own operation. Have I got you right?
Thank you. Yes, you had me right. And the point I wanted to make, again, is that we should not indulge in emotional feelings, because we have emotional attachments. We are the underdogs, we are the developing countries, and let's gang up together and try to do something. Well, my feeling is that we have to keep our eye on the ball. Development requires all of the traditional economics of development that we have learned, and Professor Hausman and others have done for many, many, many years, but also the efficiency. There is so much inefficiencies in the economies, in advanced economies as well as in developing economies, that leave a lot on the table unnecessarily. So we have to be a bit cold-blooded about our economic development paradigms to really develop and then be able to trade as much. And by the way, we in Saudi Arabia, if you look at the top 4 importers from Saudi Arabia, aside from oil, I'm talking about non-oil exports of Saudi Arabia, they're going to developing countries. But the 5th one is an advanced economy. My point is that don't focus on South-South, focus on development and efficiency, and then you will be able to do more with the South as much as you will be able to do with the North.
Could I then just put a point back to you that arose in the panel that I moderated first thing this morning? And we were talking about competitiveness and what makes the kingdom successful. But a number of people on the panel and off the panel said that it's still too difficult to start and run a business in Saudi Arabia, that the bureaucracy is still too great, that it takes too long to get permissions to start a business, that there's no one-stop shop, that you have to go here and you have to go the other. And it was suggested by our friend, the Prime Minister of Georgia, that what should be introduced here is what he did there, which was that people, when they're seeking permission to start a business in order to get the usual boxes ticked, that instead of waiting indefinitely for all those boxes to be ticked, that they should take silence as consent. If the bureaucrats can't get back to them quickly enough, then after 2 weeks they'll assume that they've got the consent and off they go. Would you support that in the kingdom?
I would. But I'll tell you, we're not far from there. I mean, also in that session, the Minister of Commerce and Industry showed you all the KPIs that he has introduced in the licensing process and all of that. You go and look, for example, at the Ministry of Interior. You do most of the work where we used to queue to get them. Now you do them all with your iPad or with your laptop. The same thing can be said for banking. I don't remember when was the last time I visited the bank, and a lot of people don't visit banks now because you do most of your work using your iPad or your laptop. So we have moved significantly in that direction, and we are held more accountable now. You heard what the Minister of Commerce and Industry was saying. He was under a lot of heat from our former king, may he rest in peace, but also from the Crown Prince, who's now the present king, and from all of the authorities and the other ministers in the cabinet. So there is a lot of pressure that is being put on everybody to come up with better, more resilient, and more efficient ways of doing business. Have we gotten everything right? I will be the last one to say. But we have done so much also, and we should continue the process.
Okay. Let me ask you, Jen, two quick questions before I move on to the other members of the panel. The first is that, having talked to a number of people in private business in Saudi Arabia, they say that increasingly they are looking to other countries in the region, but also in Africa, in Asia. They are following a sort of south-south route, but sometimes they feel that the sort of sense coming from the government is that when their capital and their entrepreneurship is taken out of the country in this way, to other countries in the south, that that's somehow unpatriotic. Do you feel that?
Absolutely not. A vibrant economy has to have two-way street investments. If you only have investments coming in, that means you have some restrictions that are not seen by people. You should be able to invest overseas, and you should be able to attract investments. Only when you have that two-way street movement.
So there's no stigma attached to business people in Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely not, and actually here we don't have that.
Okay. Can I ask you another question, a follow-up question to that? Another issue raised with me by my friends in here. They say they want to develop these relationships, deploy their capital, grow their trade with other countries, not just in the south, but I mean a lot in the south, but let's not restrict it to that. But they feel that the government is not keeping pace with them in developing bilateral trade and investment relationships and negotiating agreements with other countries and other regions in the world that give them the access for the market access that they're seeking and the protection for the investment they're undertaking. Do you think this is a fair criticism of the government, that it's falling behind in making its own contribution to this spaghetti bowl of bilateral and regional trade agreements we're seeing growing in the world? Are you being left on the sidelines?
No, I will not say we have a perfect system, but I think we're light years much better than we were before we negotiated our accession to the WTO. And you were involved, you and I were involved in some of those negotiations.
And I was given a very hard time indeed by the Saudi negotiator, Prince Abdulaziz, I remember, with great fondness.
But we have come a long way along those lines. But I think one thing that probably has not been mentioned by others, and that may explain some of the misunderstanding. In this country, with the oil boom of 1973, the pendulum has swung in our society to seek government jobs. So most of the young people wanted to have a good government job. And that explains why we have, till now, 75% of all working Saudis are working for the government. That's an abnormal portion, which means how many are left to work in the private sector, let alone be entrepreneurs.
Okay, we've got that point.
Let me say, but the good news is that now if you talk with the young people in this room, or even at the universities, most of them want to be entrepreneurs now. So there is a paradigm shift in the way society looks at entrepreneurship and starting businesses with others. And this is probably one of the weaknesses that we had that now we are addressing as a society very well, and therefore the investors from overseas, they have many more counterparts in this country than they did 5 or 10 years ago.
Thank you very much indeed. To move straight away, if I may, to Professor Ricardo Hausman, who's the director of Harvard Center for International Development. Professor, tell me and tell the audience, where do you agree with the minister and where do you disagree with him in what he's said so far?
Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation. Let me condolences for the passing away of King Abdullah, and my best wishes to the new king. Let me also congratulate the minister for his clarity, his frankness. I always say that if a government wants credibility, instead of painting a rosy picture, they should show that they know what are the problems that need fixing. It gains credibility. So there are many things I agree with what he said, and I would definitely advise against a romantic view of South-South trade. But let me maybe explain why I think that it's important to discuss why South-South trade now is an important complement to South-North trade, and where is the value that is in that relationship, and what's the current state of affairs. So, why has so much of the trade been South-North? Well, because as Willie Horton say, because that's where the money is. The North is 16% of the world's population, but 70% of GDP at market prices. So if you're in the South, where's the big market? It's in the North. And that has been the reality up to now. But now the South is growing faster than the North. And the relative weights of the two are changing. At purchasing power parity, the GDP of the North and the GDP of the South are now 50-50. Not at market prices, but at PPP prices. And the South is growing faster than the North. Europe is growing at, 1%, the US is growing at 2%, China is growing at 7%, India will grow, 5, 6, 7%, Southeast Asia is growing, East Africa is growing, so Eastern Europe is growing faster than Western Europe. So the less rich countries are growing, and that now there's more money there. So there's a better case for why South-South trade. But there's also a different aspect, which is if you look at the composition of exports in any region. If I take, for example, I'm from Venezuela, the trade between what does Colombia export to the US and what does Colombia export to Venezuela? Completely different packages. To the US, they'll export oil, they'll export flowers, they'll export, essentially they're more basic products to the rich countries. To Venezuela, they will export cars, manufactured products, chemical products. So the range of goods is much wider, and the range of service is much wider and very different. And the same thing is if you look, for example, what Ghana exports to the UK and what Ghana exports to Guinea, or what Rwanda exports to the UK and what Rwanda exports to Burundi or to Uganda and so on. In every single country, you'll find that the export package is very different. So it adds to the diversity of your exports, and more importantly, you export to other poor countries your more complex, your more sophisticated products. And that is because there is this fundamental difference between selling to the North and selling to the South. That if you're in the South and you're selling to the South, you're selling to people that have an income level that is more similar to yours. The average income of the North is $40,000. The average income of the South is $4,000. Those consumers have very different needs. When they go to the supermarket, they have very different needs. When they buy a cell phone, they want prepaid and not postpaid because they're not eligible to credit. And if you're going to design products that are appropriate for your consumer, they're more likely to be appropriate to consumers that are a little bit like your consumers. So it expands your set of products. So I think that the more the merrier. North is good, South is good. South adds some qualities that was not there before. But by the same token, the South has been very close to itself. I have stood on the border between Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and I've seen miles and miles and miles of lorries, trucks waiting to cross the border. I've stood on the border between Uganda and Kenya, miles and miles to cross those borders. So the South has been very close to the South, and there's a lot to be gained from opening up the South to the South. Yeah. And from that perspective, I'm very optimistic of things that are happening in my part of the world with this agreement of the Pacific Alliance between Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico. All have free trade agreements with the U.S., all opening up to themselves.
But Professor,
Yeah.
can I just? I mean, you're putting your finger here on a real problem. I mean, it's physically very difficult in many cases amongst countries in the South to get your goods or your services into those markets beyond those borders. It's not just a question of tariffs. It's about very complex regulatory regimes that it's very difficult to navigate your way through. You've talked about the lack of trade facilities, I mean, the physical means of getting your goods through a port or along a road or on a rail line. But also when you're talking about deploying your capital or creating production and producing goods in other countries in the admit that I'm making a wild generalization here, but you have less efficient protection of your intellectual property, you have less efficient capital pools and banking platforms very often in those countries. You oftentimes don't have the same rule of law that you have in northern, more developed countries. You have less efficient ways for resolving business-to-business disputes. I mean, it's sometimes an uphill struggle, wouldn't you agree, when you're trying to not just trade, but invest in other countries of the South. And I accept that I'm making a great generalization here.
No, you're making a very good point. As I said about the minister, when you identify a problem, you are contributing. So I think that in my part of the world, at least in Latin America, what has happened is that in the process of negotiating access to the North, people develop some skills in terms of negotiating. There's been some demands of improving their institutions, of improving the rule of law because of relations with the North. And they're using now those skills, that know-how, to negotiate among countries in the South. So the Mexicans were very good at negotiating with the U.S. and negotiating with the EU. Okay. So now they can negotiate with Peru, with Colombia, and so on.
All right, all good points. I want to move on, if I may, to Dr. Kim Do-hoon, President of Korea's Institute of International Economic and Trade. Doctor, if I'm not mistaken, you're developing a concept in which countries of the South should combine their accumulated assets, that somehow countries with natural resources and those that have successfully developed their industrial bases should combine with those without either natural resources or industries. Sorry to ask you to sum this up very quickly, but in a minute or two, just tell me, what exactly is the point you're trying to make here?
Actually, I'd like to reiterate maybe the gratitude to the organizers and also the condolences to the Saudi government. Actually, when you look at the South cooperation, it is compared to North-South cooperation very small as amount and also very inadequate. Because South is short of resources, as Professor Osman said. There is no money there. And inadequate because South cooperation has not been responding to keen aspirations of each other. So how to improve? we cannot fix easily the shortage of resources, the problem of shortage of money. But we can try to find out keen aspirations of each other in order to respond to them. So I, as Lord Mandelson mentioned, I tried to classify countries in three categories. Countries with natural resources, just imagine Saudi Arabia. Countries that have successfully developed industries, just imagine Korea. And countries without natural resources, no industries, just imagine the countries with less than $4,000 income. So when you look at the countries with natural resources, they have accumulated assets such as financial resources and sometimes very qualified manpower because you educated your people very well. But you have your own aspirations. You want to diversify industries that can provide decent jobs to your people. But you have shortcomings also. You don't have any incentives of hard working for ordinary people because they are financially well assisted by your government. So you can be demanders of knowledge of industrialization or industrial diversification, and you can be suppliers of financial resources to other countries. Just look at the countries that have successfully developed industries. Korea, for example. We have accumulated a lot of knowledge of breeding entrepreneurship. That is, I think, very important part of development history in Korea. And the knowledge of industrial diversification. But we have also some shortcomings. We have maturing industries and decreasing population. And we have aspirations in order to catch up the technologies and industries of North countries. And we have aspirations for securing markets of our industries.
So your point, Dr. Dahoon, if I'm not right, is there's a complementarity.
Right, exactly.
Between what certain countries need and what others in the South have to offer.
Okay. So we might, the first category of countries and second category of countries, for example, Saudi Arabia and Korea, would cooperate to assist the third type of countries which have less than $4,000 income, because they are very much aspired to make their economy take off without any resources. So maybe with financial resources from Saudi Arabia and knowledge from Korea, we can help them to develop.
That's a very good point, and we've got that. But I want to put it, if I may, to Dr. Pardinas, because he's the executive director of the Mexican Institute for Competitiveness. And I want to ask you, Dr. Pardinas, do you recognize some truth or some relevance in what Dr. Dahoon has said in your own experience in Mexico? Do you differ with him?
First, I want to give my condolences to our generous hosts for the passing of King Abdullah, and it's a privilege to be part of this panel. There's an African tale that it's a good metaphor for the opening speech of Ahmed. And the tale says that every morning an antelope wakes in Africa, and he's worried, the antelope, that he has to run faster than the pack of lions, because if not, the antelope will become the dinner of the antelopes. And that same morning, a lion wakes up in Africa and knows that he has to run faster than the antelopes, because if not, at the end of the day, they will go to sleep. So no matter if you're an antelope or a lion, when the sun rises, you know you have to run faster. And I think from the perspective of the global economy, if it's south-south, north-south, it's a network of cooperation and competition. And even competition, it's in a way a form of cooperation, because when you see what your neighbor is doing better, it encourages you to perform better or to change what you are doing. And I think my own country, Mexico, it's an example of this urge to run every morning. Like 30 years ago, we have an oil-based economy. Around 80% of our exports were related to oil. Due to the opening of the North American Free Trade Agreement, we could diversify our exports much better. Now, like 70–80% of the exports represent manufacturing. But then, once we were a manufacturing hub, other countries, especially China, emerged as the huge manufacturing hub of the world. So we became a manufacturing hub. We made the transition from oil to manufacturing, and now we were manufacturing, but in China they were doing it much efficient than us. With the changes in the price of oil at the beginning of the century, and it was more expensive to ship goods from across the Pacific, Mexican exports had a new opportunity, and the trade between Mexico and the US was improving due to manufacturing. But last summer, I spent most of the summer visiting labs of advanced manufacturing in the US, new technologies like 3D printing, for example. And I could foresee, not in this year, not in the next year, but the competition for a country like Mexico doing manufacturing would not be a different country, would be new technologies. And we will have to adapt and keep on running in order to keep the pace of change. So no matter if it's another country or new technologies, we have to keep pace of reforms to adapt to changes, to adapt to a world that is changing much more faster than some of our countries could adapt to.
Dr. Martinez, that's very, very interesting experience coming from Mexico. But can I ask you this question? Most people think that we're seeing now a structural shift in the oil price. Do you think that in Mexico's case, but you could think of other examples of similar oil-based economies, this will mean fewer resources, revenues, narrower tax base available to invest in and develop your country? Or on the other hand, do you think differently that having to depend or being tempted to depend less on oil will be a stimulus to diversify and to develop other parts of your economy? Is it good news or bad news, therefore, for Mexico that the oil price is going down?
It depends if it's short or long term. The economy is not so dependent on oil currently, but the finance of the government it still is. Around 30 cents of every dollar in public expenditure in Mexico comes from oil. So a change in the prices of oil affects directly government finances, fiscal balances, the need maybe to reduce spending or increase taxes. But in the long term, I think it's kind of a sobering experience to understand that you cannot depend, that government finances cannot depend strictly on the price of a commodity that has extreme volatility. And sometimes you have good periods where your government finances are healthy, but if price changes and it creates a stability inside the country, I think it sends a good signal of the need to reform and to try to achieve what we did in the whole economy, reducing the amount of oil dependency, to change it also and apply that experience that we already had at the end of the 20th century regarding government finances.
So basically what you're saying, use it and enjoy it, but don't become addicted to it to the point of dependency.
And don't expect it will last forever.
Minister, what would your observation be on what Dr. Pardinas has just said about oil-based economies?
I agree with him. I mean, it's different from one country to another. I mean, Mexico does not rely as much on revenues from oil, although they are important. So it's a different system for countries that have huge amount of their government revenues coming from oil or less. So I think it's a case-by-case issue. We cannot generalize from that.
Let me ask one last question, because we're nearing the end. Dr. Pardinas, made a point about NAFTA. In your view, Professor Hausman, how important a role can be played by these trade agreements in exerting external pressure for competitiveness in a country that is signed up into such a trade agreement?
Well, I think the spaghetti bowl beforehand about bilateral agreements, but for a country.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
Right into
you mentioned the spaghetti bowl problem of bilateral agreements, but in a world where the WTO is kind of stuck, the Doha round was not approved, bilateral agreements do open up opportunities for additional trade. There is some trade diversion. It opens up opportunities for additional trade, and it imposes significant disciplines on countries. Disciplines in terms of the treatment of investment, the treatment of intellectual property. It helps them develop their institutions and prepare themselves to be valid players in global trade. And as the world becomes more organized in terms of global value chains, I think opening up your country to those possibilities is key. And in this, I wanted to mention the critical...
Very quickly, because we're out of time.
Yeah. Well, let me leave it there.
Go on.
And a final point on oil. We are now going to see who was swimming with a bathing suit and who was swimming without a bathing suit as the sea level goes down. And, Sama has essentially 3 years of oil revenues in reserve. Kazakhstan has 7 years of oil revenues in reserves. And my own country was broke with the price of oil at 100 and cannot tolerate these prices, and it's spiraling out of control. So learning how to live with a volatile resource and making the best of it is a critical social skill that a country with natural resources has to have.
Well, I think there's a very good message in that for all of us, and whether we're with bathing suits or without bathing suits, and whether we're antelopes or lions, we've all got to run faster, otherwise somebody's going to eat our lunch, or have us for lunch. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Governor for Investment Affairs, Sagia, His Royal Highness Prince Saud Khalid Al Faisal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the largest economy in the Middle East and Northern Africa. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the 19th largest economy globally. It is the third fastest growing economy in the G20. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia houses the two holiest sites in Islam, Mecca and Medina. The demographics in Saudi Arabia are very interesting. 70% of our population is under the age of 35. Our growth rate in terms of population is 2.4%. Cell phone penetration in Saudi Arabia is 180%. Saudis have the highest usage of Twitter and YouTube in the world. And there are a lot of other statistics that I've heard from this morning until now, through panel discussions, through keynote speeches, and through my side discussions. Yet, a lot of people know very little about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are a lot of myths out there, a lot of misconceptions and misperceptions. Today, to address some of those myths, we have an esteemed panel. We have Ms. Hanan Al-Sayed, the Head of Diversity and Chairwoman of the Steering Committee of Al-Ilayan Women's Network. We have Hassan Al-Jabri, the CEO of Sedco Capital. We have Norm Gilsdorf, the Regional Director of Honeywell. And we have Mohammed Al-Sheikh, Governor of the Saudi Capital Markets Authority. And last but definitely not least, Richard Lesser, the CEO of the Boston Consulting Group. I think we'll start with you, Norm. Honeywell has been operating in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for over 40 years. What have your observations been generally for these 40 years? What brought you initially to Saudi Arabia? And how have you seen the development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the business environment during those 40 years?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. First, it's a pleasure to be here and inviting us to participate. I kind of questioned when they invited us to be on a panel on debunking myths, because when we came to Saudi Arabia 40 years ago, there were no myths. It was very new, developing, very focused on an oil economy. But we actually formed 3 joint ventures that are still operating and vibrant today across multiple sectors. One was in technology, one was in automation and control, and one was in actually electrical products where we built a manufacturing site here. So we were here early before any of these myths developed. For us, Saudi Arabia is one of the key growth countries in the entire world. It's critically the growth pillar for the Middle East, but we see it much broader than that. And you say, what excites us about Saudi Arabia? Well, we're a company that develops technology to solve complex problems. And problems around the area of energy, security, efficiency, or safety. And we focus on fields like aerospace, oil and gas, smart buildings, connected homes. So when you think about it, Saudi Arabia is a perfect opportunistic country for us. A country that has a tremendous amount of energy, but also uses a tremendous amount of energy and the need to drive high efficiency and great utilization. A country that we heard today is first in innovation, likes to try new things, very connected network with mobile products and the like. That fits very well with our connected home, our connected building products. And then a country that's so well situated in terms of geography that aerospace and tourism are a critical part of the growth in future. So for us, it's a great country to be working in, one that we've been very happy in 40 years. I mean, to be frank, we've had our good times and our bad times. We've had to learn to be patient. We've had to learn to wait through things and wait for the market to come to us, or sometimes wait for the regulations and things to come around. But if you look at the last 3 to 5 years, we see nothing but an accelerating pace of growth in this country.
Great, thank you. And now I think we'll turn to His Excellency Mohammed Al Sheikh, the Governor of the Saudi Capital Markets Authority. At SAGIA, as you know, we meet with a lot of foreign investors, and there has been a lot of excitement throughout our interaction in the past few months with foreign investors about the opening up of the Saudi markets to investment from abroad directly. Could you speak to us a bit about where we're at in that process and what you hope to achieve by opening the Saudi market?
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the process, we're exactly where we should be at this point in time. The Council of Ministers approved for the CMA to issue regulations to open up the market. I think the date was July 21st, 2014. Same day, the Capital Authority announced the process, which was before the end of August 2014, we will issue draft regulations for the opening up the market for qualified foreign investors. We did that. We actually issued the draft regulations on August 22nd, 2014. And as we do with all other regulations, we have a 90-day public consultation phase that concluded on November 22nd, 2014. And currently, we're just processing the comments that we received from the public. We announced way back last year that during the first half of 2015, which is until the end of June, we will open up the market, and we're still on track. We will be issuing the regulations very soon, inshallah, and then we'll announce the date, which will be before the end of the first half of 2015. The reason we did it, and I spoke about this, is we really want to attract large, sophisticated, experienced institutional investors. And the requirements actually show that. I mean, they have to have at least the equivalent of $5 billion or more of assets under management. They have to have at least 5 years of experience. There are certain categories of institutional investors. And we want to attract those investors because those are the institutional investors we want to bring to the market, because part of our strategy and our vision for the future is to institutionalize the market more. And with those type of investors, you get much more demand on certain areas of the capital markets. For example, you have a higher level of demand on disclosure. You have a higher level of demand on investor relations. You have a higher demand on research products by research entities, and hopefully will help develop the market and create jobs and also enhance the experience of the people actually carrying out those functions and ultimately have a positive impact on the whole economy.
Thank you. Hanan, we were recently on a visit to one of the operators of the port in Jeddah, and we were very pleasantly surprised to see a number of female employees in roles such as vessel planners, yard planners, customs planners, roles that traditionally in Saudi Arabia you didn't see women playing, and even internationally it's more of a men's role. Could you talk to us a bit about your view and your observations on the changing landscape around female employment in Saudi Arabia and the availability of female talent?
Yes, of course. Didn't that give you a sense of pride?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. Traditionally, it has been believed for whatever reason, maybe a myth that was never there, that women can do only specific jobs. Or traditionally, they have assumed specific jobs such as in education and healthcare. But it was very rarely that women have ventured into other specialties or functions other than the banking and the financial sector. But what you have seen in the ports of Jeddah, seen it and we have witnessed it live at Alayan, which is a group that consists, it's a multidisciplinary group. It's a diversified company that consists of over 40 companies in different industry sectors. So initially, women assumed traditional jobs, but then with the program that we have put in place, we are now proud to say and share with the audience that women have actually taken roles that are at various levels of management, so not only at the bottom level as laborers in factories, but yes, it was important to have them in factories as well, but also at different levels in management. They have assumed jobs in science, jobs in management, jobs in finance, and non-traditional jobs. And we are hoping that we will see more of that as the years come by. Of course, the question of having women at a managerial level for these jobs is still in question, simply because those are new jobs and that women that are coming to them recently. But within the few years, I'm pretty sure that we will find managers on these jobs as well.
Well, you're in a leading position yourself. I certainly know that Saudi Aramco has a number of leading positions.
Yes, absolutely.
A number of senior positions.
Saudi Aramco has,
exactly.
I believe, 2 vice presidents that are at senior positions, and you've got, of course, I mean, at Alayan Group, we've got 4 ladies, including Madame Lubna Al-Alayan, but I'm talking only Saudi Arabia. And in, I believe in GE, there's a Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Manar Al-Munif. There are also in banking, Mr. Sahimi. So yes, there are women at the leader positions. And there are, as I've discussed earlier, we are here representing women, not only women that have just recently got into the job market, but also represent women that have got over 20 years of experience who are ready now to assume C-level and board roles in Saudi Arabia. We're just waiting for that to come along.
That's good to hear. We'll move on to Richard. Richard, BCG is obviously a global organization who has a lot of experience and a lot of exposure. You're exposed to different markets globally, emerging markets, established markets. And recently you've been doing a lot of work in Saudi Arabia with a number of different government entities. From a global perspective, what are your observations regarding Saudi Arabia, the competitiveness of the country and the trajectory that the country is moving in?
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here with you, Your Highness. I'd like to start just by expressing my sincerest condolences to all of you on the passing of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. He's a truly revered leader, and under his leadership, Saudi Arabia experienced really formidable economic growth and a remarkable improvement of welfare for its citizens, and he spearheaded reforms that greatly improved the competitiveness of the country and will really be a legacy for generations to come. And so with that, I would say from BCG's perspective, we see Saudi Arabia as a true leader in the developing world in the efforts it's undertaken to improve economic development, to create more opportunity for its citizens, and to improve a stronger competitive platform within the world. And there are probably 2 places that we'd particularly highlight where we think when we talk to our clients around the world that they are underestimating the degree of change and the degree of progress that's been achieved in Saudi Arabia in recent years. The first is a misunderstanding that the business opportunities and the economic opportunities in Saudi are totally related to the oil sector. And in fact, there's a lot of opportunity outside it I'd like to speak to. And the second is that the scarcity of local talent, which has existed historically, is a permanent condition going forward. And I'd like to take a minute just to share a bit more on each of those, if that's okay. 56% of Saudi's GDP is outside the oil sector, 40% in the private sector, 16% in the government sector. And in fact, the non-oil related GDP makes Saudi as big as Ireland, Finland, Portugal, substantial economies that in and of themselves are able to attract investment, as we heard on some of the earlier panels today. That non-oil GDP is pretty broadly based in manufacturing and financial institutions, in real estate, in consumer and retail, and in construction. So it's a broad-based economy beyond the oil sector. And in fact, out of the 1.2 trillion in the projects pipeline, only 7% relates to the oil sector. And 75% is the value in things like construction and transportation. And then finally, on this particular point, consumer and retail is a perfect example of this. It's a $75 billion market. It's growing at over 10% a year. The retail sales per capita will be $4,000 this year, and it's a 50% increase since 2010. And when retailers look at the ease of doing business, the ease of rolling out their global programs, actually Saudi Arabia ranks as the 8th best country in the world to be able to do that, tied with the United States, actually, in terms of the ease of getting retail programs out. So this opportunity that exists beyond the oil sector, I think, is underestimated. And then the second part is about local talent. It has been an issue. It's been an issue because 70% of Saudis work in the public sector, because 80% of the private companies are expats, and frankly because women's participation in the workforce has historically been so low. But the government has embarked on major efforts, really important efforts, to improve in both education and in labor, and to really tackle these issues. And in our view, these initiatives are going to have the potential to dramatically increase the number and quality of talents available in the job market. And I don't want to take too much time. We can come back to those, but I'm so impressed with the initiatives that have been undertaken here, and I really look to the decades to come with what the government has done, and with the young population and the fantastic demographics in Saudi Arabia. I think companies can look forward with great optimism to what they can build here from a human resource point of view, and happy to touch base more on that later if it's helpful.
Thank you very much. Hassan, your organization does a lot of business with a lot of international clients in different disciplines and sectors. What are some of the major misconceptions and myths that your clients have and that you observe when they first start engaging you? In addition to that, if you could talk a bit about the nature of doing business in Saudi Arabia. Is that the same as before? Has the business model changed? Do companies need to adapt to a new business model going forward?
Thank you very much. Really, a lot of my job was done this morning and now by Richard. Thank you very much. We all talked about the very strong economy, which is here to stay. The non-oil sector has been the fastest growing sector in Saudi Arabia at over 5.6% last year, and we expect it to continue growing. So really the decline in oil prices, while of course it may have impact on certain expenditures, however, we have the means to continue. That's why a large budget was announced this year, which continues the sustainable program that the country has embarked on for many years. And this really provides substantial opportunities going forward. The budget, and you analyze it, and you see 25% going to education, another 19% going to healthcare. You've heard a lot the number of $1.2 trillion of construction projects. Some of it, yes, has been executed, but a lot more to come. The infrastructure projects. We hear Prince Sultan talked a lot about the tourism, which I think would be the largest job creator in Saudi in the future, both for males and for females. So the economy is strong, the budget is clear, and that budget creates substantial opportunities. Some of the other stuff that we talk about is the privatization. This is a program that started many years ago, then slowed down with the increase of oil prices. However, we've seen success stories like STC, like Saudi and other examples. And I would expect in the future that will come back with the large infrastructure projects that we have. I think really one of the major areas which is very, very important is to think local. Yes, multinationals do business everywhere, but it's very important whenever they do business to succeed is to do their business locally. I'd give you an example. You remember the joint venture banks in the early 80s and what that created. That created substantial profits for our foreign partners, substantial profits for the local partners, and a fantastic banking industry. So what I'm saying here is let's take a look long term. What we want, the international companies, is to really bring their top talent to stay here and not visit us, to do a fast trade and leave, or a fast project and leave. Frankly, again, I will go back to that example, because if you look, okay, the first 5 years they've done a lot of profits, 10 years down the road, more profits. But when you look at the valuations of these banks, it's substantial. And at the same time, they were able to add value in creating really the banking industry and the Saudi bankers who are top-notch bankers. And first, today also we talk about why Saudi Arabia. A lot was discussed today, but I would like to touch on the currency also. Look at the stability of the currency. Had you invested in India or in Brazil the past couple of years, a lot of your profits would have been taken by the currency. Look at the peg. It has helped us and makes a lot of sense because it's pegged to the oil, which is a substantial earner for the country. Again, the availability of the funding and the strong banking sector, whether it's from the banks or the specialized financing arms of the government, the cheap energy, availability of a reliable infrastructure which is growing with the new train system and the railways, and a lot is growing there. Look at the central location, which caters to the region. Think of it, MENA. This is a place that can cater to the whole region and the GCC. The myths, again, a lot was mentioned by Minister Mohammed about the succession planning, how swiftly it was done. And also look at the vibrant stock market. This is a buyer's market. Probably His Excellency, the Governor Mohammed, wouldn't like me to talk a lot about it, but as an investor in this market, we see it as a buy time and a long-term buy time. And of course, we're looking for long-term, stable investors. The one area where we have seen also certain improvements, and a lot was discussed today when we're talking about competitive governments, is the regulations and the change of regulations. We've seen a lot of that. Governor Mohammed Al-Sheikh talked about the distribution of and sharing parts of the legislation before it's announced. The participants actually gave back their feedback, and I'm sure some of it or a lot of it will be followed. Similarly, we've seen the portal of Ministry of Labor, which is MAN, where they put in the nitaqat and other programs that they have and regulations, changes of regulations that they have, which gives, again, any individual the possibility to go in, put his remarks, and come back. And this has paid off. So it's a win-win. Saudization levels and penetration have increased in the private sector from 11 to 16%. And now with the improved education system and the training and the vocational center and so on, the quality is improving tremendously.
So, Hassan, on that note, if you don't mind, I just want to move to His Excellency Mohammed.
Sure.
In terms of, you touched upon regulations. And one of the comments that we've been hearing a lot from interested potential investors in Saudi Arabia, specifically in the Capital Markets Authority, is that amongst emerging markets, what's so attractive about Saudi Arabia is it's one of the most highly regulated markets and financial systems amongst emerging markets. So to that effect, Your Excellency, do you want to comment and talk a bit about the regulatory environment and governance?
We only have 18 more minutes, so I don't think I'll have enough time to talk about it in detail. But let me touch upon actually the development and evolution of the regulatory environment. The Capital Markets Authority was established about 11 years ago, less than 11 years ago, July 2004. So we're about 10 years old. We have issued, I think, about 15 or 16 regulations, and many of those regulations have been revised. One of the main regulations that we focused on are the corporate governance regulations. And we focused on it because we genuinely believe that good governance is good business. And we are really pushing the envelope. And we started in a phased manner. We didn't force companies to take certain measures or comply with certain regulations. We took a measured approach where we said, these are the regulations, you either comply with them or you have to explain to your shareholders why you're not complying with them. And over time, as the market started evolving, we started making certain provisions of those regulations mandatory. We also took upon our initiative last year in our annual report to make it much more similar, and this is the Capital Market Authority's annual report, much more similar to the annual report we require from listed companies. So we disclose detail about our internal governance, our internal operations. We actually disclosed for the first time our audited financials that have been audited by 2 audit firms. And we genuinely believe as a regulator, we want to lead by example. If we as a Capital Markets Authority do not feel comfortable disclosing something, we will not feel comfortable requiring companies to disclose it. However, if we can disclose it, then any listed company on the stock exchange can actually disclose it. And it has really been successful because it's not only about regulation, it's about changing a culture. And today we do see companies that are leaders in the region and pioneers when it comes to good governance, good disclosure. Does that mean that we have reached the level that we want to reach? No, we still need to improve more and advance more, but at least in the very short period of time since we started this in the last 10 years, I think we have come a long way and we have advanced, and I personally, and I think the whole Capital Markets Authority is proud of what we have achieved and what has been achieved with the support of the companies on the exchange.
Great. Hanan, you're a very well-established lady and executive, and your career has spanned a number of different organizations before you ended up where you are. Could you just shine some light on your experience throughout your career, and what are the challenges that you think females are currently facing, and what do we need to overcome in terms of female employment in Saudi Arabia?
That will take 2 hours.
Let's try to make it 2 minutes.
I'll try to be brief. I believe I was very lucky.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as I graduated, and I graduated from the States and I came back to Saudi, people talk about the unemployment rate of women. I was never unemployed. So this is something that I think now, you know, is an interesting number, if that's what it is. But let me tell you something that I have came across, and it is a big wow for me, and some of our colleagues have already mentioned them. Back in 2004, for example, there were only 23,000 women in the private sector. In 2009, that number doubled to almost 48,000, and now we're talking about 400,000 women that are in the private sector alone. Not that only, but the number the number of women that are entering the private sector has actually increased. In 2013, reports have mentioned something that 29%, there was an increase of 29% of labor entering the private sector, not the public sector, out of which 85% were women. So definitely the private sector now is becoming more attractive to women than it was before, or than it was during my days when I first entered. The other thing is I started my career in the financial sector, and when I looked at statistics, though I left the financial sector in 2001, but I found very interesting statistics in those numbers, and that is in 2004 there were only about 1,000 women in the financial sector, working in the financial sector. By 2009 that number was 5,500 almost. In 2013, that was 13,000. So again, that shows you the exponential growth of women entering also to sectors as in the financial sector. We at Alayan are trying to have more women enter a variety of sectors, whether it is manufacturing, engineering, distribution, fast-moving consumer goods, whatever industry that we operate in, we make sure that there are women that are working there at professional level or at a corporate level as an executives or managers, and also as labor as well. So we're looking at it from both ways. Now, what has changed? What has changed is the perception. Well, yeah, maybe the perception. The perception of women that the private sector is a good sector to be part of, and that it is also a promising sector. What has changed also is the mindset of our male colleagues, and I'm not being reverse discriminating here in any way, is that women can only do certain type of jobs. That has been eradicated. Now, I believe that men also believe that women can do other jobs, and as a matter of fact, they have been our supporters. So they are the ones that are supporting us in opening up more jobs for women. So it's not only women that are doing it for their colleagues, but also men. From my experience, I believe very much in the ability and the capabilities of the young generation of women that are entering the job market now. I see them more determined and more eager to prove themselves into the workplace, which is something that gives me a great sense of pride.
Thank you. So, Norm, more than 50% of the products of Honeywell are linked to energy efficiency. Where do you see energy efficiency going in Saudi Arabia? What are the demographics of energy efficiency here? And perhaps you could also talk a bit about your initiative in the Bahrain Techno Valley, very briefly.
Okay. Well, I think you said it early in one of the points you introduced with Saudi Arabia is one of the highest energy consumers per capita in the world. And I think everybody knows that as you develop an economy and you grow your economy, if you continue at that rate, you're going to consume your energy way too quickly. Now, so that's the challenge. Now, the opportunity was brought up by one of the guests here, this $1.2 trillion of investment that's going into this country. A lot of countries in Europe and the US talk about energy efficiency, but they've got old buildings, they've got old homes, they've got old infrastructure. It's very hard to make them more efficient and smarter without rebuilding them. You have the opportunity with a cleaner table and investment funds to start being the world's leader in smart things, smart airports, smart buildings, smart homes, and driving legislation and driving other regulation and actually creating small SMEs that go around and help you automate and make things smart and energy efficient. And to me, that puts both a lot of people to work, but it actually solves an energy problem and at the same time makes you a leader in the world in terms of being a knowledge economy. So to me, that's just an opportunity that very few countries have in the world because of the situation that you've got. So I think that's a great opportunity. And back to very briefly, Durand Techno Valley, We made a big investment there 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, to build an engineering and R&D center, a center for manufacturing locally, and a training center to train engineers throughout the region and kingdom. We're already completely full, looking to expand it. It was the smartest thing we've done because for all of you that haven't done it, once you get into a local company and learn and understand, the opportunities are far more than when you're looking on the outside in.
Thank you. So, Richard and Hassan, we definitely want to hear more from both of you. But just so we can manage time, I would suggest that we take a number of questions from the audience. And if you have anything to add, we can add it in your answers to the questions. And at the end, we will be taking closing remarks from each and every one of you. I'll give you a few minutes to think about it. I'll tell you what the question was. What are the main elements that the government needs to consider in order to be competitive in doing business more efficiently? So that's going to be a final question for all of you from me. We'll take questions from the audience now. If anybody has any specific questions to any of the panelists, we have one over here. And could I just please ask you to stand up, state your name, and just ask the question directly?
Sure. My name is Tamer Al-Isa, and my question is for Mr. Lesser. You touched upon the challenge of talent development, and if I remember correctly, you offered more. So we would like actually to hear what you have to say. I just want to share an interesting view we heard this morning from Mr. Hausman of Harvard about education. You see, the answer to the challenge of the general answer for the challenge of talent development is education. But what he was saying today is that you don't want someone who knows a little bit about everything, but you need someone who knows something specific very well, i.e. specialization versus general education. So it seems it's not the intensity of education, it's not the general investment of education that you need, but it's also the quality and the type of education. And we would like your opinion on that.
Sure. A couple of thoughts. The first is the progressiveness over the recent years to invest in education and the labor market, even relative to what happens in the rest of the world, has been genuinely impressive. And the starting of 28 universities, the sending of a couple 100,000 students abroad, the investment in a university for women, all of those are really big steps forward. And I would note, as specific to your question, in the education front, when you look at those 200,000 going abroad, a very high percent, I think the number was 85%, are getting technical education precisely so that they can go deep in a field where they can really make a strong contribution. But I'd also highlight what's been done on the labor market, to use NIDICOT to try to encourage use of, to really create new compliance standards for hiring in the short term that will be challenging, but create real opportunities in the longer term. And then on the supply side, what is being done right now in labor to use e-training for job seekers. In its first year of rollout, over 1 million people have taken online training courses as part of receiving unemployment benefits, to invest heavily in vocational training capacity across the country, specifically to your point about getting deeper expertise, and to, on the way, have a very innovative, something we haven't seen anywhere else in the world, online way to match job seekers and job searchers and employers to really improve the efficiency of the labor market. And it's really even now starting to bear results, and we think it will more in the year ahead, with 750,000 Saudis entering the private market in the last 4 years, 100% increase. And as Ms. Al-Said spoke a minute ago, we've gone from 50,000 women to 450,000 women in the private sector in a fairly short space of time. So I think the innovativeness of what's happening here, the real attempt to open up opportunities and invest in education creates a foundation. I would just make one last small point, which is the world is going digital. I hear it on my travels around the world. And as one of the more advanced countries in the world, with the third highest penetration of smartphones, I think you're very well positioned to be a part of the digital economy in the years ahead. And the investments you make in that in terms of infrastructure, regulation, and talent, I think can pay enormous dividends in building the economy for years to come.
Thank you. Another question? Go ahead.
Chabi from Bloomberg News. My question is directed to Mr. Mohammed Al-Sheikh.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Sorry. My question is for Mr. Mohammed Al-Sheikh. You've mentioned that CMA is currently processing some of the comments or feedback on the regulations draft. I'm wondering, what are the key comments that you're taking into consideration, and are there going to be any significant changes to the draft? Thank you.
I prefer not to talk about the specifics, but I could say this draft regulation was the most commented on draft regulation that we have issued in the last 10 years. We have received extensive comments from all over. There are certain patterns that we've seen, and we're looking into them. What I can say at this stage is we are going to take some of those comments and incorporate them. Some of them, if we do try to incorporate them now, they will delay the process and the deadline that we have set for ourselves. So while we may not take them into account now, we will definitely start studying them and planning for adapting them sometime down the road, and others we're just not going to accept. But it's a very extensive exercise, and we're very happy because that indicates that there is genuine and significant demand and interest in the market.
Thank you. And we'll take one last question. Could you please be very, very brief? Because the clock has turned red and it's starting to flash, and I'm starting to get people screaming at me in my earpiece. So,
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adnan Yusuf. I'm from Colleges of Excellence. It has been mentioned about vacation education in the kingdom. What has been done since 2013, there's a real decree of increasing the high school graduates who enter the TVET from 9%, unfortunately, right now, to 44%. 65% as the best in the world, which is Germany. The question I want to ask is, we still are facing issues with employers, because the idea of Colleges of Excellence is bringing the best colleges, TVET colleges from all over the world, and based them here in Saudi Arabia. We successfully opened more than 37 colleges since 2013. It shows the importance of TVET education here in Saudi. The question is still the employers don't get it. They still, if they want to hire Saudis that graduated from these colleges, they still want to pay them, 5,000, 6,000 riyal, so which is not what we actually can market to the student, actually, to attract them to come to TVET colleges.
So basically, your question is about Saudi businesses moving from the plug-and-play model that they've traditionally adopted to the model where you have to have a career path, you have to have incentives, you have to have... Okay. I think if Hassan could incorporate the answer to that question with your last remarks, so I'll ask all of you to give me the answer to my question, and if you could please be brief about it.
Sure, I'll touch very fast on that point. Certain companies require that they go through the process. They're still at the beginning of the process, and you have a lot of sophisticated companies that have that career path already planned, structured, salary ranges very clear within the experience and so on. So you need to expect that there will be an evolution of this over a period of time until it stabilizes to very decent levels. Very fast comment that really don't, the drop in oil prices, I wanted to say, is that it's a blessing in disguise, because we will be able to spend more sustainably, more efficiently, start using the smart homes, smaller homes, more feasible, and so on. So in line with the Honeywell comment. The question here is that rather than, and it's very very small really, and I'm sure it can be fixed very easily, is relating to the commercial restrictions. Rather than have it renewed on every annual or 3 years or 5 years, let it be an automatic process as long as the company is meeting the requirements. You have put for it an approval, when you approved it, a certain criteria. As long as they remain disciplined within these criteria, let it be an automatic approval. And that really reduces a lot some of the bureaucracy.
Thank you. And can I ask all of you to stick to 1 minute each? Thank you.
Sure. I would say, you asked what advice to give to the Saudi government for the future. I would say 3 quick things. One, invest in the most important asset as much as you can, which is not the oil under the ground, but the people on top of the ground. And what Saudi Arabia has done in the last 5 and 10 years in education and labor is a big step forward. Continuing that as much as possible is the first and most important thing. Second, encouraging businesses in the 2 things beyond talent that matter most, which is easier to do business and strong investments in infrastructure. And third, recognize we're moving to a digital world, and it's not just in tech businesses, it's in all businesses, and anything you can do to foster the growth of that will create long-term opportunity for Saudi's leadership in the world.
Thank you. Norm.
Very quick ones. Continue to expand the efforts to promote education in science and technology. Continue to expand the enablement of women in the workforce, and leverage your investments in a smart, energy-efficient way through setting the right standards and legislation.
Hannah.
I would like to recommend that we look into the Scandinavian model when it comes to gender parity laws and try to adapt whatever is applicable to our culture. Scandinavia has always been rated at the top of the gender parity reports globally.
Your Excellency.
I'd just like to take a minute to address some of the comments that were raised, because at the Capital Markets Authority, we're very proud of it. In investing in people, we spend about 12 to 13% of our annual operating budget on training, development, education on an annual basis. We truly believe in investing in people. And we recently, last September, we actually started a fresh graduates program for fresh graduates who will come to the CMA and spend a full year getting on-the-job training. And we had about 600 applicants. We've only accepted 27 for one reason. We had a very high standard. We really wanted the best of the best to come to us, and we selected 27. And Hannah, you will appreciate this. 22 out of the 27 are females. So we started doing that because we believe in it, and we will continue to do it. And we're hoping to expand this program where if we do have the candidates who meet the requirements, we want to increase the number to 50, 60, 100, or maybe even more. So we are doing it, and we will continue to do it.
Richard, Your Excellency, Norm, Hassan, Hannah, thank you very much for this informative panel. You've been great. I thank you in the name of all the attendees here, and we hope to see you at GCFs next year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman, Global Change Limited, Patrick Dixon.
Your Excellencies, respected audience, firstly, my condolences on the passing of King Abdullah, and it is a privilege to be present in this country at this time and to honor all his achievements. And may this wonderful kingdom see many generations of prosperity and peace. It's a great privilege to be here again in this country. And if I can have my first slide, please. I would like to take us on a journey into the future and to ask a question about where the next generation of 2 million jobs might come from. We've heard about tremendous progress, challenges, and opportunities, but where will the next 2 million not just jobs for people, but for people who were born in Saudi Arabia. And I want to share some perspectives on that. I want to suggest to you that there is one word that will drive the future more than any other. One word that is more fundamental than economics, more fundamental than politics or technology, more important than innovation. This single word will drive the whole of the next 10 to 20 years of job creation in different ways. What is that? What is this single connecting word? I'll come back to that in a moment. But you know what? Things change in our world. Stuff happens. And whatever is going to be our policies on job creation in the future, we are having to face extraordinary challenges. And it doesn't matter if you're a shipper or an airline. What was it that caused 70% of the entire world's chip memory manufacturers to place their entire production in the same nation, in the same floodplain where they experienced the same disaster? Events connect with other events. We see political events shaking worlds not so very far from here. Here is a 20-second event that took place in Japan. It was followed by another 20-second event, which of course was a nuclear crack. As a result of 40 seconds of human history, 40 years of energy policy was changed in Germany, in the United States, in Europe, and so on. As a result of a decision by Russia to take Crimea, we saw 40 years of energy policy in the European Union change regarding gas. So change at astonishing speed. Only 5 years ago, we had the gas industry telling us that they thought that the gas supply of the world would run out within 60 years. What nonsense, of course. 5 years later, we revised it up to 200 years, and I think we agree probably it's still wrong. Maybe it should be 400 years with another 5 years of technology and another innovation. That entire jump from 60 years reserves of gas to 200 years of reserves of gas was a result of a single innovation in a single territory over 60 months. So as a result of all of this, what I would say is that strategies are getting overtaken by events. And it might be that you're responsible for a strategy within the Ministry of Economy or Economics. It might be within education. It might be within petrochemicals. But I would say that most of my multinational clients are finding that events are overtaking five-year plans. And so we are needing to develop greater agility. And agility will be, I believe, a number one mechanism of creating jobs for the future. It's countries and people, companies that are able to think beyond one strategy, who have more than one plan. They have plan A, but they also have plan B. Plan B is, what if Russia takes the rest of Ukraine? You might say, very unlikely, but we have a plan just in case. Always thinking ahead, always looking beyond. I just want to make one comment about the global economy. Watching too much TV news can make you physically sick. Did you know that? I tell you it's true. I'm a physician in my first training. And what we see on the TV is, of course, fiction. It's a version of reality, but it's not the truth. This is 1980 through to 2013, and it shows the truth, which, of course, you know here in Saudi, which is, while the world talked of global chaos and meltdown, the truth was that regions like this, and indeed most of humanity, continue to live in areas that were relatively unaffected. That's the truth. The truth is that, of course, when you look at the average, we've discovered that the global economy never stopped growing except maybe for about 6 weeks. That was the truth. The truth is the United States from 1980 to 2013 did blip, but we're back. The truth is the European Union, yes, we are on the edge of deflation. Yes, the patient is at risk in the intensive care unit and may need to go back to theatre for another operation. We call it quantitative easing,
and the operation is mouse clicks. Every mouse click creates another 60 billion euros in the European Central Bank. We will do one mouse click every month forever until inflation comes back to around 2%. That's the truth. Now, what will happen to all that money? Contrast this with the Vietnam. I mean, this is Vietnam 1985 to 2011. Can we spot the crisis? I can show you similar graphs. Many of the economies with which you trade, for whom this global catastrophe was a mere illusion. And of course, the same would be true of this great kingdom, where you have seen relentless scientific, economic, and technological miracles over the last 50 years. Astonishing progress in every sector of society. A way that puts to shame countries like mine in the United Kingdom, or France, or Germany, that could not imagine such a gigantic transformation of every aspect of society. And yet, here is another truth. A truth which is that every country in the world, particular wealth from oil or minerals, has a particular competitive challenge, which is that, of course, the more stuff you sell, the higher the currency goes. The higher the currency goes, the more difficult it is for other businesses to compete. I have some friends in Uganda. On the day that Uganda struck oil, my heart sank. Why? Because I knew that in their businesses, the moment the oil started to come out of the country, the exchange rate would rise and their businesses would become a little bit less competitive. So my friends have to work much harder than otherwise if there was no oil. Now, that doesn't mean that it has a permanent effect. It just means it's like sailing into the wind. It's a little bit of extra pressure on the business in an oil-wealthy economy. And I'm going to come back to how we overcome that, I believe, as you already are in this great nation. But here is another truth. As you know, as we heard throughout today, 40% of all global wealth created this year will be created in Asia alone, and we've only just started. Here is another truth. The Chinese government alone is sitting on $3.4 trillion of reserves. Most of that is of sovereign wealth. Most of that is US government debt. The big challenge is what to do with it next. I cannot imagine that most of this Chinese money will remain in US government bonds for very long. It will come into places like Saudi to buy all kinds of things, maybe real estate, maybe a biotech company, maybe a petrochemical downstream company, maybe an IT partnership. It will come into London, it will come into Nigeria, it will come into Congo, anywhere but US government bonds, of which they have too many. Now, here is another truth. There's another group of people that are sitting on a lot of cash, which will drive the recovery of the whole of the world. It's here. If you look at the largest 2,000 companies in the world, they too are sitting on mountains of cash, around $2.4 trillion of cash, which has been sitting there because despite what the TV news makes you think, these companies every year through the darkest days of the recession have continued to engineer cash. They just haven't known how to spend it. So they have saved it for a great day when they feel confident again to invest in marketing, in new factories, new products, new initiatives. So we have, just between the Chinese and some companies like this, we have a future engine of growth of at least $6 trillion, and I'm not even talking about the sovereign wealth of the great kingdom here. I'm not talking about the Norwegians, the Singaporeans, the Russians, and others. There's money there. But there's one word which has held all this money back. What is the single word that drives the future more than anything else? So when we put all these things together, what we see is this. that measures to prevent deflation, like printing 60 billion new euros every month, like printing so many pounds in my country that we have managed to buy 1/3 of our entire national debt on an Excel spreadsheet. But these kinds of experiments to fight deflation or to protect from deflation are bound eventually to add to the strength of recovery when it comes, which will lead, of course, to, after the world's longest downturn in many generations, inevitably to one of the longest upturns and the biggest boom you can possibly imagine. So I am expecting a degree of economic instability to last 5 or 10 or maybe even longer years. And when that recovery comes, if the oil prices remain as low as they are, it will come back with reduced production because some of the shale manufacturers will have gone, and we will find a shortage and a big spike. It's inevitable. That's the lesson of history, and it's difficult to see any other future. Now, what is this single word? Let me tell you a story. I was late the other day to do a rehearsal in a place like this. I was staying in a hotel which had 500 stories, and I was on the top. And I was waiting for the lift, and nothing was happening. I pressed the button, and I waited. And in a moment, I was tempted to do something utterly crazy. Now, I know that you would never even consider doing this, but I was tempted for a moment to actually touch that lift button more than once. Now, okay, put your hands up if you have thought about it. I know that you would never do such a crazy thing. Okay, put your hands up if you have actually touched that button. Put up your hands if you've talked to the lift. Okay, yes, come on. I've discovered that a great number of people also talk to their cars, and all airline pilots talk to their planes. Come on, baby, it's time to fly. Now, what we discover is this, that while we can concentrate on all kinds of data and logic, mathematics, forecasting and other stuff, logical things, analytical things, when we are under pressure ourselves, it's not long before we start to behave like totally irrational people. And what we discover, therefore, is that there is one word, this single word, that drives the markets actually more than anything else, and it's emotion. Or we are scared of that word because it has negative connotations, especially in the region here, right now. We fear what emotion can do. So I'm talking about intellectual curiosity, to learn. I'm talking about engagement in the workplace. I'm talking about a passion for change. I'm talking about a desire to make a difference. I'm talking about whatever it is that you feel strongly about that drives change within you and that makes you feel you want to get out of bed in the morning and make something happen. And when you tap into these kinds of passions, these curiosities, these convictions, these commitments, then we see energy. And of course, confidence in the market. What is it that prevents the Chinese from spending their money? Or those big companies, of course, it's emotion again. What is it that causes a young person to get out of bed, having been one of the 200,000 of your students sent abroad, and come thundering back to the kingdom to create a fantastic startup in biotech? It's emotion, not just the love of money. And we see emotion in Eric Schmidt's world. It was interesting talking with him. Many of the questions you asked once, they were to do with privacy. They were to do with the internet having a dark side. They were to do with regulation, all kinds of things, because the web is about more than techno. Put up your hands if you press the button quite quickly if a web page doesn't open. Let me give you an example. Suppose you're searching for something on Google, you press on the web page, and you wait. Put your hands up if you press the back button in less than 10 seconds, because life is too short to wait when a web page seems frozen. Put your hands up if you press the button in less than 10 seconds. Let me have a look. So most of you, put your hands up if you press the button in less than 5 seconds. 5 seconds, life's too short. So we see that in Saudi Arabia today, you lose 90% of your customers in 10 seconds. I just want you to remember that. 10 seconds for 90%, and actually 80% gone in 5. That's what you've just shown me. Why? Because life is short. Let me have a look at another one. Imagine that you are trying to get money back from the utility company because there is an error. You phone them up, you get through to the answering machine. It says, press 1 for accounts, press 2 for customer services. There are 18 choices to press. Put your hands up if you find that very annoying when they have stolen money from you. Okay. Put your hands up if you think it should be a social crime. They should pass a law preventing people from using such systems. Now, why is it that we feel these things? I'll tell you why. Because emotion is close to us. We think we're just rational, logical, analytical people. But if I cause you to wait for 5 seconds, you become very emotional. So this is very important because we heard earlier about ways to speed up the registration of a company, for example, from 2 years to 1 year. But actually what we're seeing is that even within 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week is already 1,000,000 years. Within 5 seconds, you have lost the will to live. So what we're talking about is a passion for speed, a velocity of change, and where you can shave off a week of a registration process, you increase your productivity and competitiveness a lot. If you can do it as you are already, as we heard from the speakers this afternoon, tremendous radical progress in registering things using iPad technology. This kind of thing, when you push it to the next step, will dramatically improve every aspect of your competitiveness. Believe me, it really does. It's not just the act. It's part of how people feel when they're in the country or when they are outside the country wanting to engage. Demographics will be, as we have heard, the biggest single driver of the future, really, apart from emotion. Show me the demographics of any country, I will tell you its future. And the good news is your demographics are great. I will show you in a moment how they compare with Italy, which is a disaster in comparison. We have 1 billion children alive today. 85% of all humanity living on Earth in 2025 will be living in emerging markets. That is where our growth is, which is why it is so right that so much of our conversation today has come back to emerging markets. 1 billion people will move from rural areas to cities in the next 25 to 30 years. 475 million of them alone in Africa. If you're looking for new industries, new opportunities, new venture partnership areas, new technologies that will drive the future, I would say here you have a cluster of them, and you'll hear a lot more about this tomorrow. We have a whole panel not only on health, we have one on cities and transport tomorrow. These are really exciting areas for Saudi Arabia's future entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. Now look at this. This is Saudi Arabia's wonderful demographics on this side, and here is the biggest nightmare you can imagine on the other. Let me explain. We have 5-year bars here, so we have the number of 0 to 5-year-old children, girls, boys in Saudi, 5 to 9s, 10 to 14s, and you can see that you have roughly the same number, huge numbers of people in each age group until the age of 39, and then suddenly it gets much less. That tells us that 39 years ago, people started having much larger families than today, and also that health expectancy improves, so babies live more likely to survive. But on this side, look at this horror. We have hardly any children being born. It looks like the Italians forgot how to make babies about 30 years ago. You can see it just fell off a cliff. And we have this massive bulge of 45 to 50-year-olds who will soon be 60-year-olds, soon 70-year-olds, soon 80-year-olds that are coming through that are going to need support, but hardly anyone to look after them or even to pay the taxes. Now, in Europe, where I live, what does this mean? It means, my friends, in Italy, you need 8 great-grandparents to produce a single great-grandchild. That's what happens when you only produce, on average, 1 child per couple. And although my friend here is laughing and thinks it's rather amusing, I have been to Rome recently, and it's not a joke there. In Italy, they will have, in 11 years' time, 1 million people over the age of 90. Enough to swing every election, and most of them will be very old women because men in Europe don't live quite as long. So we have 1 million older women over the age of 90 deciding the result of every election and every government policy. Does that matter? Well, it might. It might. It's important. So demographics really matters. When I say Saudi Arabia is a young nation, yes, we've heard that all day, but I'm just saying, look at the power of what we are talking about. So Europe will need to outsource to Saudi Arabia a whole load of tasks for young people to do because it hasn't got any more. You see, we've forgotten in Europe a simple fact. You either have to make babies or you have to import them. There's nothing else that you can do. And the trouble is, we don't like this very much, so we have in my country 2 policies. We say, keep them out. Everyone said that. All parties have said that for the last 20 years. You know, that's the official policy. You know the unofficial one? The unofficial one, my friends, is don't count them if they come in. And that has been the case. It's only recently that we've started to keep records because it's so embarrassing. Because politically it's sensitive. We need immigration because otherwise we will become as extinct as the dinosaurs, just like the Italians and the Greeks and the Portuguese and the Spanish. This is a serious issue. It's the same for the Chinese. The biggest difference between China and India is this. India has a Saudi Arabian picture full of life, children, and extended family. China, well, the other day, I actually saw someone with a double buggy, 2 children being pushed along the street. I took a photograph quickly in case I never saw it again. But in India, a young nation, full of energy, dynamism, just as Saudi Arabia is today, and you see this reflected in things like STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We've heard so much about education today because, of course, it is the future of this great country. And look where the education is happening. Just in these very important subjects which will drive our future, you can see the orange. The orange is all these STEM graduates from emerging markets, and the green is all the rest. America, Europe, Australia, Canada. You can see that the world is dominated by science graduates from emerging markets. Look here. This is China, this big bar. India, United States, Brazil, UK, and Japan. The orange is the additional growth in graduates every year just from 2010 to 2015. So, my friends, if you are in my country, in the UK, and you need a petrochemical engineer, the first place we have to think about is India or China or Saudi Arabia. You have the young people. You are training them. You have a superb educational system. You have talent. And that means either the jobs need to take place here or it means those people will have fantastic job opportunities in other countries. So, exciting stuff. But also, what a paradox that we have here in this country. 1/3, perhaps 25, we can debate, 30%, 31% of, 20 to 30, 33-year-olds who are out of work available to us as a workforce. At the same time as countries like Germany, and not Germany, but Italy, and actually Germany is also aging very quickly. Other countries haven't got these workers. What an amazing opportunity for us to use to drive 30 years of prosperity and security. So Saudi Arabia will also become more competitive in relation to China as a fact. Why? Why is that? Because China is so last century. The idea of making things in China is becoming rather expensive. Let's have a look at the car industry. This industry is undergoing a revolution right now. The car industry is highly consolidated and automated. It's so expensive now that there is probably only room for 5 or 6 different car platforms on which all the models will be built. This is VW's. This will be the basis of 1 million vehicles, maybe 50 different models and variants of them, all on one chassis. Whatever car you drive, just look under the bonnet and you find the same thing. And why are they needing to do this? Because it requires so much investment, so many complex supply chains, so many clusters of specialties. And to make these clusters work in a rapidly changing world, they are starting to close down global supply chains. Why? Because they're too risky. I showed you all the disruptions. What happens when all your chips come from Thailand? And if it's not the weather, it's a revolution. What happens if your big manufacturing plant is in Russia and suddenly there's an embargo on any products being taken from Russia? So we're looking, the biggest companies in the world are bringing their manufacturing into regional clusters, and you see this here. If you look from 1990 through to 2011, I want you to look particularly at the light brown part, which is where there's trade between countries, but it's happening locally. So this is Saudi Arabia to UAE. This is UAE to Turkey. Maybe Turkey up to Slovenia. Maybe it's Saudi Arabia to Mumbai, wherever it is, but it's clustered, it's regional, it's tight. It's removed a huge element of risk. It's speeded up the whole supply chain, and it's got rid of another problem, which is China. China will see this year wage inflation and yet a gain of around 11%. Well, my manufacturing friends outsourced to China when it made sense, when maybe they got a 40% cost saving, even 50%. But you don't have to have 11% difference in wage inflation, or maybe even 9% between, say, Saudi wage inflation and maybe Chinese wage inflation, to erode that competitive advantage. And you only need a small switch in the Chinese valuation of their own currency, and again, we've lost a whole chunk more competitive advantage. So you can see why it is that even in Slovenia, I was in Slovenia just the other day. I was talking to the head of HR of one of their largest companies, and she had just done a very complicated calculation. She said, Patrick, she said, on paper, it looks great. But when I looked at all the added costs we had in Shanghai, the social security costs, you would not believe the number of hidden charges there are for a company like us employing people in China. And when I loaded all those up, the cost of me managing that team and my own time flying out, and then the risks of cultural misunderstanding, the time zone differences, the lengthy transportation risks, and so on, I can tell you, even in cash terms, it is now cheaper for me to bring those factories all the way back to Slovenia, where they went from 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Now, if that's true today, what about tomorrow? What about 5 years' time? And I promise you this, even if China wage inflation falls to as little as 5%, Slovenia's is virtually zero. So we will continue to see erosion of that capital advantage in places like China. Now, of course, there's more places to go than China. So Intel has just moved a $1 billion chip factory from China across the border into Vietnam, where wage prices are half what they are in China. At least they were. But guess what? Vietnam last year 2 years ago, had an inflation rate of 25%. All kinds of things are going on. As economies are heating up, jobs are coming back. And we're seeing nearshoring on a very big scale. I've just come back from Mexico, which is boom time now for manufacturers because they're getting the jobs back from China. And when they do, in the Mexican cars they make are huge numbers of components from America, which are imported, built into a Mexican car, sold back to America, so everyone is happy. Why am I saying this? I'm just saying that there's green shoots of a manufacturing opportunity here for Saudi Arabia. It has not been here 5 years ago in this way. And I promise you, it's not in every sector. In some sectors, with highly specialized workforce, fantastic products, wonderful engineering, smart technologies, a little bit of government help, maybe with a free zone or something like that, I think we're going to see some very exciting manufacturing opportunities right here in this kingdom over the next 5 years. I'll give you another example. Ports make nations more competitive. Saudi Arabia has a 40% competitive advantage over any nation with no port. Why is that? Because, my friends, as you probably know, those of you who are in shipping, it costs in my country, it costs the same to move a container on a lorry 150 kilometers as it does to move the from Southampton in the UK to Shanghai. If you have a port, it's fantastic. The closer you are to a port, the higher the competitive advantage. And Saudi Arabia, you have a wonderful port. If you can reduce the shipping time for a company on a vital component by just 1 week, because you're closer than China maybe, but also because you trim some of the red tape and you do it all on the iPad and things, if you can trim 1 week, straight away you will trade in some sectors by up to 26%, according to some very well worked out studies. And this is why countries like Brazil have spent $225 billion on new super hubs, combining rail and road and shipping and computerized ports, because they see this kind of infrastructure as one of the fastest ways to give a competitive advantage to their own industries. And, of course, we've got fantastic opportunities also, not just for the big players, but for the little ones, and with this I'll close. There is a generational opportunity here for 1 or 2 million new jobs in Saudi Arabia at least, and they will come from low capital, highly innovative technologies. Let's have a look. Small tech, moving to big tech, the kind of things that Eric Schmidt said he would buy. They could be Saudi companies today, but bought by Eric Schmidt in 5 years' time. Laboratory, life sciences is a huge area. You'll hear more about this tomorrow. Astonishing innovation in biotechnology. For instance, repairing heart and brain and spinal cord using your own cells. This is a 3D manufacturer which can print human organs, print new human organs using your own cells in a bubble jet environment. Very clever stuff. You do not need big investment here. I am the chairman of a biotechnology company that builds nanotech robots. Okay, we build viruses, actually. Viruses are just nanotech robots. They don't need energy, they're just machines. They don't need food. They just contain food. Viruses can deliver genes to human beings to cure disease. Do you know the entire company lives in a factory, in a laboratory about the size of 6 or 7 tables? It requires tiny amounts of capital to start biotech. You have the scientists already doing genius work in your laboratories across this country. You have entrepreneurs, you have PhDs. These are the kinds of things which are engines of change for tomorrow. Some of these companies will do fantastically well and will be bought by big pharma for hundreds of millions of dollars with relatively small investment, which could well come from your own sovereign wealth funds and so on. E-commerce itself is a tremendous opportunity. I won't spend time on that because you already heard about it from Eric Schmidt. I'll just say that the biggest issue there and the biggest opportunity right now, it could be for your own son, your own daughter, operating from a room in your own house, starting to produce new pieces of software, mobile apps, the next generation of location marketing devices. Because almost all e-commerce now in my country, most e-commerce is now mobile, and the same here in Saudi, it will soon be the case, there is tremendous opportunity for new kinds of marketing techniques which rely on knowing where the person is. And then combining mobile and e-commerce with banking. We've already heard about the banking sector here. What a tremendous opportunity for partnership, innovation, low-scale experiments, mobile apps. And then there's the 3 mega trends: the Internet of Things, big data, and cloud. You put those 3 together and you have an explosion. Here is the big data, the Internet of Things, where every piece of luggage is tagged, every component for an aircraft is tagged, 1 trillion devices, all in the world, all transmitting and receiving data, all online in a hyper-smart environment which no one really understands how to use. What an amazing opportunity for 100,000 new startups to try and help companies interpret this data. This data soon becomes very big data, the kind of data that some people here were quite worried about when we talked to Google about how they use it and how they store it. Well, let's find some morally right ways to use it. Let's find some Saudi Kingdom-informed ways to use this data. Let's decide to use this data with the principles that you hold dear about how you respect other people and how you think our world should live. Big data, the third one is the cloud. Put it all in the cloud. When you put big data, the Internet of Things, and the cloud together, you get the biggest target ever for cyber attacks and terrorism, which is why we've heard about that word twice already today. And by the way, the answer is not simple, but here's one box to tick. At least make sure that the stuff is encrypted on your hard drives. I don't care if you're a bank or whether you are an individual. Just make sure that you encrypt your stuff so that when the person comes knocking on the door and gets in the back door and gets into the hard drive, there's nothing he can steal. I tell you this, if Sony had encrypted their stuff, they wouldn't have lost a single thing to the North Koreans. It's so simple to do. So and how difficult is it to write a company that encrypts stuff and to create a company to do it? Relatively easy. It's the sort of thing that any one of your children could set up as a consulting program tomorrow to run encryption programs for people who have small businesses or they have computers at home or maybe they're large companies. Let's do it. Make the web secure. It's a silly gap. It should have been filled 5 years ago. So I hope you're getting the message that our world right now is full of stuff to do. There are really exciting opportunities. Yes, and there's other big things as well to do with green tech, and you're investing in those. But this is a world which could provide full employment for Saudi Arabia, I think, relatively easily. When we employ agile strategies, when we target emerging markets, when we train our young workers, when we encourage a new generation of entrepreneurs, when we look to undercut Chinese and other Asian rising manufacturing costs, when we look to promote new technologies, the biotechs, the infotechs, the nanotechs, and all the other future techs, then I believe, and also when we link it to the passions people have and the deep desire they have for purpose and to know that they too are helping to create a better, not just for themselves and their families, but for the communities and for this entire kingdom. And with this, I leave you with great hopes for your future, for peace and prosperity for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's program. We encourage you to put those smartphones to use and download the GCF app. You can find this at our homepage at www.gcf.org.sa. Also, if you are attending the cultural event this evening, please come to the Sagia desk in the foyer to pick up your tickets. Thank you for attending our program today, and we look forward to seeing you at 8:30 a.m. for another insightful and informative day. Thank you.